T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now in Ascent. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
Getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. He was a friend of mine, and he could sing a song. His heart in every line. Marvin sang of the joy and pain. He opened up our mind, and I still can hear him say, oh, talk to me, so you can see what's going on. Say you will sing your songs forevermore, evermore. Gonna be some sweet sounds coming down on the night shift. I bet you're singing proud. Oh, I bet you'll pull a crowd. Gonna be a long night. It's gonna be alright on the night shift. You found another home. I know you're not alone on the night shift. Oh, you found another home. I know you're not alone on the night shift. Jackie, hear what you're doing now. It seems like yesterday when we were working out. Jackie, oh, you set the world on fire. You came and gifted us your love, it lifted us higher and higher. Keep it up, and we'll be
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. I know there's going to be a lot of buzz about this. I did tweet it out yesterday, and I know there's probably a lot of people who are afraid of what's being talked about because nobody really quite understands what it means. But I saw Samuel Clemens post this up yesterday, and I retweeted out Bitpanda with a similar product as FTX. They just created this same product today for over 200 stocks, ETFs, and commodities. These are future contracts. Bitpanda, responsible for creating a tokenized unit of AMC. What are they calling it? They're calling them, if I'm not mistaken, I think in somewhere in here they call them a preferred asset or something like that. Let me see here. I don't see where it says. I know I've seen it somewhere. Somebody's listed it as a preferred asset or something like that. But anyways, a lot of people are probably thinking or a little bit afraid about the idea that this is, the end for us, or I'm sure there's going to be some kind of FUD out there that's, going to basically create this news or buzz that, it's all over, it's the end of the world, kind of stuff. Nah, guys, it's not. We've already been through this on many occasions. Tokenized units have been created on AMC through different cryptocurrencies all the time. We've seen, in fact, people are going back and starting to find more and more stuff all the time on this. This is just simply a way for institutions to be able to hide their losses. They take it off their books, they give it to somebody else, wrap it up into some kind of swap. And now it's no longer on their books, and they don't have to show that somebody else is covering for them, essentially, for the position that's been created. So just remember that this is not the end of the world. This is just simply more the usual games that's being played in the marketplace. I would really love to see a crackdown from the SEC on something like this. This seems very... This does not seem to create. I'm trying to use Gary Gensler's words, his own words. This is not form capitalization in the marketplace. This is not how it's supposed to be done. Creating securities outside the exchanges and these products. They're calling them products that they sell outside of outside of our stock exchange. And in other locations, and then just kind of hide it off somewhere, right? Like this is not right. There's something wrong with this, and I know Gary Gensler's been pretty actively trying to create rules and regulations that show reporting for this kind of stuff, but it really just needs to stop. There's just no reason for it. Oh, here it is, preferred equity. I knew I'd seen it somewhere. Bitpanda makes it easy for you to invest in AMC preferred equity for as little as €1. Invest 24/7 with zero commission and tight spreads. Bitpanda stocks are contract replicating an underlying stock or ETF. There it is. Don't be fooled by this kind of stuff, guys. If you see this, stay as far away. All you're doing is you're buying somebody else's bad position. Stay far, far away from something like this. I know I'm not supposed to give financial advice, but this is not a security. This is something entirely different. It has nothing to do with our stock market. And I can say this. I can definitively say for a fact, you need to stay away from something like this. This is the devil's candy. Stay away from it. It is not going to help you with your position. It's not going to be an easier way or a cheaper way to buy something that's going to help you in your investment with AMC. This simply helps you to help somebody else collateralize a bad position against AMC. Watch out. Be careful. This is not what you want to be a part of. There's a lot of people who are invested in FTX, different tokenized units that were created in FTX that got majorly hurt by that. And I would hate for you guys to do that. So be careful. Anyways, moving on. Let's see here. We all know Casey loves Mariah. Oh, yes, I do. Did you see the Ortex post this morning? I sure did. They are wondering where the data is as well this morning. Today is the 15th. It says on or about. Remember, we looked at it at or about the 15th. We should have the data for the end of last month, and we still haven't had the first half of the month's data reported yet. I guess we'll just have to patiently wait and see what's going to happen with that. So Chris says, who is buying it? I don't know. It's a great question. I heard Mr. Wonderful is their spokesman. He seems to know what he is talking about. I mean, he was for FTX too. Good one, Frank. That's good. I'd rather claim my Nigerian prince status as a distant relation than buy BitApe. Frank saying false locates. I don't think they can. I don't think no. It's a way to take a position. Maybe you have locates that you created a position for, then you wrap it into swap. That way you free up that locate again. So it's more like freeing up locates from a position that's held, and then you're just kind of shoveling it off to somebody else. Here, you take the risk. I don't want to hold this hot potato anymore. You hold it. All right, it's 6:21. Let's take the look at the numbers. I gotta clean my glasses here. I'll take you guys over to the other page here, and I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. I don't even know where to start with the whole tokenized cryptocurrencies. It's just, I don't know. So I tried diving down that rabbit hole, and I actually stumbled into some things that were very, very scary. When I say that, what I mean is there are some very unsavory people who are involved in the crypto markets, people that you don't want to be involved with at all. And when I went down that rabbit hole, I was... when I got to a certain depth, it was kind of one of those things where threats were starting to be made, and I stopped. I didn't want to have anything to do with it. I backed away from it, and I would suggest that if you're going to try to dive down that rabbit hole as well, be very, very careful about what it is that you try to look into. There are people out there who are very, very protective of their crypto, and they have a lot of power. And they have the means to be able to do things to you that are not good. So be very careful. It's a rabbit hole that I won't go back down again. All I can say is that it's dark. It's very dark. It's very bad, and very, very, very powerful people. It may truly and honestly be the end of the rabbit hole. Oftentimes, when you get to the end of when you get to the source of where all money goes, or leads to, oftentimes you find that's where the most dangerous things start to happen. So be very, very careful. All right, my glasses are clean. Let's take a look at some of the numbers and see what we got going on. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page, and you guys have never probably heard me afraid before. I'm telling you right now, I was afraid. I was very, very afraid, and I think that should say something to you. I really don't care if somebody finds out my address or anything like that. I'm like, come at me, let's go. This was different. This was completely different. This was on a whole different level, and yeah. I wasn't willing to go down that road. All right. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do set that up, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, not a bad idea to utilize that, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device and you need to get into your account. And if you have a secondary way to get in, not a bad thing. It's a good backup. Yeah, the core. Think cartels mixed with cyber hackers. Think along those lines. And that's probably about as far as I'll go. All right. Let me take a look at. I mean, they can really ruin you. What am I starting off with? Price prediction tallies. On the left-hand side, top left-hand side of the page, you're going to see price prediction tallies. Man, I was off by, what was I off by? 4 cents? 4 cents. I was off by 4 pennies yesterday. I thought for sure, I was like, oh, I'm going to nail it. And I was having a hard time deciding between 801 and 811. I finally settled. I initially went with 811, changed it to 801 so I could get an extra bonus point because I was within 10 cents of, I think it was either Apex or TB. It might have been TB. And then Apex picked his number at 7.99, and I was like, well, damn it. Yeah, I'm just going to go back to my original number of $8.11 for a close. We hit 807. I don't get a bonus point because I was too close to another price prediction. So points for everybody around. Nobody didn't get the prediction. So let me add up the points here. I can't help it if everybody else is good too. Just because I'm good doesn't mean that I get an extra bonus point, because if everybody else can guess the same prediction, then it doesn't mean I'm special. So no bonus point for me. Gotta nail it. Apex was pretty close too. Apex, TB, they were both doing really well. All right, there's our bonus, or there's all our points for the day today. Short exempt volume from yesterday. The total amount of short exempt volume that we had was 224.4. It was just about 1,000 shares more than what it was, just a little over 1,000 shares more than what it was the previous day. 224.4. We were up 2.15% yesterday. I refreshed Ortex earlier this morning, and it was still showing 48.58% utilization, which was the same thing as yesterday. And I do not believe that they had zero utilization change. I'm refreshing it right now to see if they finally updated it. There we go, 47.54. So it did drop just a little bit. We'll take a look at the rest of the Vortex data here in just a little bit. I'm pretty certain that the amount of shares on loan went up and utilization went down, which typically means that there was perhaps maybe some positions that might have been closed out, and then newer ones replaced those. More newer. I don't. we'll look at it here in just a minute. But let's take a look at the rest of this data. Max pain is 850. We started out the week at 9. Did we? Hold on. What's today? Is today Wednesday? Oh, my wife gets off work today. Yeah, we started off the week at 9. We went to 850 on Tuesday, and then let's see what it is going to be for today. I can't imagine it changing down. If anything, I would think that it's going to go up, but I'm going to suggest that it's going to stay right at 850. Let's see what we get here. $850 it is, no change. Taking a look at volume traded through off exchange and EDGX. Normally by the end of a day we see normally right around 64% total. When we don't have that much, that's usually part of the reason why we see the upwards price movement. We had 48.07% going through off exchange. EDGX was 8.48. The combined total on that was 56.55%. Or about 7.45% less volume than I would expect to see by the end of the day. So you want to know why price was up 2.15%? We had a lot more volume going through NYSE than typically. I mean, you can see right here on the page that the 30-day average for the NYSE is about 11.73. Yesterday we had 14.86, which, so that's part of the reason why you see that increased price movement. More shares actually going through the lit exchange. CHX volume was a little elevated, but not over the 30,000 that I need to see. That tells me that something majorly is happening in regards to returned shares. That's so it's 11,793 shares. GME's CHX volume yesterday was at 2,480. That's a little elevated, but both of them need to be over 30K. Taking a look at institutional ownership, this is the one that is going to change the most within the next 24 hours, or should change the most. Institutions should only be holding somewhere between 13 and 20 million shares, unless, this is a big unless, we know that they didn't buy a whole bunch of crap ton of shares the first time that there was dilution. We still don't know for this time. It's still too early. They still have a little bit more time to report the ownership. But I would imagine it's going to be somewhere between 30 and 20 million. Again, the big caveat there, the unless, is that they bought a majority of the shares that were just recently sold off. So let's give this a refresh and see what it's changing to here. Expect that number to drop a lot. There we go, 89.725 million. And this is not a bad thing. This is just because institutions are finally reporting their new holding amount based off of the reverse split from when we had that, the reverse split and conversion. So 89.725. I'm expecting that to drop continuously. We'll probably see the biggest drop going into tomorrow. And then taking a look at options, highest amount of open interest, let's see, was on at a $9 strike yesterday, I think. Let me see here. Yeah, $9 strike for the calls. And that is still the case. Yeah, that is still the case. I mean, there is a $22 strike that's got 19,000 contracts, but I mean, the closest strike that has the most volume to where we're at in price right now is a $9 strike. We went from 16.5 thousand contracts yesterday to 17.6 today, so there was definitely an increase in call volume. On puts, the highest amount of put volume yesterday was at a $5.50 strike. It looks like it may have increased. Hold on a second. Let me scroll down just a tad. Nope, it's still the highest. Yep. $5.50 strike is still the highest. There was 11.5 thousand contracts yesterday. Today there's 12.4. So there's still an increase in volume on bets that we're going to make it down to a $5.50 range. I know that there's been some quote-unquote other people within the community who have been suggesting the price is going to be moving towards $5.50. And if there are people out there that are listening to them, they're probably stuck in these positions right now just hoping for the change in market price on AMC. So we'll see what ends up happening. But the market is suggesting a closing price between $5.50 and $9 by the end of this week. Most of our current volume in contracts has been right around that like $8 to $9 range on a daily basis. And moving forward, some of the max pain for the next couple weeks going forward is in that $9 to $9.50 range as well, which is important to note. Let me give you guys a little bit of funky music, funky pizza kit. I always call them funky pizza productions. I want to call them funky pizza kitchen. I don't know why. Let me give you some of his music real quick here while I move some screens around, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Alrighty, starting with Ortex. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Utilization, day over day, dropping a fraction. We went from 48.58% utilization down to 47.54. On loan amount, still rising. Day over day, it went from 21.2 million shares to 21.35, so 150 million shares more on loan day over day. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise, but if it's going to rise at all, it's probably going to be like by 0.01, if any at all, or thereabouts. Let's see here what it's showing up as. Looks like it went from 10.18 to 10.2, so 0.02 is what it went up by. I'm estimating about 235 million shares in total right now, outstanding instead of the 198 million because AMC has sold shares in the marketplace. So we're looking at about, of the 150,000 shares, about a third of it was in new short interest, or 47,000 shares. That's going to cause, I mean, yesterday we had 1 million shares go on, new shares go on loan, and we still saw a rise in on loan average age per day. So my guess is that we'll probably see this still rising. Let's take a look at on loan average age per day. Oh, it didn't. We needed 2 days in a row for that, for me to count a 15-day timer, and we did not get it. So we did have some older positions that may have been closed out yesterday and refilled with newer positions. Not very many, because there was only 150,000 more shares, or 47,000 shares of new short interest. So, but the on-loan average age per day dropped from 24.07 to 23.19. And then our security lending volume day over day did increase. It went from 4.66 million the day yesterday. It's now sitting at 289.76. Let's check out and see what the spread is between the 2-year and 10-year yields. 10 years in gold, blue is the 2-year. Let's see, we got 4.855 for the 2-year. And the 10-year is 4.477. Yesterday, the difference was 0.415. It's now 0.378. So there's a narrowing of the gap going on right now. Funky Pizza, thank you very much for the music. Appreciate it. It's awesome, man. It's a great filler. I've got a simple moving average and a blue line down here just to kind of see where that's, and I've got it based off of like a daily time frame, like a 39 period, because I'm on a 10-minute interval. I've got it on a 39 period, and there's 390 minutes in a trading day. So I've got it on like a 1-day time interval for that simple moving average, and or period, I should say, not time interval, but period. So you can see that right now the MMRI is a little bit hot in contrast to the last trading days worth of movement. PPI gets reported today, guys. I just noticed I had my CPI page still open, so don't forget about PPI here in about, let's see here, I think it reports at 8:30, so 7:30, about a little bit more than an hour from now. A little less than an hour, I mean. VIX is showing up this morning. Future on the VIX is showing up for an open around 1543 and is down about 2%. That means most of our markets should be up this morning, and they are. They're up anywhere from 0.34 to 0.62. Seems about where it should be. Orders by Fidelity customers yesterday. AMC, this is actually going to just be the end of the day orders. This is not for the full day. The last 4 minutes of the day, to be exact. But let's see if AMC made that list, or GME. GME started off the day on the top 30 list and then fell off after about the first hour and a half or so of trading. AMC and GME did not finish out the day on the top 30 most heavily traded stocks. Again, do note, guys, as I scroll down this page here, how much retail is buying and compared to selling. There's drastically more selling than there is buying going on. A little bit more buying in the last buy orders that went through in the last 4 minutes. But for the day, as we were looking at it yesterday, there's only like 3 that were above a 50% buy sell ratio. That's the Star Trips for the day today on AMC at $7.26. There were quite a few shares this morning available to be borrowed, as much as 4.5 million shares. There was 100,000 shares borrowed late last night, so I'll include that in the amount of shares that were borrowed. It looks like they borrowed nearly all of the 4.5 million shares, right down to about 350,000 of those left. So we're looking at, let's just call it, because there was another 100,000 here. That's going to be 250 off of that, so 4.25 million shares borrowed so far for the day. Yesterday we had about 5.1. Fees are at 0.9%. Calls, we have 149.3 thousand contracts out of the money versus 14.1 thousand contracts in the money. 60.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 21.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Big bank movers this morning in the pre-market. Anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater is going to get a shout out for a change. And typically, I wouldn't expect to see huge moves in the pre-market on banks. So I don't really ever expect to read any of these off in the morning. And when I do, there's something exceptionally happening, exceptionally different happening. Don't see anything here to read off. Ethereum Classic is up 2.73 and trending up. It did break the trend right around here and has been heading up ever since. Big long trend up here. The US dollar is up 0.16 and let's see, is trending up. US dollar trending up, everything else trending up. This is very, very odd things going on right now. Actually, I almost might want to say this looks a little bit like consolidation currently, but oil, the overall trend is up. Oil is been traded in the pre-market by 22 shares so far, so not much of a trend to be able to see, but it is up right now in the pre-market 0.52. SPY is up 0.45 and gapped up in the pre-market and is still heading up. 451 was the magic number, I believe, that I told you guys that if it breaks past 451, the SPY could really take off up top, up north. But I'm expecting to see a turnaround at 451. If we don't get the turnaround, if it doesn't bounce off of 451 and head back down, there could be a possibility that we see the SPY running much, much higher. I don't know how much higher. If I were to pull this back out to a 4-hour, I would expect maybe a double top off of 457 as a possibility. Get rid of this. Even though this is a great call out right here, I'll never get credit for it, so there's no reason to have it up here anymore. Let's see here. There's a chance it breaks beyond 451. 450, yeah, 451.46 I think is the number that I got in here. There's a strong chance it could break beyond that. If it does, it'll retest 458, pretty much the top over here. And then if it breaks past 458, who knows what's going to happen. It could break all-time highs. I'm not expecting that, but there's some weird stuff going on right now. Some of you guys may have been reading that the numbers got cooked for the CPI data, and that there's no reason why any of it should have been. Some of the values that were presented in the report are fraudulent. and when I started looking over the data to confirm it, I was just sitting there looking at it. I was going like, I don't see how anybody could report that healthcare costs went down. It doesn't seem accurate, but maybe that's just me. I wanted to share a video with you guys maybe a little bit later that I stumbled upon that kind of breaks it down. Anyways, moving on. Maybe we'll watch that after I get done doing the numbers. In the pre-market, Tesla is up 1.89% and trending up. Amazon is up 1% and trending up. Cinemark is up 2.7 and actually has not traded in the pre-market yet. That's up from yesterday, 2.7. Doge is up 2.22 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 2.04, breaking the trend that it had, a pretty long trend here, and is starting to move back up again. I had suggested that we might see 34 by the end of, I think it was 34. Yeah, 34 by the end of this week. That's not happening. Everything is up right now, and it's just kind of weird. Things are very, very weird right now. GME in the pre-market is up. Getting a little bit of a boost in the pre-market up to 1388 and then coming back down and settling and consolidating right now at about 1342. Somebody was asking, I think earlier this morning, why HYMC was halted. There may have been a little bit of price fluctuation, and there was the reverse stock split that was going to occur at 10 to 1. So my guess is that that's probably the reason why the halt occurred, because if you look at it, there was a sudden gap down in price. So I imagine that's why it got halted. I mean, look where it was at. It was sitting at about 1.82, and then it suddenly dropped all the way down here to 1.811, and then got halted. Or I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. It went from, oh, these are the new numbers. These are the new numbers. It got halted. Let's see, when did it get halted? It got halted last night at 1942. These are the new numbers right here. This is after the 10 to 1 reverse split, right? So it was 0.186 and then suddenly dropped to, gosh, man, what would that be? 0.18. It dropped down to 0.01811. That's why the halt occurred. And so now that's where it's at. I'm sure the halt has something to do with the fact that the price dropped the way that it did with the news of the reverse split. It's kind of crazy. That's just nutty. The good news is that some of the bids that are showing up on the screen here for much larger numbers, I mean, obviously with it halted, I don't know if I would trust these. I don't know what it's going to open up at, but there's some numbers in here that don't reflect this number down here. NCMI is not traded yet this morning. Hood is up 1.29 and it is trending up. AMC is up 0.99 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day. Let's see here. What do we got going on? From yesterday, we had approximately, let's just call it $300,000 more outflow than inflow. 6,000 shares traded so far this morning. It's pretty low volume. On a 4-hour chart, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.62, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.86, which is below average. I'm sorry, I'm still thinking about HYMC. It's not below average, it's slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.26, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.23, which is average. Taking a look at the 1-hour time interval on the Ichimoto for AMC, with this price movement, on a 1 hour, we've started to move into the red cloud. That's not a bad thing, but it doesn't necessarily mean that there's going to be a whole lot of buying pressure kicking in. This is a point of uncertainty, and it doesn't actually... There is a pinching off of the red cloud going into tomorrow, which means that I would be more inclined to think that the price is going to run tomorrow than it is today. But the top of the cloud for the day today is at about 903, so 905 is going to be the target number. 905 or higher means that we should see some exceptional amounts of buying pressure. On a 4-hour time interval, we got... Oh, I didn't even talk about the lagging. Lagging lines above price line, conversions above base. Those are we've got the conditions that we need right now for buying pressure, except for the fact that we're in the cloud. Just need to be outside the cloud, and we should see the buying pressure kicking in on the top side. On a 4-hour time interval, the lagging line is below price line. Conversions well below base, and price is starting to head back up towards the cloud here. The top of the cloud, to see a breakthrough, we would need to see, by the end of today, we would need to see somewhere around $10.60, which I'm going to write down. But for tomorrow, this is why I would be more inclined to believe that tomorrow is going to be the price where we start seeing some upwards momentum. Breaking through the cloud tomorrow is going to be around $9.73, right? So $9.73 tomorrow on the 4-hour, and then on the 1 hour, we've got tomorrow ending up being around like 8 something. So tomorrow's looks a lot better than it does today in regards to potential for buying pressure starting to kick in. Plus, we got to get this lagging line above price line tomorrow. That would be 937 or higher, but that we'd be breaking through the cloud by that point anyways at 980. Conversion wouldn't be over base at that point, but maybe shortly thereafter, once we hit prices in maybe closer to the 10 range, we would see that conversion line driving upwards and crossing base pretty quickly. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. Currently in the pre-market, we are up 1% at $8.15. We have not had our pokey stick of volume yet. It's in about 8 minutes. I'm going to head back to the back of the big tramp for anybody who wants to join me. You're more than welcome to. And let's... I think I can do a price prediction today, probably this early in the morning. $8.75 is, you notice I have a blue line set up here for $8.75. That's going to be a synthetic price failure reset. Typically speaking, $8.75 is like it's going to be one of those numbers where we'll hit it, probably deflect off of it, hit it a secondary time, deflect off it a third time, and then probably break through the third or fourth time of hitting $8.75. Unless tomorrow we see, if we were able to see price driving up and closing very close to $8.50 today, the drive through $8.75 could be very, very swift and I almost hate saying swift now because of Taylor Swift, but it could very swiftly drive through $8.75 leading into tomorrow, since that is a key magic number for us on both the 4-hour and the 1 hour. It meets some requirements at $8.75, so we may see the test of $8.75 for the very first time today, which would be nice to see. That's going to be a full 60 cents higher than where we're at currently. That would be a pretty big drive for us. That would be a huge drive for us. I don't think we're going to drive that far. I would be more inclined to suggest maybe like an 8.46 close in that range. especially with max pain being 850. I think that's what I'm going to target is 841. I'm going to target an 841 close. So I'm going to go 691 to 991. That should give me a good range there. Nana Ape says, but with max pain, they won't try everything to beat us down. Absolutely. Absolutely. You can bet your bottom dollar they will. But don't forget that we started out the week at a $9 max pain. If they were pricing in a return to that $9 max pain, you could see price moving up, and then a lot of call options being created at like a $10 and $11 strike, and then on Friday perhaps maybe seeing like a max pain return of max pain back to $9, and in which case it would, it'd be closing very, very close to perhaps maybe by the end of the week to that $9 mark. That was what max pain was originally. Twisty says 668 to 968. Wonder did TB come in this morning and put in his price prediction? Let's see. I just see, as far back as I can scroll, I see Brian saying Happy Hump Day. Happy Hump Day. My wife likes that. She likes the Happy Hump Day. Happy Hump Day. It's her day off. Happy Friday. Let's see. I don't see TB in here anywhere. Just wanted to check and see. I didn't see him put anything in yet. $668 to $968, huh, Twisty? All right. Let me share this video with you guys. It's kind of a little bit of an explanation in regards to, I guess maybe not an explanation, but a breakdown of the CPI numbers, which I thought was kind of interesting. It's only about 6 minutes and 37 seconds long, but I thought it was interesting. The person presenting here is Chris Martinson, I think. Maybe I'm saying his name right. Maybe I'm not. I have no idea. He has 143,000 followers. And he has a website called peakprosperity.com. Interesting gentleman. I don't. This is the first time I've ever seen
Prosperity
him.
here with you.
But I think this is worth listening to. I'm gonna mute myself in the back of the big tramp here, just in long enough to play this, so you guys can hear the sound. Let me put him up on the screen.
Hello everyone, Chris Martinson of Peak Prosperity here with you. We got to talk about the inflation lies that just came out today. Let's go there real quick. The BLS, they really put the BS in the BLS. They have been, again, caught making egregious lies, and I just think you need to know about them because I'm tired of being gaslit. I'm sure you are too. So let's go there. This is the headline that we saw here. Happy times. The CPI, the inflation measure, that's what the consumer price index is. The CPI came in lower than expected, including the core measure rises at slowest pace in 2 years. Sounds good, right? not so fast. But before we get there, of course, this was a massive explosion in stock prices. Look at how they're just up huge, right? Immediate explosion. And by the way, the whole world was really happy about the U.S. inflation print. That's why this BLS number matters so much. It's used to drive markets. It's used to shape narratives. It's used to shape expectations. But look at this. The Dow Jones is up. The S&P 500 is up. The Japanese stock market's up. European stocks are up. The German stocks are up. Everybody's happy. Who else is happy? Bonds. Stocks and bonds. Bonds are up huge. Wow. This is a really important number. It drives massive amounts of behaviors and huge amounts of investment. So do we have this number right? The answer is no. So let's go there real quick. They said that out of every 100, just on this
I'm sorry.
Index, bonds are up huge.
Sorry. I want to make this a bigger screen for you guys so you guys can see it. Sorry. I just think it's important to see.
Wow. This is a really important number. It drives massive amounts of behaviors and huge amounts of investment. So do we have this number right? The answer is no. So let's go there real quick. Here we're going to expose the lies. Here's how the CPI is put together. You got to get a little wonky about this, but the devil is in the details, and it's good to know. Okay, so first up, what do we have here? We have Table 1. This is Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers, and it's broken up into a variety of things. So all items here, what do we see? Well, we notice that, let's see here. We have the relative importance here, which is, let me get my little drawing tool out here. So, oops, wrong one. Yeah, get my laser pointer. So the relative importance here, 100, all items, comes out to 100. This is going to be an important number to note in a moment. And they say that from October of 22 to October of 23, all items were up just 3.2%. And going further into this, we'll notice here that food is 13% of that 100. So if you spend $100, the CPI, the BLS people assume, well, you spent 13 of your $100 that you were going to spend on food. You spent $7.18 on energy, and the remaining balance on everything besides food and energy. Okay, so just on this item alone here, we notice that they're saying here that food was up 3.2% year over year. You know what? Editorially, if that were true, that means a $200 grocery bill last year would be $206.60 this year. Yeah, right. Everybody who's been to the grocery store knows this is an obvious and provable lie within your own life. You know that. We already know that. So that just right there, we're all done. But carrying on, we see that these things add up to this 100. So when you add 79.4 and 7.185 and 13.37, that adds up to 100. And within this, they say, well, food was up 3.3, energy was down 4.5%, everything else was up just 4%. I'm going to expose just one piece of this lie. It's so egregious, so stupid, so ridiculously bad that we will know with all certainty, and you will know just how bad this scam really is. Let's go here. The BLS says your health insurance costs went down 34% last year. Yeah, good God, right? Oh.
Yeah, I don't buy that one. I don't buy that our health insurance went down by 34%.
Oh my goodness. They said that out of every $100 you might spend, $6 went to healthcare on average for the average person. And you see here the weightings of this. Notice this too. The weighting of health insurance is just a 0.525. That means 52 cents out of every $100 you spent last year went to health insurance.
Bullshit.
That's not true for me, but I don't have company health insurance. I have to buy a plan. I can tell you that my health insurance did not go down 34% last year. It went up 14% yet last year, 24 the year before that, 16 the year before that, and I haven't seen this year's yet, but it's time to re-up my insurance, and I'm sure two things have happened with my health insurance this year. The deductibles have gone up, the quality and amount of things they cover has gone down, and the price has gone up a lot. We all know that's how health insurance actually works. So, by the way, here are some other things that Gooberment bureaucrats, and I spelled that, misspelled that intentionally, think you spend more on or as much on as health insurance. Remember, health insurance has this weighting of 0.52. Fresh vegetables has a weighting of 0.50, so they think you buy as much lettuce and tomatoes as you spend on health insurance. Other household furnishings comes in at 0.566, so they think you spend more on clocks, lamps, decorator items, indoor plants and flowers, dishes and flatware, and non-electric.
That actually might be the case. I think there might actually be people out there who are spending more on clocks, lamps, decorator items, indoor plants and flowers, dishes and flatware, and non-electric cookware and tableware. There might actually be more people buying more than that than they are in their health insurance. But that I still don't agree with the idea that we're spending 34% less than when we were last year.
Cookware and tableware as a combined grouping, because all of these add up to the 0.56. Yes, you, according to the government, spend more on clocks and dish towels than you do on health insurance. Oh, good God, it gets worse. Men's and boys apparel, you spend a lot more on that in your household. You spend 67 cents out of every $100 compared to only 52 cents on health insurance. So you're spending more on jeans and socks and undies than you are on health insurance. Or how about this one?
That's right, because boys only wear jeans, socks, and undies. But I'm just making fun, though. I agree with what he's saying. I just think it was funny.
Alcoholic beverages clocking in at a whopping 0.83, so you're spending roughly 50% more on alcohol, you alcoholics, than you are on health insurance.
There might be some truth to this. There might be a lot more in a depression type scenario in the economy. You may see alcohol numbers driving up massively, and I would tend to believe that this might be the case. I know personally, me and my wife have cut back on alcohol compared to what it was prior to, like right after COVID or during COVID. So I can't speak for the rest of the nation, but, the idea that people may be drinking more during a recessionary period of time, I don't doubt it. I could believe it.
That is the game that they play. It's a scam. It's a complete set of lies. If you don't like lies and you rather have common sense and like things to make sense, I invite you to come by peakprosperity.com. We use common sense. We dig through the data so you don't have to, save you time, and we've got a great community of people there. So with that, thanks very much for listening. We'll see you next time, and don't fall for the lies. But I already know you're not. What a shit show this is. Bye.
Yeah, I hear you, Chris. Chris Martinson is the name. I saw somebody post in here that they wanted, Brandon wanted a copy of that. Brandon, where do you want me to put it? Because I did retweet this out, and I don't know where else you want me to put it so you get a hold of it. But
hello, everyone. Oops. Chris Martinson of Peak.
Let me, what I can do is I can share the link right here, I guess, in the chat. There you go. In case you want to go see it, you can always go right to that link and see it there, I guess. But anyways, I don't really dive into those numbers to take a look at them, so I'm glad that he did. Saved me some work. But let me tell you, it sure didn't make any sense. We do have about 20 more minutes here before we get BPI numbers, which probably won't be any less lied about on numbers. I'm sure those will be a skewed showing of numbers. Let me pull up the page here real quick so I've got it ready to go since we do have it coming in a little bit. We did get our pokey stick of volume this morning coming in at 92,000 shares, but we really didn't have a whole lot of shares traded prior to that, which gave us like around 100,000 shares in total. I couldn't guess more than 10 to 30 million shares in volume for the day today, so that would be that's going to be my prediction. That's a little bit higher of a prediction than I had yesterday. Boy, man, when we started off the day yesterday, we had so much volume, and I thought, oh my goodness, there's no way that my 5 to 25 million share prediction is going to be good. And then we ended up only pulling for the day about 19.9 million shares traded for the day. So that 5 to 25 million prediction was not bad at all. This is why it's so important to watch those pre-market volume candles at 7 a.m. Well, my time, 7 a.m., 8 a.m. Eastern. It gives you an idea of the market. I think the market knows what it's going to be trading in volume minus any unexpected events that occur. So, but yeah, what was I looking at? There's something I was going to pull up here. I was changing something. Oh, PPI page, that's right. PPI. Throwing it up here real quick here just so you guys can remember what happened in September. PPI for September, final demand and advances 0.5 in September, goods rise 0.9, services increase 0.3. The producer price index for final demand increased 0.5% in September. That's not the current report. Prices for final demands, goods rose 0.9. Index for final demand, services advanced 0.3. Prices for final demand moved up 2.2% for the 12 months ending in September. And then the numbers that they have predicted for PPI for the day-to-day, I do have those in here. Year over year, they actually don't have a prediction for. So, but the final number that I'm showing here for last month, I think, let me see, make sure I get the right data. Yeah, previous month was showing at 2.8. I'm sorry, 2.2 year over year. I was looking at core PPI. PPI year over year was 2.2. It's this number right here. So we'll see what ends up happening today. There is no forecast. I'm going to guess. I'm going to make a guesstimate. I am going to guess 2.5. There's no way. I mean, I don't fully, I mean, I'm guessing that's what I think that's what's going to be reported, but I don't think that there's any way that that's the case. But I think 2.5 is what it's going to come out to. I fully think that the numbers are going to go up. I personally believe that the numbers should be going up so that if we were to see PPI, I would expect to see PPI around 3.1, but I have a feeling we're going to get a reporting of 2.5. Jenna says the health insurance number may actually be correct. The unemployed don't normally pay for health insurance, and since Obamacare stopped the fines for not carrying health insurance, a lot of people stopped subscribing to health insurance. Yeah, I thought about that yesterday as well, but I guess my argument to that would be is that just because you so if you have a problem, if you have a health problem and you don't have insurance, sometimes, not always, but sometimes those bills can actually be even worse for you, and you would actually end up spending more on your health than you would have had you had insurance. So, I mean, I guess to suggest the idea that just because people are unemployed that they're not getting sick, I don't think that's the case. I see where you're going with it, but I don't think I feel to believe that people are going to the spending money on healthcare less than what they were previously. I just don't think that's the case. But I agree with your last statement there. Health insurance is going up, but if the subscribers are going down, then it would make sense, need to see the whole picture. But not only do you need to see the whole picture, but you actually need to see what people are actually spending on healthcare, though. Well, they can. If you're saying if they don't have the money, they can't spend it on healthcare. They can. It's just on credit, and our credit numbers are going through the roof. So, people still got to go. People still got to take care of their health, regardless of whether or not they have a job or they don't have a job. Some people just throw it on a credit card. And then they commit to making payments and then don't. But that's still a charge, one way or the other. Even if they're not paying on it. That could be a possibility. I actually don't know how that would work. If they're taking on if they're taking the payments and then not making payments on that, is that still seen as spent or not spent? Because if they're not actually making the payments, then it may not be reported as spent. In which case, the numbers should be tracking how much is being charged, not what is being paid. Exactly. Medical bankruptcy, yeah. Those should be factors that should be accounted for. Frank says, I'm reading how the BLS measures that number. They are taking the cost the doctors are charging versus what insurance is paying. Insurance covers less now. They don't track what people pay out of pocket. Okay, well, that makes sense then. If people are paying more out of pocket, then that's a failure in how they're reporting the data. So the number's not right then. Yeah, Chris says, my daughter works in HR for a large company. Prices are up. It's that simple. So I actually gosh, I don't remember what year that was. 2 years ago when I took Bradley to California, when I drove him out to California, we stopped and visited his uncle, who happens to work for a very well-known healthcare provider, and I had a good conversation with him about some of the things that were occurring in the insurance industry. One of the things that we were talking about is that because COVID tied up hospitals and doctors so much, a lot of people didn't get regular checkups that they should have normally have gotten. And so he said that the health insurance industry was expecting to see a large rise in medical costs in the future because of the fact that because they weren't doing their routine checkups that they were supposed to be doing. They were going to end up having health problems that they were going to have to deal with later on down the road, and ones that they could have probably been mitigated had people been able to see specialists in a timely manner. And so he said you can expect over the next couple of years that the insurance rates are going to be going through the roof because they're trying to offset the prices that are incoming for a lot of that expected health problems that are going to be occurring. So, but he said, but they made bank. They made the insurance companies made absolute bank during COVID because people weren't spending as much money. And remember, some of these numbers are lagging numbers, right? They're year over year. So, he said some people weren't spending nearly as much money going to the doctors as they had prior. So the insurance companies were making tons of money, but the insurance companies were still going to be raising their rates because they knew what was going to be coming. The average cost for, so Frank says USA Today says the average cost for a family health insurance plan offered through an employer jumped 7% this year to $23,968, the highest rate increase in a decade. Yep, that's what he was talking about. He was telling me all about it. He was like, they're going to be increasing rates drastically due to the fact that it's just there's going to be more health issues going forward. People weren't getting. I mean, look, take me as a perfect example. I'm still running a temperature after 2 weeks of being sick. I went to the ER and they kicked me out of the ER and told me I just needed to recover. They didn't even fix me. I still don't know what's wrong with me, and I still got a temperature on a daily basis, and I don't know what's wrong. Apex, good morning to you. Good to see you this morning. We got about 9 more minutes before that PPI data comes out. Usually you guys get the information faster than I do. I've always thought it was kind of odd that you guys are able to get the information when I'm looking straight at the .gov, the BLS.gov page, its website itself. But you guys somehow manage to get it before I do usually. But I'll continue to watch this, and I won't go to break until I see some data here. Apex says, just getting up, I'll drop my predictions in about an hour. I would wait an hour too, because I might, based off the numbers that I see from PPI, I might change my numbers. Excuse me. Yeah, Apex, I'm kind of expecting something similar to yesterday. At least as of right now, that's what I'm expecting, but I got to wait and see what the PPI data is going to look like. Oh, did I take off my mute? Oh, I didn't. I'm sorry about that, Rex. Rex is back here in the big tramp, and I forgot to unmute myself. How you doing this morning, Rex? Good to see you.
Hey, brother.
You were probably like
All gravy, baby.
chatting at me, and I couldn't even hear you. I apologize.
Nah, you're good, brother. You're good. I saw the mute button.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know. It sounds to me though like they don't like the numbers that they're gathering are inefficient for sure. Roseanne, good morning. Darren, good morning. Charles says, plus the government subsidies are coming to an end. Did I post anything else out last night? I can't recall. Let me just check here real quick. I showed you guys the Bitpanda. I showed you the why the CPI numbers are jacked up. That's everything. Okay, that's everything. That's all I had posted. Jenna says, if you could only see how many times the nurses actually saved the day, it would scare you. Yeah, I've said similar things like that in the past. It was kind of funny. I had when I went to the ER this last week, I think I got there kind of like in between shift changes. And so I had like 2 different nurses attending to me and then the doctor. And the funny thing is normally in the past, I feel like I've always been able to tell the difference between the doctor and the nurses. I couldn't tell. The doctor came in and was acting like he was a nurse. I had no idea who I was talking to. I felt like I was telling my story over and over and over and over. It wasn't until he introduced himself to me that I realized he was the doctor. Whatever happened to the day when they all wore lab coats? Do they not wear the white lab coats anymore and to set them apart? I don't know. Five more minutes here. Let me check and see if there's any new news on AMC specifically that's come out. Any new hit pieces? Let's see what we got going here. 22 hours ago, we read this one yesterday. Bears are losing control over AMC Entertainment. Here's why. It's a buy now. That was posted out by actually Yahoo Finance. Posted this one. It was originally posted by. Shoot, I can't remember who posted the original. But it looks like Yahoo's... Oh, Zach's. Yahoo posted Zach's article. Then we've got 15 hours ago. Market Watch talking about AMC Holdings stock rises, but still underperforms the market. That's pretty much the news. Parrot, good morning to you. Yeah. Hold on one second here, guys. I gotta check something out real quick. If you guys ever, if anybody in the chat ever feels like nobody sees their comments in the chat section, I have had this happen on occasions where somebody will just accidentally, and it happens from time to time. Don't take it wrong. But if you feel like you've gotten put into the nobody can see my chat prison, let me know. Reach out to me in some way or another and let me know, because I can always go in and check and see or verify that you haven't been excluded from being able to make comments in the chat section. It happens. People put their phone in their pocket that are moderators and accidentally push buttons that they shouldn't push, and then somebody, next thing you know, they're banned from being able to talk. So if you ever find that you're unable to be seen, make sure you reach out to me and just let me know. Or if you were banned, reach out and talk to me. Maybe we can discuss things and get you off the list. I would hate to think that there's a way that we couldn't either resolve a problem or dispute or fix a problem that was a mistake. So reach out to me. Barry, your chats are visible. I see you. Jay, I see you. Yes. I can see JP. And Donkey Kong says PPI in 1 minute. Nana says, Jay, I can't see you. Petro, yes, can see you as well. Now everybody's going to be putting in, can you see me? Can you see me? Barry, no, I cannot see those. Where did they go? What happened to them? They're gone, Barry. They're gone. Somebody ate them. All right, let's see if we got the PPI data in here. You guys always come out with the numbers. I think it's hilarious how you guys always get the numbers long before the BLS.gov website brings them up. But you can see the market's already starting to move up here. We must have gotten some kind of numbers being reported. We're already starting to see a little bit of a jump. As a result, let's take a look at the SPY. How's SPY looking right now? SPY getting that little pump up here. Looks like it wants to move too. Definitely a lot of volume kicking in right there. 60,000 for that 1 minute. There we go. More pumping. All right, here we go. I got the numbers. I will copy and paste into the chat. Of course, it's too long. Producer price index for final demand fell 0.5% in October. Prices for final demand goods decreased 1.4%, and the index for final demand services was unchanged. Prices for final demand rose 1.3% for the 12 months ending in October. Let's see here. So what does that mean the final number is? Are they not giving it? Okay, it rose 1.3% for the last 12 months. So 2.2 to 3.5. It's got to be 3.5 because it was 2.2 previously. I think, wasn't it? I think I read it off earlier. It was 2.2. No, it was 2.8. It was 2.8. I was expecting to go to 2.5. I thought 3.1 would be more realistic. So 2.8. So it's going to go to 4.2. 4.2 should be the final number. Let's see here. I'm looking through the data right now. In case you guys ever want a link to this, I can give it to you for the PPI. It's a nice little quick link. Apex says, now is that good or bad, and why, for those afraid to ask? Well, it's costing more to produce, so it's going to cost us more out of our, if it's going to cost more to produce, then it's going to cost more out of our pocketbooks to pay for it. So I don't think it's a good thing, but it's, personally on the retail, not retail investor, but the retail, just people in general, it's not going to be good for them. Rising prices should help reduce spending. Like, people should cut back and not spend as much if that's the case, which means that you would, if that happens, then you would reduce inflation by seeing less spending going on. So in a roundabout way, it's good for inflation, or at least I think it should be good for inflation if people stop spending. Like, it should help to reduce demand.
Look at these shoes; they're so beautiful.
But it's not gonna help. It's not gonna hurt. It's not gonna help you in how much it's costing you for everything.
Oh my God! Look at that in the window. Don't you just have to have it?
I mean, Christmas is here.
Okay, 2.4% core PPI versus 2.7 forecasted consensus.
Wait, it's saying 2.4 year over year.
2.4 for year over year. Yes, sir.
Oh, that's up. Okay, well, it should have been 3 point something. Okay, well, that's kind of odd. I don't know why it's okay. So I was seeing 2.2 was what it was last month, and it's now 2.4. Wait, where do you get it?
Oh, month over month was 0.2. With the forecast was 0.2, consensus 0.3, actual is 0, flat.
Why does this say? This
know,
says
that's
prices
the
for final demand rose 1.3% for the 12 months ending in October.
Here, let me put my link in here.
That's so weird.
Put it here in the tab.
It does say prices for final demand goods decreased by 1.4%, and the index for final demand services was unchanged. Prices for final demand rose 1.3% for the 12 months ending in October. Oh, is that? Hold on a second here. Let me go back to the HTML here. What are you putting in the back of the Big Tramp?
Yep, it's in there.
Let's see here.
It's just the site I used, the columns actual there. Just scroll down from that page just a little bit. Or actually click calendar. Well,
Yeah,
wait,
I
no,
see it.
that's right, that's
No,
right.
I see it. I see actual year over year October. Actual was 1.3. Okay, so the year over year was 1.3. So it did drop. It went from 2.2 down to 1.3.
Is that the wrong number? No.
The consensus was 1.9. The forecast was 2.3. So they were expecting to go. So it's the opposite of that. How are they
I
suggesting
was
this?
saying core versus regular.
Yeah.
The core was, core was came under.
Well, so did so did just the year over year.
Yeah.
So it did go down. Wait a minute, I'm so confused here. They said
I think it's they all came in under everything. Food, energy.
All right, I'm totally missing it in the way it's worded. It's the wording that screws me up. Price for final demand when it says rose 1.3%, it's not. It's down. I hate the way they word these things. Price for final demand rose 1.3% for the 12 months ending in October. It didn't rise; it dropped. So yeah, that's not good.
Yeah. What article do you got, sir?
I'm basing it off the actual website for BLS. I posted it in the main chat.
Oh. Okay.
But if you when you go there, actually I can just show it on my page. When you go to that link, when you go in here, you can just click on like HTML, and it'll show you like the breakdown on it. It shows you all the information, talks about it, but I guess. So final demand goods, prices for final demand goods moved down 1.4% in October, the first decrease since falling 1.5% in May. A major factor in October decline was the index for final demand energy, which dropped 6.5%. Prices for final demand foods fell 0.2%. Conversely, the index for final demand goods, less foods and energy, edged up 0.1%.
Hedging.
Prices for final demand services were unchanged in October following 6 consecutive advances in October. Increases of 1.5% in the index for final demand, transportation and warehousing services, and 0.1% in prices for final demand services less trade. Transportation and warehouse offset a 0.7% decline in margins for final demand trade services.
It's the negative, positive, negative times 2 squared negative number that we're talking about.
So let's see here.
What?
total final demand dropped by 0.5. This is what I should be looking at when I look at this. Total final demand dropped by 0.5. That shows a decrease in buying.
Yeah, that's like the hidden number. I don't see that. They don't put that on this thing. Demand. Because it doesn't matter if the demand's being reduced. That's not a good sign.
Well, it's good for inflation. You want to see demand decreasing.
Okay, so we're still seeing bad news is good.
Yeah, but it's because cost is up. Energy.
Put that little fella in a box.
Change in final demand from 12 months ago. So it's down quite a bit.
Plus we're all weighing in the little short-term. I don't know how long the stopgap funding was extended for.
So earlier this morning I was suggesting a 1.5 decrease from the 2.2, but I felt like it should be up to 3.1. I think is what I said, and it fell even further than what I was expecting it to be reported at. I was expecting 2.2 to 1.5, and it went to 1.3. So that's big. That's a big drop.
You want to go to the bar, KC? Fed bar speech on 9:30 apparently.
Well,
another one.
These
guys are busy.
This might mean that they may consider cutting rates sooner than later.
That's what UBS was saying, right?
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. Let me pull up and see what it's actually being reported at right now. There's a 0.2% chance that they raise rates now. There was like I want to say it was like 19% chance. So now the chance of seeing any kind of rate hike is like next to nothing. Let's see here. We got a 2.1% chance at a drop in January. By March, we're looking. It looks like they're gonna hold steady. Almost a 30% chance by March that we would see a drop. But you can see that the idea of any kind of rate hikes going forward is almost dissipated to nothingness now, where there used to be a percentage there. This is showing
you don't want to go.
This is showing a rate. Okay, so the current target rate is 525 to 550. They're talking about dropping now as early as May. This wasn't. I think the earliest that we saw this beating out. The earliest that we saw a rate drop was, I think, July before. So it's now we're on a 2-month sooner pace here.
It's coming backwards.
Yeah. It's
so you want to go? They're not going to go. They want to speed up this drop. They want to speed up the drop to occur a few months earlier. So resilient. Everything's fine.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you got Buffett trimming his position. He's coming out of UPS or a shipping company. Yeah.
All right. I think I'm on a break.
I'll send you. I wanted to send us. I think we should add this clips to the soundboard of the Animal House movie where they go over the whatever that's not the principal, but he's like the dean or something. He goes over the grades. He says this the Mr. Oh, whatever the name 0.0. I love it. I'll send that over to you. All right. Have a good break.
Thank you very much. I will see you in a bit. Let's see here. Let me put up the message for you guys. We'll be back at, let's see here, 8:15, 15 minutes before market opens. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight in the orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
3, 2, 1, 0, 0.
Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right, guys, I'm back. We got about 12 more minutes here before market opens, and I just wanted to mention real quick here. I did have one of the reasons that I mentioned this earlier was that I had somebody who had reached out to me about their account, perhaps maybe having a chat block on, and I didn't see it. So what we're gonna do a little bit later after the intro and numbers, I'll probably before if I can get it in before numbers, and we'll probably do it, but I probably will be after the numbers. So after the first half hour of trading, once we get through the numbers, we'll go over we're going to go over together the list of all the people who have been banned from being able to chat in the chat section. Because I just found, believe it or not, Point Blank Thor, who had to create a brand new account. Point Break, you'll never guess what happened if you're here. I just found your account was in there, your old account. Every time I checked in the past, it was never there before. When I went through there this time, I looked and your name was there this time. So I removed it. So if you want to go back to your original account, it should be working now. All I can tell you is that I went through that list multiple times and never found your name in there. And now all of a sudden it was showing up in there. So I'm not sure what's going on, why it's doing some weird things, but it is. I can't really explain it. Apex is going 7.99 to for an average close, so 6.49 to 9.49. Let's see here. 6.49 to 9.49. That's the same price prediction he had yesterday. I have not seen TB in yet today. Has anybody seen TB around? I don't know if he's put in a price. I'm scrolling up here to see if he put a price prediction in earlier. I do not see a price prediction. Yeah, I don't see one. Let me see if he's in here. He's not here this morning. So what'll end up happening is one of two things can happen. I can either use his price prediction from the previous day, which is usually what I do for Eric. I should probably stick to that if that's going to be the case. If he's not going to be able to put in a price prediction, I'll just use whatever he had from the previous day. And then Eric has not given me a price prediction yet, but he usually waits right up until market open. I've got 691 to 991. Apex has 649 to 949. If TB doesn't put something in before market opens, he'll be 665 to 965. Which means that so far, of all the people who have their price predictions in, there is a 10-cent spread between all of us. We'll have to see what Eric puts in here. Trioon says, I'd love to see 8.5 plus by the week's end. It's a possibility. Yes, first timer says failure to deliver data is in, but it's only the last half of October's data that they put in. They did not show the first half of October's numbers. Real Rugged says, I'd love to see 40 plus by the end of the week. Who wouldn't? I think most of us would probably like to see that. I don't think I'm going to change my prediction for the day-to-day. I think with my price prediction, I'm kind of targeting... What am I targeting? I can't even remember. 841, which is a significant increase in price day over day. Let's see how much of a change that's going to be. Maybe I should. I might need to claw this back a little bit here. Day over day, that would be a change in price by 4.2% up for the day. It's kind of high. Can we do it? Yeah, because really that targets 831 as well, and that's only a 3% increase in price, which would be just slightly more than what we had from yesterday. I think we can do it. I maybe should change it down just a hair, but I'm gonna keep it. Mainly because I want to target 850 as a possibility, even though it's a stretch. Yes, I did, Ned. Ned, I suggested some major volatility, and I thought it was going to be in the markets going down. As of right now, it's in volatility going up in the market. So 30 days ago, today is the 30-day mark of the volatility increase or spike that we saw on the VIX. And I was suggesting that we would see some major volatility 30 days out from that day. And 30 plus 2 is what I was actually targeting. So that's today's date, and I said plus or minus 2 days because I wasn't sure. It could be 30, could be 30, 35, somewhere around there. So I'm basing off of like 32. Sorry, that's 34 days, sorry. So I was kind of targeting 30 to 34 days beyond that spike on the VIX. And but we're seeing the volatility to the top side. That doesn't mean that we can't come back down again, but what it does mean is that we should be seeing higher quantities of volatility in the marketplace. What does that mean exactly? It means that instead of seeing 1% or less in changes in the market, we should be seeing somewhere around like 1.5 to 2.5. And yesterday, for example, if you take a look at yesterday's movements on the SPY, actually the last 2 days, if you look at the last 2 days in price movement on the SPY, there was a let's see. I guess in the last day it was a 1.94% increase. So we got that volatility starting up one day prior to what I was suggesting. Now, I still think the idea behind the volatility doesn't necessarily mean it has to be up or down. It could be either, or it could be both. You could see some large amounts of volatility that goes up, and then you could see high amounts of volatility that goes down. I'm kind of expecting a bounce off of 451. If it breaks past 451 on the SPY, which we'll talk about later this morning, we could see the SPY go much, much higher. So I'm really looking for that bounce off of 451.46, right around that point. But yeah, this is the week for the volatility for sure. Tim says Ortex just tweeted. Yeah, they put in. So I just announced just a little bit ago that we got the last half of the data, not the first half. So we got October 15th through 31st, I think, or maybe it's 16th through 31st, and we're still expecting to see the first half of the month, which didn't happen. Let's see here. Ruby Dooby, good morning to you. Do you think that the price increase in market upward trend, or do you think it's upward movement for the offering coming to a close? I mean, last time AMC took about 5 days before they said that they had completed the share offering. So I think it was the actual dates. If we go backwards in time and we look at it, the actual dates were the 6th, I believe, through the 14th, if I'm not mistaken. I think the 14th was the day. So if the 6th was the first day of the share offering and they filed on the 14th, it's possible they would have been done 2 days beforehand, so maybe by the 12th. So there would have been about 3 to 5 days worth of share offering, or I guess share distribution from the share offering that would have occurred, which means that, if this is the origination date of the selling of the shares and the end is here, then you're looking at 3, 6, 7 days perhaps of trading that will transpire before we see an announcement from them again. And we know that this last time that they told us that they were doing the share offering, I think it was, I don't remember the exact day. Let's see here. Was it the 9th? I think it was the 9th. Yeah. Oops. Yeah, I think it was the 9th. So we're on day 4 right now. No, day 5. We're on day 5. So perhaps maybe by, let's see, we're on day 5 right now. Maybe by Friday we'll get a filing by AMC perhaps. All right, guys. I'll see you on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now on Ascent.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. in every line. Marvin sang of the joy and pain. He opened up our mind, and I still can hear him say, oh, talk to me so you can see what's going on. Say you will sing your songs forevermore, evermore. Gonna be some sweet sounds coming down the night shift. I bet you're singing proud. Oh, I bet you pull a crowd. Gonna be a long night. It's gonna be alright on the night shift. You found another home. I know you're not alone on the night shift. Oh, you found another home. I know you're not alone on the night shift. Jackie, hear what you're doing now. It seems like yesterday when we were working out. Jackie, oh, you set the world on fire. You came and gifted us your love, it lifted us higher and higher. Keep it up, and we'll be there at your side. Oh, say you will sing your songs forevermore, evermore, evermore. Gonna be some sweet sounds coming down on the night shift. I bet you're singing proud. Oh, I bet you pull a crowd. Gonna be a long night. Alright on the night shift. You found another home. I know you're not alone on the night shift. Gonna be some sweet sounds coming down on the night shift. Oh, on the night shift. I bet you're singing proud. Oh, you're singing proud. Oh, I bet you pull a crowd. Oh, yeah. Gonna be a long night. It's gonna be alright on the night shift. On the night shift. You found another home. I know you're not alone on the night shift. Gonna miss your sweet voice, that soulful noise on the night shift. On the night shift. We all remember you. Ooh, the songs are coming through.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. That's where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. So this morning's title for the day today is Tokenized Units Changes Nothing. It just hides losses. Some of you guys out there were kind of looking into the tweet that I think that I put out yesterday, or maybe even saw it someplace else. I don't know which. It doesn't really matter. One way or the other, you saw it. And I see a little bit of fear in the community about this, and that's okay. Let's talk about it. You know what? We've been seeing this kind of stuff happening for a really long time, And really all it tends to do is hide the losses for an institution that's made a bad position. And so I got this from Samuel Clemens last night. He said Bitpanda, with a similar product as FTX, they just created this same product today for over 200 stocks, ETFs, and commodities. They are future contracts, and Bitpanda is referring to it as an AMC preferred equity unit. And so, anyways, this exists. Because this is not in our stock market, it is not a publicly traded security, I can say this. Watch out for this. Stay as far away as you possibly can from this. This is essentially picking up the garbage of any other institution out there that is putting out garbage contracts that they want somebody else to take the risk for. Be careful. Be really, really, really careful on this kind of stuff. This is not something that is AMC securities. Do not confuse it for something that's supposed to be an AMC security, as it is not. So be very, very careful. And I will say that as financial advice. Tokens is not where it's at. It's just not. If you want to buy an asset, then buy it in the market. Don't be trying to look for quick fixes. Quick, cheap ways to get in at lower prices elsewhere. It's not the way. Let's see here. Also, I kind of want to play this video one more time. I played it earlier this morning, and there was this gentleman by the name of, what was his name? Chris Martinson, PhD, who put out a video. It's about a 6-minute long video that I think is worth listening to in regards to the CPI data from yesterday. So please endure a 6-minute and 39-minute video here where he talks, 6-minute and 39-second video where he talks about some of the reporting that is disingenuous from the BLS. And let me play, because his words are way better than I can possibly put it into words. So I'm going to let him do that work for me. So this is again Chris Martinson. I did retweet this out. I will post this up in the chat in case you want to find a link to it. But let's watch what he has to say here. Let me turn the volume up for you guys. All right, here we go.
Hello, everyone. Chris Martinson of Peak Prosperity here with you. We got to talk about the inflation lies that just came out today. Let's go there real quick. The BLS, they really put the BS in the BLS. They have been, again, caught making egregious lies. And I just think you need to know about them because I'm tired of being gaslit. I'm sure you are too. So let's go there. This is the headline that we saw here. Happy times. The CPI, the inflation measure, that's what the consumer price index is. The CPI came in lower than expected, including the core measure. Rises at slowest pace in 2 years. Sounds good, right? Not so fast. But before we get there, of course, this was a massive explosion in stock prices. Look at how they're just up huge, right? Immediate explosion. And by the way, the whole world was really happy about the U.S. inflation print. That's why this BLS number matters so much. It's used to drive markets. It's used to shape narratives. It's used to shape expectations. But look at this. The Dow Jones is up. The S&P 500 is up. The Japanese stock market's up. European stocks are up. The German stocks are up. Everybody's happy. Who else is happy? Bonds. Stocks and bonds. Bonds are up huge. Wow. This is a really important number. It drives massive amounts of behaviors and huge amounts of investment. So do we have this number right? The answer is no. So let's go there real quick. Here we're going to expose the lies. Here's how the CPI is put together. You got to get a little wonky about this, but the devil is in the details, and it's good to know. Okay, so first up, what do we have here? We have Table 1. This is Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers, and it's broken up into a variety of things. So all items here, what do we see? Well, we notice that let's see here. We have the relative importance here, which is, let me get my little drawing tool out here. So, whoops, wrong one. Yeah. get my laser pointer. So the relative importance here, 100, all items, comes out to 100. This is going to be an important number to note in a moment. And they say that over from October of 22 to October of 23, all items were up just 3.2%. And going further into this, we'll notice here that food is 13% of that 100. So if you spend $100, the CPI, the BLS people assume, well, you spent 13 of your $100 that you were going to spend on food. You spent $7.18 on energy, and the remaining balance on everything besides food and energy. Okay, so just on this item alone here, we notice that they're saying here that food was up 3.2% year over year. You know what, editorially, if that were true, that means a $200 grocery bill last year would be $206.60 this year. Yeah, right. Everybody who's been to the grocery store knows this is an obvious and provable lie within your own life. You know that. We already know that. So that just right there, we're all done. But carrying on, we see that these things add up to this 100. So when you add 79.4 and 7.185 and 13.37, that adds up to 100. And within this, they say, well, food was up 3.3, energy was down 4.5%, everything else was up just 4%. I'm going to expose just one piece of this lie. It's so egregious, so stupid, so ridiculously bad that we will know with all certainty, and you will know just how bad this scam really is. Let's go here. The BLS says your health insurance costs went down 34% last year. Good God, right? Oh my goodness. They said that out of every $100 you might spend, $6 went to healthcare on average for the average person. And you see here the weightings of this. Notice this too. The weighting of health insurance is just a 0.525. That means 52 cents out of every $100 you spent last year went to health insurance. That's not true for me, but I don't have company health insurance. I have to buy a plan. I can tell you that my health insurance did not go down 34% last year. It went up 14% yet last year, 24 the year before that, 16 the year before that, and I haven't seen this year's yet, but it's time to re-up my insurance, and I'm sure two things have happened with my health insurance this year. The deductibles have gone up, the quality and the amount of things they cover has gone down, and the price has gone up a lot. We all know that's how health insurance actually works. So, by the way, here are some other things that government bureaucrats, and I spelled that, misspelled that intentionally, think you spend more on or as much on as health insurance. Remember, health insurance has this weighting of 0.52. Fresh vegetables has a weighting of 0.50, so they think you buy as much lettuce and tomatoes as you spend on health insurance. Other household furnishings comes in at 0.566, so they think you spend more on clocks, lamps, decorator items, indoor plants and flowers, dishes and flatware, and non-electric cookware and tableware as a combined grouping, because all of these add up to the 0.56. Yes, you, according to the government, spend more on clocks and dish towels than you do on health insurance. Oh, good God, gets worse. Men's and boys apparel, you spend a lot more on that in your household. You spend 67 cents out of every $100 compared to only 52 cents on health insurance. So you're spending more on jeans and socks and undies than you are on health insurance. Or how about this one? Alcoholic beverages clocking in at a whopping 0.83. So you're spending roughly 50% more on alcohol, you alcoholics, than you are on health insurance. That is the game that they play. It's a scam. It's a complete set of lies. If you don't like lies and you rather have common sense and like things to make sense, I invite you to come by peakprosperity.com. We use common sense. We dig through the data so you don't have to, save you time, and we've got a great community of people there. So with that, thanks very much for listening. We'll see you next time, and don't fall for the lies. But I already know you're not. What a shit show this is. Bye.
All right. I got to give him his little plug. You know, I feel like there's no way I'm going to let the guy talk his entire video away and not allow me to have him have his plug. That's kind of courtesy thing for playing his video on there. But I think that's well put, and I didn't even look at the numbers yesterday to see what made sense and what didn't make sense. I feel like the energy costs going down, I don't feel is very accurate either. I do think that there was higher energy costs at the beginning of the year that may have fallen, or that's not what I mean to say. Higher energy costs that would have been in 13 months ago that would have fallen off, that would have made it look like it was a drop in energy, a drop in energy. But I don't know. I'm not seeing it. I feel like we're paying more right now on energy than we have before, and yeah. Anyways, Albert says, "Well, Casey, I'm spending less on food, energy, and gas. It's because you're not spending." That would be my guess. Is you just aren't. You don't have it. And that might be the case. But anyways, yeah. 8 more minutes until we take a look at the numbers. Let's see here. I feel like there was one more thing I was going to talk about. Somebody did ask me about putting together a list of shares borrowed versus returned. And since I'm putting it together for them personally, I'm going to share it with you guys probably tomorrow because I don't have it completed. I only got I was pulling data from 2021 going forward. I only finished the first year last night, so I still got 2022 and 2023 to put together. But I'll share that with you guys. I can give you the preliminary results. Is that as of right now on AMC, because of the way it's being reported, there's actually a net return of 52 or so million shares, more than what's been borrowed. Now, part of this you have to remember is that Ape was a big part of this, and I can't actually pull the data for Ape anymore. Believe it or not, they've wiped out that data, and I can no longer see it. So I can't pull that data to correlate why that's the case. But when Ape transferred over to AMC, there was a big shuffling of some of the numbers, and it makes it look like they've returned more shares than they've borrowed, but only because of that, the Ape transferring over to AMC. So there's a caveat in here, and I'll explain it to you when I show you guys the data going in tomorrow. When you take out that Ape and AMC transfer value that they plugged in there, it makes it look like they actually have borrowed way more shares than they have. Let me see what the data is here. I could probably tell you if I take that one data point out. I already jacked up the screen. Let's see here. Yeah, I can't. It would have added. Let me see. Let me crunch the numbers real quick. It would have, if I took that number out from Ape transferring over, because remember guys, that Ape was 1 point something billion shares, right? It would be the equivalent about 122 million shares more loaned than borrowed when you don't account for Ape in there. So, but because of the way it's being reported right now, and it's looking like they returned more shares, but it was really just Ape being transferred in. So we're at like 122 now. If you add a 0 to this, then you obviously will see that it's a much larger number before the reverse split. But 122 million shares more borrowed than returned as of this point in time would be a massive quantity of shares, considering the fact that there's probably only around 235 million shares in total. So you have to kind of take some of these things into account when you're looking at these numbers, and we'll cover that probably tomorrow. It's just kind of a little bit of a teaser into showing you guys what I'm going to present. But as it stands right now, I'm going to head back over to the back of the Big Tramp, even though it's only for about 5 minutes before I do the numbers. Gentlemen, I'm back in here. Good to see you. Rex and Real Rugged, how's it going?
Going good, Casey. Good morning. How are you?
Not bad. I'm doing all right. Let's see here.
Little late.
What's that?
Thank you.
I was saying my class were a little.
Correct.
Your what?
He's doing class. Maybe he said he's in class.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure what he's saying. Let's see here. Dr. Zaya says, I feel like we're missing something. How far back did you go? I went to back at the beginning of 2021. Obviously, I can go back further than that. I can actually go back to, I think, 2019. But the only data that I was asked to pull for was 2021 going forward. So that's the only data that I pulled. If you do go back I can pull the data for the rest of that information if need be. If you really want me to pull that, I can make sure I put that up. But for the reporting for the information that I was requested for, I'm only pulling from 2021, January 2021 to current. So there would be a lot more if we went back to 2019. But I'm going to be breaking it down by month so you can see what the difference is per month. And then also the numbers, you have to remember that they've all been converted to represent a reduction by 10x to account for the reverse split. Raleigh Vermont says, Casey, where are we going with AMC today? I suggested a 841 close for the day, but I'm kind of targeting like anywhere between 831 and 851 for a close. That's what I'm targeting. But it's not financial advice. I don't know for sure.
Road rallying is pretty popular in Vermont. You got the Subarus, the rally cars, pick them out. They have a little fun up there.
What's that in reference to?
I was just saying that those who are into motorsports with rallying, rallycross kind of thing.
There must be a side conversation I don't know about because I didn't see
No, well, it's just a thing about when I go up to Vermont, anyways, because I tend to go up to Vermont every couple months, or at least I was. Well, my father was sick and stuff, but they had a lot of VWs, Volkswagens, Subarus. It's just sort of the crunchy style there. I'll put it that way. You see a lot of Austin in Vermont.
Really?
Also, yeah.
Huh.
Especially as you get near Burlington. Well, you can kind of have a fine divide. In Vermont, you kind of you're out in the woods, and you can have, I see here, Raleigh, Vermont's talking about, yeah.
I've been to Vermont once when I was younger for skiing. I think that's where I went to Sugar Bush to ski.
Uh-huh.
I think Sugar Bush is in Vermont, if I'm not mistaken. I also went to Crazy Horse, I think. I don't know.
Crazy Horse? Is that in
maybe it was
west?
Maybe it was Thunder Horse, Thunder. I don't know. It was something having to do with like a horse. I feel like maybe it was Thunder Horse Mountain or Crazy Horse. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Were you good at skiing?
I mean, I feel like that's like. I mean, how do you
Did you spend more time on the skis than you did on your ass?
Oh yes, by far. Yeah, when my parents did it right. They did it the right way. The very first time that we ever went skiing, they took us up for like a week-long ski trip, and they got me lessons, beginner lessons to start off with. And before the week was over, I was in the advanced class that they had, and at the end of the week for the advanced class, they had a slalom race. And I had it, and I didn't tell you guys this part of the story, but I had a broken arm when I went skiing. So I was in a cast in my broken arm. I think I was 10 years old at the time, or right around 10 years old. And at the end of the week, they had this slalom race on a intermediate hill, and so I was skiing with one pole. I couldn't hold the pole in the other hand, and I ended up winning the slalom race in the advanced class. So, and that was after the first week of skiing.
Badass.
So I had a lot of fun, dude. I really enjoyed skiing, and I was hooked. That first week was enough for me, and that's when my dad took me out. They decided that we were going to go to, I can't remember the name of the mountain. It was like Thunder Mountain or Thunder Horse or Crazy Horse, something like that. And he took me to. It was supposed to be a more advanced ski, whatever you call it. Ski. It's not a resort. It's just. It's not a resort. It's just a mountain. Yeah, a mountain. Yeah. And so we went on there, and that was actually probably some of the best powder skiing I have ever had in my entire life. I've never seen any powder like that ever again. It was so beautiful. It was like top of your shins, almost knee high powder that you could ski through. I don't even really quite know how to explain it, other than the fact that it was really soft. But you could still manage to curve your way through it, or carve your way through it, and it was so beautiful.
It is a life. Can be. There's a lot of people just go up there and that's what they do. They'll get a job. You get a job as a prison guard somewhere nearby, and then you just spend the rest of your day skiing, or you work to live, not live to work.
Somebody's asking me if it was kicking horse, rocking horse, kicking horse. Those don't sound familiar. Let me look and see here.
Something with a horse.
I think maybe. Hold on, I'm looking. Let me see. I'll figure it out here. And watch it end up being something completely not related to horses whatsoever.
I hit my head in upstate New York, a small town of Saranac Lake. I was younger, and that's where my mom's side of the family's from. I hit my head on the tree. No, this is back then we weren't wearing helmets, though. It explains a lot of my sayings on live on air, of course. But
the hitting of your head does?
Yeah. Oh man, yeah. This is in 6th grade. I was just going down a little side trail, a bunch of moguls, boom, 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 and I just kind of lost track, went off. Bam! Oh, it was like this worst feeling of like, even for several minutes afterwards, I just felt like my head. It was just a bad feeling. Went to the local hospital. I was okay, but then I had to still go back to school. Ooh. And like, because I hit a tree, I had like the skin of my face was like a big scab. Like, it was awful to be that age and have to go to school with that thing, and everybody's looking at you like, what the did you do? Yeah, give me some credibility, I suppose, but wear those helmets.
But we never had helmets growing up, though. Like we didn't. We literally had no helmets whatsoever.
Yeah, I should probably be wearing mine now, but it's
okay. So I'm looking. I know we were skiing at Sugar Bush, and the only thing that I see around Sugar Bush is Mad River Glen.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing it must have been Mad River Glen, but I thought it was called something horse, or maybe it could have been that maybe one of the trails was called horse or something like that. I don't know, but
yes,
I remember.
I'm sure that's possible.
I just remember there being something related to horses or something, and so, but it had to have been Mad River Glen is where we went, though.
Okay.
Because it's the only other ski resort that's close by, and
yeah, is it Waitsfield? Let's see here. Where's
my parents took us to a bed and breakfast. We stayed at a bed and breakfast the entire time that we were there, and That's where we were introduced to real maple syrup.
That's all I do. That's all I do here. People are like,
Yeah.
"Oh, the hell is that?"
Real maple syrup is not the same thing. If you have never had real maple syrup before, you have no idea what you're talking about, because it's nothing like regular maple syrup that you buy in the store.
Damn right.
And it was so good that my parents bought like a crate.
Yeah, that's how to do it.
It wasn't. It really wasn't a crate. It was like 3 jugs. I think they bought like 3 gallon jugs of it to take home. And never to this. We had so much of it for so many years that I never want it again ever in my life. I want the regular.
Oh, really?
Yeah, give me Mrs. Butterworth any old day of the week, or Log Cabin, because I just.
You want Aunt Jemima?
Yeah, I can't go back to the real deal. It was too much. It was too intense for too long.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's an OD, bro.
Yeah.
Watch Super Troopers.
I can't do it now.
Raleigh, Vermont. I forgot what area he said he was in, but I used to. Both my wife and I both went to colleges up in Vermont, and spent a long time, and especially around Chittenden County, which is Burlington. But unfortunately, I know we're off topic here a little bit, but unfortunately, Burlington, Vermont is turning a little bit into. Oh, that's right. He's in Waterbury. Waterbury's freaking awesome. That's where I stayed all throughout my time with my dad. Was back in June. But anyways, unfortunately, Burlington, Vermont is turning into like a little bit of a mini Portland, Oregon. There's a fairly extensive drug challenge there.
Funky Pizza says, "What's the biggest difference?" And I'm not sure if he's referencing the syrup or not. But if I
a thickness.
Yeah, it is the biggest, because the real maple syrup is real runny. It's almost like water.
It's still sticky.
Yeah.
So it's
so
like if you were to pour Jemima, right, you could see a strand of it, almost like a goo.
You'll never get drips. Let's put it this way: you'll never get drips out of your Mrs. Buttersworth syrup as you're pouring it. Not like you do with a regular, but it does not taste the same. No, it doesn't taste the same at all.
The viscosity is different, right? It tastes like corn syrup. Corn syrup, like I can't swing that way. I just can't.
It tastes like maple. I don't know how to
so artificial maple has like a
brown sugar taste almost, maybe, right?
I guess, yeah.
Ish.
True.
Kind of like a dark brown sugar. I don't know. But I don't know.
Suggest Funky Pizza. I suggest they order a small bottle and
go small.
Have some fun.
Go small. Frank says, "Was the run called Panther?" I don't think so. I don't know, man. I just remember there being something about Crazy Horse. That's all I can remember. But I was 10 years old at the time, so that's forever ago. That's a lifetime.
Waterbury is beautiful. If I moved to Vermont, I'd love to live near Waterbury and Stowe area. That's exactly where Raleigh, Vermont's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Real estate there it's very expensive, but it's just really nice because you're not really in like the Burlington city part, and it's not like Burlington's like a huge city. It's not, but you go downtown, and it can be a little bit of a scene. But like I'd probably bring my kids there. I have brought them there. It's just they got to get things in check. This opiate challenges that we have through in our country is still a big challenge. Besides market challenges.
I'm looking for a website for Mad River Glen. I can't find one.
Yeah, they're in Waitsfield. And Mad River, the river itself has some beautiful swimming spots, like water holes where you jump in. And Karen wants to know how AMC is doing today. I get it.
Yeah, it's time for numbers. It's time for numbers.
Here, I got you. Let me pull it up.
There, I'm looking for... All right, let's take a look at the numbers, guys, and see what we got going on here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive access, you might want to do that, as you never know. You never know when something's going to happen to your primary device, and then you're just SOL if something does happen. So set that up, have the backup with the backup, and you'll be good to go. Let me move a couple pages around here real quick, and we will take a look at these numbers, starting with me moving some pages. All right, here we go. Starting at the top left-hand side, remember this is not going to be this is not financial advice. It's just simply 4 apes who are trying to guess the price prediction as close as we possibly can on a daily basis. Here's what I got for the day today for price predictions. We do have 2 guys who were unable to put in price predictions today, so they're going with the same numbers from yesterday. I've got 691 to 991. Eric has 683 to 983, which means that he cancels me out for a bonus point for the day today. Apex has 649 to 949, and TB has 665 to 965. We got Twistio also came in earlier this morning, put in a 668 to 968 price prediction. Remember, that's not financial advice. We're just trying to guess what we think the price is going to be for the day. Short exempt volume, 224.4 thousand shares yesterday in volume. It was like a little over 1,000 shares more in short exempt volume. Utilization was slightly down to 47.54%, even though there was more shares loaned out than there were returned. It still ended up bringing utilization slightly down. Day-over-day price increase was a 2.15% increase in price. Max pain remained at $8.50. And then let's take a look at some of this off-exchange and CBOE EDGX data. By this time of the day, normally I would expect to see about 44% going through those exchanges, through the off-exchange, and EDGX would be about 10 to 11%. They're a little bit elevated right now, which is part of the reason why we may be seeing a little bit of a decrease in price. The combined total of those two, which I can't do math right now for some reason, is 61.46%. That's about 7.46% more volume going through those exchanges than normal, and could help to explain why we're seeing a downwards momentum in movement and price. CHX volume for the day today is at 100 shares, nothing unusually large going on there. GME CHX volume is 996, nothing unusual there as well. Taking a look at, let's see here, options. No, institutional ownership. Earlier this morning, when I read off the data to you, institutional ownership was at, can't find my page, had dropped quite a bit to 89.725 million. Remember, we're expecting to see this number drop to as low as somewhere between, I'm guesstimating somewhere between 14 million to 20 million, somewhere in that range. As of right now, it's earlier this morning it was 89.725 million. It's now being reported at 82.584. Why are we seeing a dip in this? If anybody asks, make sure everybody knows, because I'm finding out that just because I'm letting you guys know why things are happening doesn't mean everybody knows why things are happening. That number's dropping because nobody reported the conversion, the reverse split numbers like they should have in the institutions. And now, because the quarter is finally over and they're reporting their new values, we're seeing the new values that reflect that reverse split number. So that's why we're seeing this number drop as drastically as it should. It should have been, I feel like this should have been reported a long time ago, but they just report quarterly, so that's what's happening. Today is the last day for that reporting, by the way. we should see that number drop quite a bit. I'll be surprised if it stays over 20. Well, I'd be surprised if it stays over 30. Moving on, taking a look at options. Highest amount of volume so far in call contracts for the day today is coming in at a call strike of $8.50. That is approximately 50 cents lower than what it was from yesterday. We have 3.3 thousand contracts at 8.5. And on puts, highest amount of volume is coming in at an $8 strike. That's where it was yesterday, and there's 4.9 thousand contracts there. Market is suggesting a closing price by the end of the day today somewhere between $8 and $8.50. Utilization day over day, slightly dropping. Let me make this up a little bit bigger here for you guys so you can see it. Utilization dropping day over day from 48.58% to 47.54%. The on-loan amount did increase, though, day over day from 21.2 million to 21.35 million, meaning 150,000 new shares in loan shares. That's going to obviously increase the estimated short share interest of the free float by 0.02 is what it increased it by, from 10.18 to 10.2, which means that Ortex is estimating that about 47,000 shares of that 150,000 was in new short interest. Taking a look at on-loan average age per day, it didn't continue to drive upwards. It did go back down with those, which means that there might have been some older positions that were closed out yesterday, and with a price movement upwards. And that number dropped from 24.07 down to 23.19. Security lending volume day over day increased from 4.66 million up to 5.98 million. We're actually going to get rid of all the rest of this information on the page, because guess what? We finally got failure to deliver data in for the last half of last month, and we're seeing a little bit of a spike here in those failure to delivers. Failure to delivers were up to about 177,000 shares when we started to see a spike in price starting to move up, and then you can see as price was moving up, the failure to delivers immediately came back down. That's for the second half of October. We don't have any data for the first half of October to report or show. How does this compare to, for example, CHX volume? Because I've mentioned to you before that CHX volume is usually where they return shares at some point or another. So if we come back in the history here and we look at CHX volume and the quantity of CHX volume, we can look right away. We can look and see if there was a specific date where we saw a large increase in CHX volume that occurred that might correspond with this date here. So October 27th is right here. And I don't see a large quantity of shares being returned during that period of time. I do see one more recently, right here, and it is close to that 177 value of 148, but I do not see anything on this list here that represents or something, a quantity that would be similar to that. It's kind of interesting. Normally the correlation was there, and it's not now. I do not see hardly any CHX volume until this most recent one right here, which would have been on 11/10. Yep, I don't see anything big in here. There is one other thing we can take a look at. Let's look at returned shares. Also, we'll take a look at new shares. So there was a little bit of a spike in about 5.3. So there was a little bit of spike about 3 days prior to this failure to deliver. A spike in shares on loan just prior to that. So the new shares is down here, but the return shares, this is on loan returned, did spike a couple days beforehand. So I'm not sure. This is showing up on October 24th. We already looked at the CHX volume for October 24th. Maybe that might be the day that we would be looking for a spike in volume going through a different exchange. And I'm looking at percentages right now. Give me 1 second. I'm just looking for an exchange that might have had an exceptional amount of volume that went through it in contrast to normal other periods of time here. I don't see anything that jumps out abnormally. What did volume look like for that day? It's pretty normal. I don't see anything that jumps out at me here. I see nothing. The only thing I see here is that the amount of shares that were returned a couple days prior was elevated compared to the amount of shares that were borrowed for the day. That's the only thing I see. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I got nothing. Drawing a blank on this one. MMRI. Starting to see a little bit of a spike up here again on 2-year, 10-year yields, which could mean that we're going to see the market head the other direction. We went from 289.76 this morning to 293.65. It's a pretty big jump there. Risk is back on. 0.378 was the spread between the 2-year and the 10-year, and you can see on this rise right here on the 2-year, 10-year yields, you can see that it's already quite a big difference between the 10 years moving up faster than the 2-year. Earlier this morning when I looked at the spread difference, it was 0.378. I'm not going to run it again right now, but it might be narrowing even further, the spread between the 2-year, 10-year. Let's see here. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. As I scroll through this, it's always good to look and see the buy-sell quantities. Do we have a buying retail market or a selling retail market? And there's quite a bit more selling here than there is buying. AMC and GME are not on the list, though. And I am expecting low volume today on AMC. SSR trigger for the day today is at $7.26. There's 850,000 shares available to borrow. So from earlier this morning, the amount of shares that have been borrowed looks like about 50,000 here and another 50,000 here. So another 100,000 shares borrowed this morning from the 4.25 million borrowed earlier. So we're now at 4.35 million shares borrowed for the day today. Fees have gone up to 1%. We have 149.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 14.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 60.7 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 21.7 thousand contracts that are out of the money. NASDAQ is up 0.57, Dow Jones is up 0.43, and the S&P 500 is up 0.5. We have 4,310 advancers to 1,550 decliners. The market is advancing over declining. and cooking with bacon grease right now because it's looking hot and tasty, that's for sure. Taking a look at big bank movers for the day today, anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater of a move will get a shout out. Coinbase is up 5.9%, FRC is up 25%, Silvergate's up 11.11%. Charles Schwab is up 2.5, or at least it was. It's now 2.48. And that's it. Those are the biggest of the bank movers. Ethereum Classic is up 2.51 and trending up still. Actually, it's kind of moving into a period of consolidation after having been on a trend up. DXY, or the US dollar, is up 0.35. As I mentioned, the 2-year, 10-year yields were up, and so is the US dollar. That means the market should be heading down. Oil is up 0.78 and trending slightly up right now. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.63 to 0.72. And after an initial gap down this morning, are starting to trend back up. SPY is up 0.55 and trending up. It's gonna test that 451 I was talking about. This is where I'm expecting either a bounce or a big breakthrough. One of the two. I'm not sure which. We'll see. But 451.46 is that number. It's a strong level of support and resistance that we've had from the past. Very, very strong. Let's see here. VIX is currently showing down 0.99, still consolidating. Didn't really had a little bit of a gap up this morning initially, and then a gap down. But still, I'd still call this. It's on a slight downtrend, but for the most part, kind of consolidating since the beginning of yesterday when it gapped down. VBR is up 1.35 and trending up. VB is up 1.46, trending up. Tesla's up 2.26 and trending up. Amazon is down 0.51 and trending down. Cinemark is up 1.01 and trending up. Doge is up 1.38 and consolidating, maybe moving into a downtrend. It does look like it broke the trend up, moving into a slight downtrend. Bitcoin is up 1.81 and still trending up. GME is up 2.87 and trending, consolidating. HYMC is up 2.39 and looks like it's kind of consolidating currently. NCMI is up 1.03 and trending up. Hood is up 0.96, trending up. And AMC is up 0.99 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today. We have approximately $1.3 million more inflow than outflow. 5.04 million shares traded so far for the day today after approximately 59 minutes worth of trading. We are on a pace for 33.31 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares, and I think we're on a good pace for that. On a 4-hour chart, there is currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 37.01, which is below average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.81, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.08. Actually, just changed to 52.62, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.06, which is just slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval for the Ichimoto, we are in the cloud of uncertainty. And we don't break through this. If we were to just trade sideways from here on out going into tomorrow, we would not break the cloud until after market open tomorrow. The lagging line is above price line and conversion is above base. That's all really nice and dandy. The problem is that we've got such a large cloud here that the only way that we're going to see some big buying pressure kicking in for the day today is going to be if we break $9.05, which would put us above this cloud. The lagging line looks good. The conversion being above the base looks good. We're just not going to get a whole lot of buying pressure in the cloud in here because there's a little bit of uncertainty during that period of time, and it looks like that uncertainty doesn't end until tomorrow. So you're going to see a little bit of a wavering of price movement. On a 4-hour time interval, lagging lines below price line, conversions below base. Price is trying to work its way up towards this thinning portion of red cloud up here. Obviously, if it was going to break through the cloud today, it would need to be at a price point somewhere around $10.60 by the end of the day. That even at 1060, it still probably wouldn't get the conversion across the base, but the lagging line would be over price line. Actually, it wouldn't. I take that back. The big strong buy signal is going to have to be above 1110, so like 1115. I wrote 1060 this morning. I should have put 1115. So the 4-hour chart's still saying needs a little bit more time down where we're at before we get some big movements. Just a little bit more time. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the big tramp. Good morning, good morning. Thank you, thank you. Pirate, good morning. Doug, good morning.
Morning, my friend.
How was your night last night?
We have had no less than 26 hours of uninterrupted rain. Very unusual. Just a steady and not particularly soft, just a real steady, consistent rain. So I'm sure that's good for the water table here, but it's made for a dark and gloomy past few days.
That is unusual.
Yeah, and I don't mean intermittent, like stops and fits and starts. I mean consistent. I think it went 22 hours before it even kind of let up. Seems to have passed now. We're just seeing some high winds and gray clouds, but no, we get spoiled with blue skies here, so it's always noteworthy when we see protracted nastiness like that.
Yeah. I was just talking with somebody about who lives in the Northwest just last night. That's kind of one of those things that happens, and if you live up in the Northwest, it's just constantly raining over there. I mean, it's just you know there's somebody who's not from the area when they carry an umbrella, because nobody if you're from there, nobody carries umbrellas because it's just like it's always raining anyways. What's the difference, right? So it's only on the really rough days that they're carrying umbrellas, but. Anyways, I saw that ISX put in here any failure to deliver data. Yes, we got the failure to deliver data for the end of October, but we still have not received the data for the beginning portion of October. No reason why. Don't know. Pirate, do you remember when we were talking? I had kind of mentioned this to some of the people in the back of the Big Tramp. I don't know who all was there, but and Big Show, welcome to the back of the Big Tramp. I see you back here. There was a period of time where I had talked about like perhaps giving some people an opportunity to be able to have a chance to come back and talk in the channel again. We could call it like a Ape Amnesty Day or something like that. And
presidential pardon.
Yeah.
Mass presidential pardon. You empty out all the.
Well, I thought about emptying them all out, and then I thought, no, what if we actually reviewed them together and we said like, yeah, let's give this person another chance, or maybe that person's not even supposed to be on the list. Like, how the heck did they get there, kind of thing. So I thought it'd be kind of fun to just kind of peruse that really quickly so everybody can see it. So I'm going to do that. I don't have
any specific thoughts on the mechanism by which you do it, but I was fully supportive of the idea that I'm a big believer in redemption, and some people in the heat of the moment, tempers flare and enemies are made unnecessarily, and it's never a good thing. So I'm a big believer in mending fences and building bridges, regardless of how you decide to go about it. I'm a big supporter of the idea.
Mm-hmm. You guys will get to see.
I think I mentioned to you once before. I don't see how it can be too dangerous, because anyone who is a malcontent or means to just be disruptive in any way, they'll show their true colors almost immediately, and it's just as easy to put them to revoke their parole, if you will. So I don't see a downside for us. I think it could be a positive thing.
Yeah. Andrew says, I have no clue how to get to the back of the big tramp. You need to get an invite to Discord in order to get there, and I can give that to you if you contact me, Andrew Morgan, through in the bottom left-hand side. Well, it's not there right now, I don't think. Well, I've got this current screen up, but when I have this screen up, in the bottom left-hand side of the screen, you'll see I've got a Reddit account and a Twitter account. You can contact me on either one of those two, or on Discord, I'm just AMKC. You can contact me through that if you want to. So just reach out to me, and I can get you a link to get in there. But let's go over these names here real quick here, and if anything jumps out at you guys as being maybe an incorrect, should not be there, that's probably the ones that I'm going to be looking for the most as I scroll through this, but you guys you'll see them as I go through. If you see somebody on here that should not be on here, please let me know, and I'll slowly scroll through, just so that there's no not trying to hide anything. You'll see it if it's there. But like there's one earlier this morning I found.
What's that their name? That was just kind of foreign language or something.
I don't know.
What is that?
It was likely an account that came in and was probably shoving. There was a period of time where we had a bunch of accounts that would come in and advertise like nude websites. And so I would
these are blocked sites.
I would just instantly ban them, and so more than likely they probably changed their name at some point, and it's now that. So, but yeah, Jimmy's back.
What was that? The lose what?
Tits.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's reference to another YouTuber.
Yes, I think yes.
Chan, I think, changed. Chan and then Flat Earth changed his name to many different things, and so you're going to probably see a lot of names that ring a bell at some point or another in here.
Have a good day, son. Try to learn something.
There's Mr. Well. Okay, you know him.
Yeah, I think Jason Patsis was another one of his pseudonyms as well.
Jason
pseudonyms.
I missed it. I didn't see it.
Part of an axis of evil. These people find themselves on this list.
See, like this one, Love Chat XYZ, best adult dating site.
That one was everywhere.
Yeah.
You get the ban. Look, there's 290 more. We've been busy.
It's kind of entertaining to roll through them though, because it brings back some memories.
Okay, naked.
Recollection of a little verbal sparring.
Wait, Rugged, wasn't that your old account?
It might have been. Actually.
Which one?
What?
The XYZ nude.
Yeah. I thought you were saying well hung. That would be most likely me.
Mr. Content had some good input on this subject. He said that anyone who was banned probably moved on, or they took the time to reach out to KC to have their privileges reinstated. And there's probably some truth to that. So I wouldn't be surprised that if you do like I said, a mass presidential pardon and release all these guys from their ban, that a lot of them won't return anyway, and that might be a good thing as well.
Yeah. Now, just remember, guys, it doesn't mean that they when they're banned, it doesn't mean that they can't watch. It just means that they can't talk.
I've seen DJ Ola's name on there. He was a pretty steadfast supporter for a long time with AMC. I'm not.
DJ Ola.
I'm a little curious to see him on the list. Yeah, scroll back up a little bit. I recognize that name. He he has been a pretty steadfast supporter of AMC for a long time. So unless right there on the left-hand side of your screen,
Yeah.
That's curious that he's on there.
I mean, like I said, there could be people on here that shouldn't
yeah.
be on here because they could have been an accident, and maybe he didn't know how to reach out to me. So I can get rid of that one. There we go. We got one.
Yeah, I would definitely. I find it. I need to know why he was on there.
Pardon these turkeys.
What about Jesus United Church? I know he used to come in. Did he say something that was specifically wrong? I don't know if. Like, I never had any problem with anything. He would come in, like usually in the mornings and throw out something. Did he say something? I don't know. I can't remember if he said something specifically.
Louis' world, Guy's world. I think he got into it with you one day. But
No, the Jesus United Church.
Oh, okay.
I think I don't recall what happened there. We'll get rid of that one. Meat jacket. There's one in particular I'm looking for. Hey, look, there's Sam Bankman-Fried.
Okay. Stuka. Okay, we all know Stuka.
Let's see here. I'm looking at the list over on the right-hand side. I think they should at least have to do 2 hours community service.
Pick up garbage on the highway with a red jumpsuit on.
Yeah. Bill Buttlicker.
Okay, that's a nice name.
Yeah.
This list compiled like alphabetically, or is it
No.
chronologically from the time they were sentenced to the netherworld? Is that how it works, or is it just randomized?
I think it's chronologically. I've never been able to figure it out because there's sometimes where I feel like, they just recently got the ban, and when I search, they're at the top. But then there's sometimes where I'm like, oh, they recently just got the ban, and then I search for them, and they're at the very bottom. So I don't know what AMC pepperoni.
No logic to it.
Is that our AMC pepperoni right there? Is that
Where?
Is that? I see AMC pepperoni. Is that our pepperoni, or is that a different pepperoni?
It can't be the same one, is it?
Yeah, it's me. I changed the name.
Oh, you want me to get rid of you off of here? You want me to take it off?
Take it off, Casey.
All right, taking it
Why
off.
would you take it off? What do you want to take off?
They have your name. We have your name on a do not fly list here. How did you end up on a bad boy list? You don't even know.
I have no idea.
It's because they put pineapple on there. That's
yeah.
why.
Yeah.
You're off now.
That makes this whole exercise worth it right there. Can't have pepperoni on there, man.
Got a call from the governor.
Valued member of the tribe now, man.
Oh, I remember.
Hey, Casey, I got a question when you get a chance.
That's it. We're at the end of it. Yeah, what's up? What's the question?
I think last night maybe you were in there when the person did the live video. I don't want to say who it was, put them on blast or anything like that, but their rationale with the selling of the shares, we buy them and there's like a fixed price so they can't be sold. They were doing it on a whiteboard. Do you remember that?
I know who you're talking about on a whiteboard because I saw it on Twitter, but I don't think I was in there when that occurred, and I don't think I've watched it either. But why? What's up? What's going on?
I thought I saw you in there. Your thing popped up. Maybe it wasn't. It was an interesting concept to me.
I didn't watch because I think I did click on a link that I didn't think it was live, but if it was live, then I might have jumped in for like a fraction of a second and then left because I accidentally clicked on it. I wasn't really trying to go in and watch, so I mean I don't mind saying who it was. Was it Soika?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know. I just didn't want to call him out or anything.
No, I did step in there for that for like a fraction of a second, and I was listening maybe for like a minute or more, and then I left. But I wasn't trying to. I hadn't purposely clicked on it. When I did click on it, I was like, I watched for a minute and then left. So nothing. I have no idea what was said.
No worries. Hey, and furthermore, y'all were talking about the underwear yesterday, and I was dying laughing. And he needed something dry. So if he'd have went to eBay or Goodwill and got some used undies, it'd have been okay because somebody suggested a sock.
Yes, the age-old question: whitey tighties or boxers? Billy's asking. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm tired of seeing in my own drawer CK underwear, Common Client. What if there's be KC underwear, like KC? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, KC1.
Yeah.
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 Billy says, anything happened with that $1 test membership yet, Casey? I have not received any kind of confirmation that my $1 has been refunded to me. I know there are people who have claimed that. I did put in my membership number when I went in there and put it in. I know some people did not. But I'm not sure why I haven't had mine refunded yet. They can keep it for all I care. It was just $1. Who cares? I pay more for a Coke nowadays out of a vending machine than it's not a big deal.
Hey, one last thing about the undies. If you haven't tried the Shinesty underwear, it's a game changer.
Shinesty? Is it like silky underwear?
Shinesty. Well, they're kind of silky, but they got like it cradles. You know what I mean? It cradles.
My wife bought me a pair of those. I didn't like them at all.
Like sacks.
Yeah, I didn't like that. I hated it.
Mm-hmm.
Too much friction.
Okay.
Who's got time for underwear, man? That's too fancy pantsy for me.
Yeah, it was
free balling.
Yeah, I didn't
it's
like
the
those.
Cadillac of underwear. It's having a good suspension there.
Yeah, I understand, but the friction was not good.
The angle of the dangle.
It was. It all.
Yeah,
had
but what brand was it?
I'd have to go upstairs and pull it out and look at it and see. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Go upstairs, pull it out, and look at it.
Yeah, I don't wear them though.
Pull it out. Make sure the camera's off. Thing.
Yeah,
I don't care if you see them. It's not that big of a deal.
Let's go. Hey, let's all go field trip up to KC's underwear.
Yeah, she bought me one pair just so I could try it out and see if I liked it, and I was like, nope. It took me all one day of chafing to figure out that was not a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Shinesty ones are a little different. If you got the Hanes or some of the shine, they're a little further down on your leg, so you don't have the chafing.
Well, I think that different pairs would probably be different, so I'd be up to trying a different one. Yeah.
I just wanted to add that my sound, it's not on the soundboard yet, so I would
Yeah,
like to know when we'll have that. Will it be in like 2 weeks or something like that?
yeah. Let's go with 2 weeks. Because the guy that owns this Discord's kind of a lazy guy sometimes. And when he gets done at the end of a 9-hour day and decides that he's not going to get back on his computer again, so give me some time. Give me some time, and I'll get it up there. Somebody, Papa Max says, does the list even work if Pepperoni is on it yet? He is allowed to talk today. So that list is just who is able to chat in the YouTube chat. It has nothing to do with Discord whatsoever. What app or website is Casey using right now? So this is not meant. Whatever I use on my screen is not meant as an advertisement. So, but I am using Webull currently, and it's just because the aesthetics of Webull, to me, are much more appealing than TradingView. I think TradingView is a much more robust platform to use than Webull is. But I like to think of it as in terms of like comparing like an Apple iPhone versus an Android of some sort or another made by whoever. And it's where like an Android phone has like tons of options and it is open sourced and all that kind of stuff, and you can do tons of stuff with it. Webull's more of a platform that's very cut and dry and plug and play and much more simpler to navigate through. So, but way less options. So pick and choose what you want. There is no platform out there that's the right platform to use to view stocks. So just keep in mind that it's whatever is best for you. I don't even make trades through Webull at all. I mean, that's not true. I shouldn't. That's a little bit of a lie. I have used Webull in the past. I don't currently use Webull to trade. But I still like aesthetically. It's appealing to me. So that's why I use it.
I do agree. The interface, especially on mobile platforms. As far as mobile device, I can't stand looking at Thinkorswim on my phone or any of the other apps. It just doesn't.
Yep. Yeah, I'm the same way.
Yeah.
But I'm not trying to sell you on it at all.
No,
that's not what the takeaway.
And they have a lot
be.
of sometimes those game-ishy kind of like little things. Spin the wheel.
Yeah, yeah, those are annoying, aren't they?
Yeah,
those are very annoying. Which you don't get, by the way, on the computer. I've never had those pop up on the computer before. Right. At least I don't think I have.
No, it's
I always felt like the phone apps were like using a hunting rifle with iron sights. I mean, you can do it and be successful, but why not use a scope? Why not use some optics? So I prefer at least an iPad, and if I can, at least a desktop. But I understand it. People need to be portable these days, so I get it.
Yeah.
Edward, welcome. I just came across you due to a college class that has me using StockTrack for classwork. My portfolio is sitting at a 8.5% return. When is a good point to sell stocks, percentage return wise?
Give that financial advice.
Yeah, unfortunately, Edward, I can't give you financial advice. I'm not certified to be able to give out financial advice. What I would suggest to you is that there's a lot of different trading indicators that will help you to determine, or should help you to determine, when a stock price is perhaps peaking or about to have a reversal in the other direction. A lot of people would suggest that you perhaps maybe take profit on the way up in normal situations. So there's a lot of different trading strategies that are out there, and the internet's a great place to look that up. But I'm unfortunately not qualified to give you that kind of trading advice.
Casey, what's the average? Do you know what the average approximate annual return is of, like S&P or?
I don't know what the average is,
11%,
but my this is kind of, ever since I've been trading in the market, I've always kind of viewed like a 4 to 6% increase per year as a good, like a really good pace, especially if you can maintain 4 to 6 through a bear market, then you're doing really well for yourself. Because you got to remember, right? Like some years you're going to have 12, 16, maybe even 20% increases in value year over year, right? Whereas some years there's going to be a bearish market, you might have losses of 2, 3, 4%. When it's all said and done, if you can manage to maintain for 2 decades, a 4 to 6% gain year over year, then I think you're doing pretty well for yourself. But you have to count for bear markets, because if you don't and you're just counting the years where it's a bull market, everybody makes money in bull markets. Nobody's making money in bear markets, right. and it's you have to average it out. If you're not including those bearish years, then you're fooling and deceiving yourself for how good you are at making trades.
Casey, I read somewhere, I don't know if it still holds true, that over 100-year time span, the market's about 10% per year. But like you said, if you get caught in a 3-year downturn, that's a little comfort to you. But it's another of the old axioms of how you time in the market beats timing the market. If you just pull up a 100-year chart or 75, 50-year chart, it's up and to the right, and it's an average of 10% a year. And I can be happily set on the right path if someone could dispute that.
I've had 24% years before, easily, maybe even 28%. Somewhere, I know I've had like runs. Yeah, but
big bull market. Yeah.
But then 2 or 3 years later, you have like a 6% loss for the year, right? And then you have to count that in there, right? It's part of the data tracking. You can't just count all the wins. That's not how it works.
It's another example of how old money and big money has such an advantage, because they don't need that money as part of their day-to-day lives, so they can put that money there for even generations. People talk about generational wealth. That's how it's done, because they don't see it as a checking account that they can go draw off of periodically. It's just a part of their lives. It stays there, and then over time it becomes a juggernaut.
Yeah.
Now, do you guys think in terms of returns, like if let's say you bought a stock and it was up 10% in a month, right? Mm-hmm. Would you annualize that, or would you just
no?
You know what I mean? It's like, because
why?
You know what I mean? Sort of.
You need more questions in there. You like how long did you have it? Were you holding it over a year before it exceeded 10%?
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, you just how
you just got into.
Yeah,
that's another thing where most questions about the stock market can't be simplified to if then that, because there's so many things that can individually affect a decision. There's like at a minimum 6 to 10 questions you have to ask before you can answer a question like that.
But if you're just holding it for 1 month, I don't think you can. No. You got in for 1 month and you want to annualize a 10% return?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, yeah. So I mean, it's sort of like some people. I think sometimes people hold for the moon, not of course with us, but in other plays, it's like, well, I just bought this, 2 weeks ago, and I'm up 10%. I want to be up 40%, but wait a minute, you have to factor in kind of how long have you been actually holding it for, So I don't know.
TB says
you have to have like a ton.
TB says none of my messages were showing up today. I had to make a backup account. I hope this works. Where I'm seeing you right now. I'm not sure what your account. What was the name of your account prior to TB? See, this is why I'm saying I feel like YouTube's doing some weird stuff right now. Like I have another person who said that they can't be seen either, and I haven't changed anything.
Jing Swan, Jimmy Gao. The reason I deleted your message is because it was just a blatant lie. AMC's it was not on the verge of being delisted. So we give a broad latitude here. You can come in and say anything you like negative, and you put your theories out there. What you can't do is just come in here and lie. So try to be a little more factual on anything, whether it's negative or positive for AMC. But now you know.
Also, Edward's asking, with the things going on with the big banks not hiking interest rates, what do you predict? Well, the Fed does the rate hikes, but what do you predict the market will do? I'm still of the opinion that the market's gonna trend down. Where are we at today? I haven't even looked at the SPY recently. Hold on. There's a 451. There's the magic number. It's really doggone close here. Let me get my line up there. So this is such a politician's answer. 451 is a massive level of resistance right now. If market can break through 451.46, there is a potential for a bull trap on the way up here. Like you might see it run really fast and hard above 451. And then it may have a very sharp reversal in the downtrend, but I am expecting lots of volatility, and we certainly started seeing the volatility kicking in probably within like the last 2 days worth of trading, and so yeah, I think my overall prediction is that the market's going to trend down. I don't think that we're done with this recession. We haven't seen the 2-year, 10-year yields normalize. We haven't seen them drop massively. And that typically is one of the first indicators that the full, big, hardcore portion of the recession is going to kick into play. And that hasn't even happened yet. So this upwards momentum there's a lot of different things that are going on here. But in regards to that last portion of what you wrote in there, let me see what it was. It said, what would you do with your lost stocks these last 2 days? It's such a loaded question. I'm probably going to stay away from answering that. I'm gonna probably stay away from answering that question. I will say this. I'll give you a little insight, since if you're new to trading in the market, I will give you a piece of advice from my past. If the market suddenly drops out on you, and it sounds like you're young because you're taking classes, what I want you to remember is that history has a way of repeating itself. Typically speaking, markets recover. It takes time, but you're young. And if you don't have a need for that money in the near-term future, and you get caught in a situation where your positions are losing money, but the companies are okay. Let's just say that you're invested in something that's a good company, but the market as a whole is just trending down. There is nothing wrong with holding that position. You can reinvest other money that you want to in the future into the marketplace, and try to continue to make money off of that future money that you're investing. But that money that you've got in there, it can make a recovery, and you don't actually take losses until you sell. So if you look at it from a long-term perspective, and I'm talking like 10 years, a decade's a long time, if you can manage to stop and not look at your shares in that one particular situation, provided the company stays a good company and you weather out the market, in the long term, you should do okay for yourself. The market tends to trend up over long periods of time. So just remember that you accept losses when you sell. And if you try to reposition yourself to try to make more gains in a bearish market and the market continues to move down, you will continue to accept more losses. And when you try to chase the money in a bear market, you end up being a loser. So just keep that in mind. I don't want you should invest your money how you see fit, but do note that the markets do, over long periods of time, tend to trend back up again, eventually. Just means
our investment is the best thing. Look at AMC. We were up, we are down, we are up, we are down, and we are down again. 2 weeks.
That's right, 2 weeks. You can always average down on a position too. That's always something that's worth considering, especially if you think that the company if you think the company's a strong company, has great fundamentals, then sure, stick it out. Maybe average down on your way down, and pick up some more positive gains for when the market does turn around. But it's gonna be rough, man. Welcome to investing in a bear market. It is probably one of the hardest places to start investing, because you learn some of your best lessons the hard way. But they will be lifelong lessons.
Hard.
They will be lifelong lessons, and I have no doubt that you will learn from them the first time if you do make the mistakes. Yeah, so you're trading. Edward's saying he's trading paper money. So that's good. Do me a favor. Stick with that for 6 months at a bare minimum. Stick to the paper trading for 6 months and see how you do. Remember that if you're making just trading securities or commodities, that's one thing. If you're trading paper and you're doing it on options trades never turn out the way they do on paper. So just remember that, because you will look like a hero on paper for options, and you will look like a zero when you actually put your money into it. So don't consider anything that you get out of paper should be for knowledge based only, not on performance. But there is a big difference between trading paper and trading money, and so a lot of that sometimes is based on psychology. You will probably tend to be more emotional about your real money investments than your paper money investments, and that's where people make big mistakes. But keep it up for like 6 months. See how long you can maintain those positive earnings over a 6-month period of time. And if you're doing well for yourself, start small. You don't have to start big. Everybody wants to start big, right? Oh, I'm going to drop $1,000 in here. I don't know what's a big number for you, but some people go, oh, I'm going to throw in $1,000 for my first try here, and it's like that's their first, and $1,000 happens to be how much they're. And I'm thinking back to the days when I was a kid. $1,000 was your rent. Don't start out with your rent the first time. There's no reason why you have to do that. Start out with $100. See how you do with $100, and if you can do well with $100, then graduate. Little tiny baby steps. You've got time on your side. You're young. You're going to school still. There's no need to make financial decisions that are going to alter your life for the future. Start small. Tactical Review says, it's my birthday tomorrow. May I request the Big Show for opening song? Hold on a second.
I like the way you think, Tactical Reviews. I like the way you think, my man.
Hold on. I gotta see this. The Big Show. Hold on. Let me see. First off, Tactical Review.
Hot damn.
Do you have a YouTube channel? Tell me if he says yes or not, because I can't see the channel, or I can't see the chat.
As of yet, he hasn't answered. So
I feel like I've been watching a lot of YouTube videos lately with tactical review stuff. That makes me wonder if I've seen your YouTube channel. Let me put this in here. The Big Show.
he says yes. He said yes, kind of. So
let's see here. The Big Show entrance video. I've got who's it done by? Is it Crank It Up, The Big Show, or what is this? What am I looking for?
I think it's the entrance music.
The Big Show entrance video? No.
The theme song to it, at least.
All right, I'm gonna play it. You tell me if this is it.
Well, it's a big show. Oh, it's a big bad show tonight.
Is that it? I think that's what it is. And he says, "Yep." All right. Well, we can try. No guarantees, because it does say WWE Crank It Up, the Big Show 9th theme song. Chances are they're probably going to not want that played on a live stream, and they'll probably try to hit me with some kind of censorship for it, but I'll give it a try. You never know. Maybe it'll work.
I must admit, I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. So.
You made Pirates Day. Edward, that's a great plan, man. Sounds like you're doing good for yourself. TB, I see you. I'm not sure why you're having a problem, but I do see what you're writing. Is it time? Oh my gosh. We talked right through numbers, didn't we? My goodness.
To be fair, we've been later than this before, but yeah, you need to do the thing.
Yeah. All right. I'll take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So all those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. I couldn't even talk while I was like going in my ears. Let's see here. I don't have to do two-factor authentication. Let's see what we got going on. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 60% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Currently, we got 50.41% going through off exchange, EDGX at 10. No, those are last hour's numbers. There's no way that's the same. How those are the same numbers? All right, they're the same numbers. 50.41% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 10.24. The combined total on that 60.65%, or almost exactly what you would expect to see by this time of the day. CHX volume is 2,255 shares, nothing unusually large. GME CHX volume 996 shares, also not very large. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there's approximately 16,000 shares having been returned for the day. That value is now showing up as a return of 81,000 shares. It's not very much. That's going to keep the estimated short share interest, the free float, pretty close to the same. It's showing up at 10.19%. Cost to borrow min is at 1.9%. Average is 2.12 and max 2.65. Those numbers are up a little bit. Total amount of shares on loan right now is at 21.35 million shares. It's a 150,000 share increase day over day. Ortex estimated about 47,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at the options, highest amount of call volume this morning was at an $8.50 strike with 3.3 thousand contracts as of an hour ago. That number is now 4.8 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of volume is at an $8 strike. An hour ago, there was 4.9 thousand contracts. It's now 5.1. That means the market's suggesting a closing price somewhere between $8 and $8.50 by the end of the day. Edward, I'm going to throw one more thing at you. It just came to me. I don't know why. Don't get a big head. Don't get a big head thinking that you're the man. Always be willing to learn from somebody else and take in new ideas. Don't think you know it all. At some point, you'll probably stumble on that. That's another big failing block people run into. All right, next one here. 293 MMRI was 293.65 an hour ago. It's now just a flat 293. So it's dropping a little bit, and you can see the 2-year, 10-year yields had a bit of a bump up. Orders by Fidelity customers. I'm only looking for AMC and GME on this list, and I do not see them on here so far for the day-to-day. AMC is definitely getting lower volume today, so that could be part of the reason why. SSR triggers at $7.26. Shares available to borrow is at 1.1 million. Looks like there's been mainly returned shares since the last hour. Fees are still at 1%. NASDAQ is up 0.55, Dow Jones is up 0.35, S&P 500 is up 0.41. We have 4,256 advancers to 1,681 decliners. The market is less advancing now, or more declining now than it was an hour ago. Biggest of the bank movers for the day-to-day, Coinbase is up 5.66%. I'm only going to read off anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater. FRC is down 8.33. Silvergate's up 11.11. And let's see here. Zion Bank is up 2.49. Western Alliance up 2.77. Charles Schwab up 3.39. And that's about it. Those are the biggest of the movers. Ethereum Classic is up 2.25 and consolidating. The US dollar is up 0.16, and it's on a downtrend currently that it looks like it's trying to break, but I'm going to call it consolidation for the most part. Oil is up 0.65 and trending. Looks like it's starting to consolidate after a trend up. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.57 to 0.63 and trending up. SPY is up 0.47 and starting to consolidate after a trend up. VIX is down 0.57 and still consolidating. I'm going to call it consolidating even though it's a small trend down. VBR is up 1.24 and starting to break the trend up that it was on. Looks like it's kind of moving in consolidation, especially with the Bollinger Bands getting tighter here. VV is up 1.36 and starting to consolidate. Tesla is up 3.38 and trending up. Amazon is down 1.35, trending down. Cinemark is up 1.08 and consolidating after a trend up. Doge is up 1.29 and consolidating. Bitcoin is up 2.16 and trending up. GME is up 3.84, trending up. HYMC is up 10.53, trending up. Remember, not all of that's because of the. I would imagine that the. Actually, I don't know. No, it's just up 10%. It's up 10.53% and trending up. NCMI is up 3.07% and trending up. Hood is up 0.14 and starting to trend down. And AMC is up 0.19 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC is about $1.8 million more inflow than outflow. 7.52 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 110 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 26.66 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. On a 4-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35.74, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.3, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator. RSI is at 45.68, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure on the vortex indicator with a divergence currently occurring. RSI is at 42.17, which is below average. There's one more thing I want to say to Edward. Keep having. I got one more. Edward, one more thing. If you're still here. Fundamentals are not everything in the market. Fundamentals can be absolutely beautiful on a stock and the stock price can still go down. Do not rely entirely on fundamentals for your trades. At some point or another, that's going to hurt you. And what I'm especially in a bear market, I cannot even begin to tell you how fundamentals don't mean jack shit in a bear market. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about the fundamentals of a company when the whole market's trending down. So if you're not paying attention to technical analysis of the trends of the charts, you're missing out. And that's where you're going to make some of your biggest mistakes that you'll ever make in your whole life. So you got to watch those trends. But ignoring fundamentals is not a good thing either. So fundamentals are important. Parrot says one of the strongest Macs, like a VW Beetle, ugly but strong. What are you talking about?
He said he went and got his heart checked and said we're in great shape for the shape we're in. And Papa Mac was busting his balls and said round is a shape too. So I tried to make a little funny out of it. Oh, okay. I said round doesn't necessarily mean weak. Volkswagens, they used to have an ad campaign where Volkswagens, they would stack stuff on top of them and show the structural integrity of the arch. So I'm trying to make a little giggle out of the fact that we are robust in our waistlines.
Speak for yourself. No, I'm just kidding. I'm definitely robust in the waistline.
Well, for those who have commentary on it, I usually just tell them grab a hold of me and find out. You know, ain't nothing holding you back but thin air.
And Edward, go back to damn school. What the hell are you watching? You should be learning. You should be learning in that. I'm so, it's so funny. I never would have said that in a million years in the past. I was so anti-school growing up because I felt like you could be successful in life without school. And you really can be successful. But I'm telling you, if you're already there, you might as well do it. You already got your foot in the door on the school, so make sure you're getting your money's worth. Don't let that go to waste. You're doing nights for your masters? Good on you. Good job. Keep it up.
Yeah, I think he's on a good path.
Yeah. Don't deviate away from that. There is something to be said about having that piece of paper. In fact, and I really don't want to do it because it's probably it pains me to think about the idea that I'm gonna do it at my age. When this is all said and done, I'll probably be going back to school myself. And I'm 47 years old, so don't be like me. Get it done earlier. You said you're on your master's. I have a feeling you're a little bit older than I thought you might have been.
I'm sure I can speak for all of us when I say, Edward, we're happy to contribute furthering your education. Our expertise lends itself more in the areas of butt drugs, sophomore
We have something for you,
humor,
Edward.
sophomore
I paid you
humor.
a He-Man birthday cake.
Verbally bullying one another, like young boys in a locker room, cracking each other with a wet towel. That's more along the lines of what we participate in here, and I'm sure you can glean what you can from that activity.
In school for business leadership, but picked up some investments trying to get semi-passive income to retire early. I already have 1,500 passive. 30 as of July. Well, I'm a July baby as well. Cancers suck. Doesn't it? I mean, I hate it every time somebody goes, "What's your sign?" I'm a Cancer. I hate it. It's like the worst. It's the worst sign to have. I can't think of a worse sign than that one. Hopefully you're on that part of the month of July where you're a Leo instead of a Cancer.
Yes, I am.
Are you a July guy too? But you got the Leo end
Yep.
of it. Nice. Congratulations, lucky bastard.
Yeah, and my wife, same. Yeah. Yeah.
Jenna says, "Hey, we do not. No, we're great. It's Cancers unite. Woohoo! We stick together, but it's just the sound of it is just horrible." Can we rename it? Can we call ourselves crabs? I'd rather be called a crab than a Cancer.
Wasn't there a book called The Tropic of Cancer that back in the day was considered pretty risque? I would imagine it's probably pretty mild in terms of what they put out as literature today, but it seems like I remember hearing much ado about a book called The Tropic of Cancer being kind of steamy.
I don't know anything about it.
I'm sure I'm dating myself once again.
Kenny says no options on H1MC. Does that make it easier to run? Did they wipe out the options? Did they take it to OTC?
No, they did the reverse split, and it opened this morning at $2.19.
So why is he saying no options? Hold on a second.
I don't know. I haven't looked into the options chain, but there's a lot of people who think that it went up 981% overnight, and they think it's a runner. But unfortunately, they're just misinformed. They don't understand that it was a 10-to-1 reverse split.
There is options going on right now.
Okay,
Not a lot, but there are some right now.
I'm pulling it up right now because I was kind of curious. There should be two different option chains at this point now, right? Actually, no. There would just be one. It would just be the price would be changed. Yeah.
Adjusted. Yeah. They'll just adjust it all accordingly.
Yeah. Let's see here. Apply. I'm looking at the options right now on it, and they have the ADJ on there. So yeah. I don't see any option contracts for the week though. Why am I not seeing?
Nope, it's not. No, well, wait.
I'm not seeing anything.
I see November 17th. Yeah, there's no open interest.
Well, there wouldn't be any open interest, but you'd be looking for volume because today would be the first day, but there's no volume either.
Well, yes, it's right. I just see NA on Thinkorswim on their volume.
I think this just. Same
for December.
For rough math, KC, isn't it hillbilly math to say if it's up 1,000% on a 10-to-1 reverse split, that's just par. It's just breaking even. So it has to go above 1,000% today to be in the green, or something along that line. Like right now, it's up 1,071%.
but 1,000% of that is just a reflection of the 10-to-1 reverse split. I'm just cautioning people not to look at their chart and see that it's up 1,000% on the day, and think that there's some sort of something that's happening. It's just a reflection of the math for the reverse split.
Yeah.
I'll quit beating the dead horse.
I'm looking for. I mean, they should have the options. I should have checked into this to see what they were going to recall it. But there should be options that are still open. Previously, but there is an ADJ futures, but I don't see any shares being traded on it. So I'm not sure. Did they manage to somehow get their options taken off the market, or what happened there? Seems like maybe Billy might know something I don't know, or Papa Mac, or whoever said it.
NEG.
The cookie polls. Dang it, I forgot about the cookie polls.
Hey, this is Edward. If you're still listening, this is a case in point. We could go straight from the reverse split and the effects it has on the charts into cookie poll. So if you're looking for an example of what I was alluding to earlier, case in point.
We left off at chocolate chip, peanut butter, sugar, gingerbread snaps, oatmeal with or without raisins, snickerdoodles, butterscotch, and molasses. What were the next four going to be? I don't remember.
Shortbread. Somebody was raising hell that shortbread wasn't included.
All right, shortbread. I'll put that up there.
Butter cookies.
I can't give credit to them. I apologize for whoever you were, but I remember your objection.
What was that? What did you say? What kind of cookies did you say?
Butter cookies.
Butter.
Yeah. I think they call them buttercream or something.
Buttercream.
Cream pie surprise.
No.
Oh,
that's not real, is it?
Well, it's not real when they always pretend like, oh, you didn't just do this in me. Yeah.
We already got peanut butter cookie smash tag. It actually did make it to the second round, so it will be in the top four.
Semifinals, yeah.
Yeah, it'll make it to the. Well, actually, it would be the finals. I think we're in semifinals right now. We're quarterfinals right now. I guess we're going straight from quarterfinals straight to finals. So I guess this has to be semifinals. We need 2 more cookie types.
You got sugar.
Jenna says butter and shortbread are the same.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Well then I'll keep shortbread and get rid of butter. So we need 3 more. Snickerdoodle's already been done.
We may have exhausted all the options.
Oh, come on, there's got to be more.
We get into the fudges and the candies and stuff.
Wait.
As far as tradition for Christmas, if we're
focused
strictly on Christmas cookies.
What about preacher cookies?
Snickerdoodle was already mentioned yesterday. Molasses was mentioned yesterday. Peanut butter cookie.
Did somebody say peanut butter cookies?
Yeah.
That was one of the first ones to make the.
Yeah. Did we win? Did I miss it, Pirate?
All right, check it out.
There were so many cookies that he had to do. He had to do like a tier. We're doing like a.
This is my wife buys these every year because I like them so much for Christmas time. The royal, I don't know how to say that.
Mm-hmm.
The Danish butter cookies. She always buys me a fresh look. I haven't even opened the tin yet. The thing is, it's still got the paper.
Those are kind of like a butter.
Yeah, those are good. Yep.
They're like a butter cookie too.
Butter cookie. Yeah.
Oh my gosh! Somebody dug into this. Look at this. There are empty slots in here.
Empty slots.
Yeah.
There is empty. Somebody dug into my cookies before I did and ate entire section. Oh my gosh!
Snooze, you lose, man. You snooze, you lose.
Those kids
I bet you that was your boys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Somebody's gonna be in trouble. All right. Well, I got these, so we can't.
The ones that are shaped like a pretzel, the ones that are shaped like a pretzel, are the superior cookie in that 10 because they have more surface area to catch that that candy sugar.
I'm gonna change.
Raw candy sugar. Those big pieces of raw candy sugar.
You get me mighty thick.
Are we calling these? I'm gonna change the shortbread to Danish butter cookies. Is that right? Is that because that's the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Danish
What
butter.
about the peanut butter thing?
You already got
Where we
peanut
at
butter.
on
Stop peanut on peanut butter.
Wait, wait,
We already had that.
And how about peanut? What about Buckeyes?
Bucky's?
We went through this yesterday. A Buckeye is not a cookie; it's a fudge. And if you're going to go down that path, you're going to make an exceptional release or allow for a variance on the rules. You're going to open up a whole floodgate of fudges and.
Did we get your special butterscotches?
Yep, we got that. Biscotti.
Oh, okay.
Biscotti's a good one. Smash tag, yeah. Biscotti's good.
Wait, is Biscoff the same thing? I don't know.
Biscoff.
I don't know. I don't know what either Biscotti or Biscoff is. I don't know what those are.
We get the macadamia nut. Like they have those at Subway. I'm not real big on like desserts from fast food restaurants, but I got to give it to Subway. Those macadamia peanut butter cookies at Subway are pretty badass.
I do like the chocolate chip from Subway.
You did see what he said though, right? He said peanut butter,
white
macadamia. You know.
I'm sorry, I stand corrected. Mrs. Pirate said it's white chocolate macadamia.
Oh, all right. We'll put that in there. All right, that's it. We got 4.
I'm saying peanut butter's going to win, KC. That's what I'm saying. No comment, huh?
Is it macadamia? Is it really macadamia?
Yeah.
Macadamia? Is that right?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it has an N on the end of it. I don't think it may be macadamian.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought too. I thought there was macadamian. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
It's not doing a spell check for me on that. It's calling it wrong. Macadamian. I'm not spelling.
It'd be close enough. I think everybody would know what you're talking about.
Also, Biscoff, I put in Biscoff, and it's saying that's not a cookie, or it's saying it's misspelled. But if you guys will know what it is, here you go.
Biscottis.
Yeah. There you go. This is the last. This is the last set of cookies, and we will take.
They sold biscottis. You could buy biscottis at Sam's Club and Costco. It was a cookie, but it was shaped like a breadstick from Olive Garden, and it was ideal for dunking in a coffee mug. They were quite tasty, I must say.
I thought so, but they're real
sure
hard.
It's a traditional Italian.
Yeah.
Maybe Pepperoni can weigh in on exactly what a biscotti is or the requirements.
The only ones I've ever had are like super hard, and I feel like they're gonna break my teeth.
Yep.
I won't eat them
because you're supposed to dunk them in a hot beverage. It's my understanding that they go hand in hand with a hot coffee.
Yeah, I don't like floaties in my coffee.
It's called biscotti, not biscotti. It's biscotti.
Biscotti.
Biscotti. All right.
Oh, did we ever add? Did we ever add an Oreo cookie, or did I miss it?
We did not, but Oreo's like that's
Oreo
not.
It ain't a fucking. Where the fuck you get Oreo cookie for Christmas? Get out of here! God damn it! Trying to get Pepperoni to elucidate to fill us in on the finer intricacies of biscottis, and we got fucking D Mello throwing Oreo cookies in for Christmas. God damn it! Sit down and shut up for a minute.
Hey, Oreos are good. I used to give them to my Santa Claus when I thought it existed.
Did you really?
Heck yeah. A glass of milk with some Oreos on a plate. And they are always gone. You know, I knew it was my dad, but still.
Damn it. You don't know how bad I want to eat one of those butter cookies now, because I know that somebody else dug into it and I hadn't yet.
What's holding you back, man?
I don't like eating on air. It's
fear?
It's like
fear?
It's like chomping down.
Get out of here! Are you kidding me?
Cookie.
That's it. Yeah.
Cookie.
You and all these self-imposed rules.
Yum 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 yum.
Rules you impose upon yourself.
Did you see Casey eat a cookie at minute 5 hours and 20 minutes into the live stream, there he is. Like the cookies are flying everywhere.
Yeah. The list of rules that you have that are surrounding etiquette are wide and varied. What's acceptable and what's not. It's just all over the map.
I know. It's like, yeah, let's talk about poop now.
Right. Let's talk about shit stains and underwear, but I can't eat a cookie on camera because that would be it would be inappropriate.
So now, if you're eating it with your mouth closed, different story. But if you're smacking and we're seeing it, yeah, that's gross.
They literally took my favorite ones. They took the ones with the sugar topping that weren't the full. And now I have to eat the pretzel-looking ones.
Those are the best. I'm telling you, they messed up. The pretzel ones have more surface area for that rock candy sugar to attach to, so you get more sugar per bite.
How dare you?
I love these sugar. These are so good.
It's like they broke into the bank vault and they stole all the dimes and they left all the $50 sitting on the shelf.
I'm gonna find out it was my wife. She's gonna be like, "Yeah, I did it in front of you. Didn't even notice."
My Mrs. Pirate got our boys. She took all the cookies out and put them in Ziploc bags and just left the tin there with the empty paper in it to give the illusion that they had all been eaten already. Just
that's terrible.
Yeah. She might be listening right now, so if that's the case, you won't be able to pull it off. But just take all the cookies out, put them in a Ziploc bag, and hide them, and just maybe leave break one in half, and leave that last little piece in the bottom of that paper. Few crumbs scattered around, so you can see the look of disappointment on their face when they open it up.
Bringing Christmas spirit into people's hearts early.
What the heck is going on?
This is why I shouldn't be Santa Claus. Because I laugh at that.
It's not a cookie, Casey, but it's got like red.
We're done.
It's not
We're
red
done.
chewing gum, but
we're done. We got.
I know that, but I'm talking about for Christmas. I'm not doing the thing. I'm saying, what is that thing called that's got peanuts in it and it's really hard to crunch on?
Poop.
And it looks like red chewing gum, but it's got peanuts with it.
Gosh.
No, I forgot what it's called, man. What is that called, honey?
With the
peanut
peanuts?
pretzel? No, peanut.
You melt white
It's real sweet. It's for Christmas, and you break
peanut
it
brittle.
up.
Peanut butter brittle is caramel colored. It's a long ways from red.
Mm-hmm.
Peanut brittle, that's what it's called. Duh.
That's not red though.
If you got red peanut butter brittle, you might want to.
How about orange or tan?
No, I'm talking about it's red, but I guess it's not called peanut brittle, but it's something brittle. But it's red with peanut. Peppermint one. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, peppermint bark.
Peppermint bark.
Peppermint bark. That's good. Yeah, that's good stuff.
Now we got somewhere.
You like that?
Yeah, that's not a cookie, but it is good though. It's really good. We were just talking about that just last night, I think.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about the cookie thing. I was just talking about for Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
Now, can't we use like Google Translate when D Mello's talking? Can we pipe all of his commentary through the Google Translate so that when it comes out the other side, we at least have a clue?
I don't know.
Yeah, just like the fisting. Yeah.
I didn't bring it up. Fist fighting, I got it.
There you go.
Yep, fist fighting, fisting. It's short.
Mm-hmm.
It's like shorthand for, it's just less words. My mind works like that.
Sir.
Doesn't the peppermint bark also come with like a white type of brittle, and then it has red sprinkles in it? Or is that a different kind?
That's what we normally get that with the chocolate side on the back side.
Predominantly, it's predominantly white brittle, and then it just has little sprinkles of red through it.
Yeah, but the dark chocolate on the back side of it.
Yep, roger that.
Mm-hmm.
It's good stuff.
That's what I like.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
And you only get it around Christmas. That one that you get for Christmas, the peppermint one or whatever. I'm not going to tell them what you said.
You're talking about the Andes mints, right? The little ones.
Now you get those at Olive Garden.
The Andes mints. Oh, that's true. Yeah.
You can buy those. You can buy those from Sam's Club as well. Entire box.
I'm not a mint guy. I'm just not.
RDH says I make chocolate covered cherries every year for Christmas treats. That sounds interesting.
But those are really good. Yeah, they're expensive to buy. Yep. If they're homemade, I'll bet you they're top shelf.
Yucca.
Yucca is in here.
Hey. Yeah.
Happy Hump Day.
Welcome, Yucca. Welcome. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
How you doing today? Today was definitely today was definitely a McDonald's day, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
The poor man's burritos. That's what I got.
Well, you say poor man's burritos, but what did they cost you? $3 a burrito?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
right.
Whatever happened to the dollar freaking menu. Thanks a lot, McDonald's.
Whatever happened? Remember? Oh, you remember that? They used to be $1.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Yeah, they should just up it to $5. They should just up everything up to $5. We'll just round everything up now. It's everything's just dollar menus now, $5 menu. We'll call it dollar store or $5 store.
Yeah, I remember I was in high school and I would go to McDonald's and get maybe once in a while go and get a number one. It was like $3.25 for everything.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Man, you can save a lot of money if you just go to either Sam's Club, Costco, or maybe even Walmart and buy a box of those little pre-made sausage biscuits. It's a little biscuit and it's been sliced with a piece of sausage in it. They come 2 to a package. You microwave that thing for 1 minute flat and then throw a little piece of cheese on it. And it's a perfect breakfast sandwich. You can eat it in a car on the go, and it's way cheaper than that damn McDonald's drive-thru. I'm amazed at
Do I
people.
look like a man that likes to save money?
Well, I know waiting 60 seconds at the front of a microwave might be onerous. It might be burdensome to you, but
no, it's about the convenience of just, wasting time in the drive-thru. Sometimes they're getting it wrong. No.
Looking at eye candy.
That's
I know
that's the same people who buy a $6 cup of coffee. I get it, man.
I know.
Well, there is a lot of people that don't do microwave. They won't eat anything out of a microwave because of the radiation waves and all that crap. I'm so sick of hearing those.
You don't have to prepare. You don't have to use a microwave. You can put it in a toaster oven or one of these new air fryers. It takes about 4 minutes instead of 1.
Yeah.
But it's still. But while it's cooking, you can make a pot of coffee, and you can give yourself between the coffee and the biscuit and sausage and cheese, you can probably be at about an 80% discount. But hey, it's a lot of hard, strenuous work. I mean, tough.
The only reason why I go out and eat breakfast, because I want to have my options. My options need to be open. Like, I have McDonald's, I have Dunkin' Donuts, I have Starbucks, and then I have Joyce's coffee shop right up the street. So I drive by and I'm like, what am I having today? I get to choose. If I just buy a bag full of sausages and cheese, you like that, huh? Sausages.
I tell you, Yucca, I understand, because there's a lady or a young lady. She opened up there was an abandoned gas station on a major highway close to our home, and she set up what is tantamount to a toll booth. I shit you not. It's not much bigger than your average toll booth, and all she sells is coffee. And she has 8 to 10 cars lined up every morning, and she must just be making it hand over fist. And I noticed not only, well, as evidence of that, she has built a brand new. She bought a piece of property across the highway and built a brand new, built to design coffee shop with 2 drive-up windows now. So it must have been, she operated out of that toll booth for I imagine 5 or 7 years.
but it afforded her enough money to buy what's really an expensive piece of real estate and put an expensive building on it. So the profit margins must be just through the roof.
I mean, it's water and beans.
Yeah, and before, when she was very successful, but her little toll booth was on the wrong side of the highway. People traveling to the military base had to cross the traffic to get to her coffee, and then cross it again to continue on their way. So she was shrewd enough to buy on the other side of the highway, where now that they won't have to change their direction of flow to pop in and get her coffee. And I'm quite certain she's going to be made wealthy by that little coffee shop. I'm excited for her.
It's a cool story, bro.
Casey, did you talk about those tokenized AMC?
Yeah, that's the title for the day, man. Tokenized unit changes nothing. It just hides. Just hides the losses.
Did that resurface again? Stupid.
It's not that it resurfaced. I mean, there's legitimate new tokens that are being sold off right now that are called Bitpandas, I think, or something like that. I think that was the name of it. Bitpanda. Yeah, Bitpanda.
Yeah, don't do nothing.
Is issuing preferred units. AMC units.
Where are they selling on? Are they selling them on the Pandaverse?
I don't know, man.
The interweb.
I don't know anything about crypto, so yeah, it's all crypto exchanges, I guess.
All I know is on the synthetic price failure breaker, Casey.
Mm-hmm.
If we go to 705, which would be a double bottom for the 52-week low, from the 11, what percentage would that have been if they take us to that double bottom?
38.3.
Okay. Well, I thought 30 something. Gotcha.
It's close to 40. Not quite.
Yeah, very close to 40. So they could make a new 52-week low if we get punched down to that 760 area.
Oh my God, you're right. She probably has those chinchilla coffee beans.
Where the chinchilla eats the coffee bean, and then poops it out, and then they collect it and wash it off, and then bag it up and send it to you.
That is so gross.
She's living the American dream, man. Struck out on her own, put her own money at risk, built it from the ground
You're
up.
not supposed to wash
She's going to engage in capitalism and reward herself richly for her efforts.
Hey,
Why do you not wash the poop? I don't get it.
Let it ferment.
No,
hey, I get more of a full bold flavor. I just looked at this cookie thing, and I hate to throw shade, but are you telling me people actually go out and buy Biscoffs?
I mean,
Yeah,
they have them in Costco usually, and I for some reason or another they do seem to be taken off the shelves. So
why?
The thing that's at the bottom of my grandma's purse. You do know that those are the cookie of my airline.
Really?
We literally have our names on them.
Who's baking those?
I don't know. Keebler guys probably.
Little elves?
Those damn woodland elves. I just can't imagine eating more than 2 of them.
Casey, you know anything about this elf making these cookies?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, 1 or 2 of them I get, but like sleeves of them?
I don't know.
What are we talking about? I don't even know what we're talking about.
Talking about a Biscoff, but I don't know what the difference. I don't know what a Biscoff is. I'm familiar with a biscotti or a biscotti.
You know,
pepperoni French. What is this biscotti?
Biscoff.
I don't know what this Biscoff is.
Is that synonymous to jerk off?
No. It's not jerking with a B. It's like a flat, crispy gingerbread.
Yeah, kind of.
It's a tortilla.
No,
definitely not a tortilla.
You had tortillas that tasted like gingerbread.
You're anything.
Whoa. Rachel says Biscoff is the brand.
You know, we've been serving those Biscoffs for probably since we were crop dusting in Monroe, Louisiana.
Wow.
That's how old my airline is. But
well, Rachel said it's not a cookie, it's a brand.
It's a what?
A brand.
It's a brand. It's like Nestle or Toll House. Biscoff isn't a description of the cookie, it's the brand.
Yeah, Blue Magic.
Definitely. But people have come to think of it as the cookie, like Band-Aid is a adhesive strip.
Okay.
Every time I see people go crazy for them, I'm like, I guess because I see them so much. You know what I mean? I'm not hating on them. It just throws me that people are infatuated with them.
So it's like a ginger snap then, or
they're good though, but they are good.
It's thicker. It's thicker than a ginger. It's airier but crisper. I guess that's what makes them unique. Don't hate the game, don't hate the player, right? Just hate the game.
Yeah, don't hate. Yeah,
don't hate.
Don't hate the L. Don't hate the L.
That's right. You just lost the game.
Don't hate the elf.
Yeah, I'm sure that elf. I don't even know if there's an advertisement for Biscoff. I think they're literally word of mouth.
They're underground. They're sold in the black market.
I wouldn't doubt it. I was just surprised. I just thought chocolate chip. What do you call it? Snickerdoodle, whatever you call them. And the
sniff your poodle. What is
Snicker
it?
Poodle.
Sniff your poodle.
Yeah.
Okay,
Snickerdoodle.
Yeah.
The oatmeal raisin. I just expected to see those. When I saw the Biscoff, I literally went, "Really?" People love them, I guess, though. Hence why we serve them.
You mentioned that they weren't advertised. I know for a while there was a sunscreen that they sold in Florida. It may be still available, but it was called NOAD, NO-AD, and their thing was they didn't do any advertising, so they sold the product cheaper, and it became really popular down here. They called NOAD, and they got a big part of the sunscreen market.
When Hayden was playing golf all the time, we went down to Jekyll Island, and I didn't think he was going to be able to play because of the no-see-ums and all the mosquitoes. And they sell something called No Nats, NONATZ, and I think they used to make it in rubber. Same thing. But it works. It's incredible.
Yeah, you all need to chill. You all need to chill. I know you guys in the back of the Big Tramp aren't freaking out, but there's people freaking out now that we're down 3.23% right now. I don't know. This is nothing, man. This is a drop. I mean, we could be back to 0% before the end of the day's over. This ain't nothing for a move for us. But if you're asking why we're down right now, I mean, the whole market's taken a little bit of a dumping after it hit that almost perfectly on the 451 number. I said I got 451.46 drawn in here, and it hit 451.37. So I mean, I was off by like just a fraction of a hair. But you know, if you want to know why the market,
my buddy had an offshore racing boat, and he had a placard on the desk on the helm that come to the mines, and it said, "Get in, sit down, shut up, and hold on."
That's right. Dario, no share count's going to ever change anything. Exposing the losses is not going to change anything. The market operates and runs like this. This is how it runs. It's very, very fraudulent. It changes nothing. Literally, the title for the day today is Tokenized Units changes nothing. It just hides losses. Somebody takes a loss, they wrap it and package it up into a tokenized swap, and then somebody else assumes the risk. And they sell it off as a product to somebody else, and then they create something to try and sell to other people to assume the risk. That's it. It's the same thing that's been going on for a long time. Nothing's changed since 2000 and whatever. It's the same thing every day, day in and day out. No, I'm not yelling at you, Dario. It's just nothing has changed. It's the same thing. We've seen this over and over and over. We've been dealing with it for 3 years now, almost, even though I'm saying 3 years and it's not even been 3 years. We've been dealing for 2 years plus, and it's just the same thing every day. Nothing changes.
Casey, I think you're being too kind. They're not transferring the risk. They're literally selling garbage that just helps them cover their loss.
Yeah.
They made a bad bet. They can't see any way out, so they create this new, and I do the air quotes, product that they sell to people.
Yep.
And it's worthless. It's never going to be worth anything. But the money they get from selling this new widget they've come up with helps them cover the bad bet they made. It's that simple. You're being too kind to them. Fuck them.
But it's the same. It's the same thing we've been dealing with for a long time. It's not new. It's been around for a long time. We've talked about it tons of times before. Oh man, my kids. One time they said, like, you know, you're yelling, and I'm like, you think this is yelling? Yeah. I said, wait till you see what yelling really looks like. Yeah. No, I'm not yelling. But it's just the same thing all the time, over and over and over and over and over. No different. Same day, another dollar. Nothing changes.
Missionary.
We're not moving down because of the fact that everybody just realized that they created a new tokenized preferred equity unit. That's what they're calling it.
Wrapped
through Bitpanda. It's just another day, and we're trading down because the rest of the market's trading down.
Pandaverse.
Yep. The only reason we're not back at that 10-11 mark is because of the share offering, or whatever you want to call it, share dilution. We're gonna go back up. That's all it was. So, every time he drops shares, we're going to go down. Duh.
So you're saying these losses are being wrapped in biscuits? What is it, Biscoffs? And given away at the airport?
What's a Biscoff?
Yuck is still stuck.
Come on, man.
Yuck is still stuck on this over here.
Well, man, try to keep up. We plowed that field. We plowed that garden already. Try to keep up.
Yeah, it's already done. We're talking about the price action, and they think it's because of the stupid coins that are created or whatever, those tokenized crap.
I'm trying to tie everything together, man. The Biscoff is tied with this whole short and losses. The damn plane crashed into the mountain, and they're screwed.
Don't forget, our dollar bill is dying.
That's right. They need something new.
Yeah, the Israel and the Hamas war didn't do it.
You know what? And I think this Biscoff might be the answer.
Could be. I think the answer is February. Earnings February. You cannot hide Taylor Swift and Beyonce's revenue. Sorry, you can't.
Yeah, obviously you can't hide Beyonce.
Can't hide Taylor Swift either. Yep, some good eye candies.
Need some of that pudding.
Yep. Pudding.
My wife looked at me and gave me a dirty look, Casey.
It wasn't a dirty look. It was
Don't you tell everybody else what a dirty look is. I'll show you a dirty look. You just got told, sir. I will show you a dirty look.
A dirty look. With that one eye.
Man. Mrs. Mello, give him that dirty look. Show him what that dirty look looks like.
Yeah. You don't want to mess with wives. Women wives, when it's like part of their DNA. They have a special innate ability to give the stink eye, man. Some of them can cut diamonds from across the room. Just a look.
I'm the luckiest man here. My wife doesn't speak English, so we can talk about whatever we want.
Meanwhile, she really knows what he's saying.
That's the funniest joke of the day right there. Yeah. That's the funniest joke of the day right there.
She knows exactly what he's saying, and he has no idea why he keeps getting in trouble. She keeps throwing stuff at him. He's like, "Why are you throwing stuff at me?" You just wait. She'll learn. She'll figure it out. Let's see here. It is time for numbers. Let's see here. Yep. Before I get into the numbers. Before I get into numbers, I'm going to comment on Amit his question in here. So I would personally leave politics out of this play because quite frankly, it's just going to probably create like a big division between people. But I'll tell you this, Amit, nobody's on our side, and if you think that electing somebody into government is going to help put somebody in there that's going to be on our side, I don't know, man. I don't think there's anybody that you can elect that'll probably be on our side. I just don't. I don't have faith in our government the way I used to. So my answer to you would be is it doesn't. If in regards to who do you think we should elect in order to get somebody in there that's going to help us, you got no choices. So it is what it is, man. Let's see here. TB says, Casey, I just noticed you accepted my friend request on Discord like 3 weeks ago. I sent you a message to get Discord invite. All right. I will get on it, and we'll take a look at that as soon as I get a break here in just a little bit. But in the meantime, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Well, let's take a look at these numbers and see what we got going on here so that you guys can see that there's nothing changing really that would really suggest why we're heading down, other than maybe a few key indicators that are out there that might tell you why the market's heading down. Let's take a look with off exchange first. Off exchange for the day today. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchange. As it stands right now, the numbers are actually kind of low. 49.45% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 10.17. These numbers have only dropped today. We're at 59.62% when we should be seeing about 62%. So that's about a 2.3% difference. And it's lower. Normally that should mean price is moving upwards, but we actually have price moving downwards, which means there is probably some selling going on. Probably not retail, but I would say it's probably institutions that are probably selling off some shares perhaps right now. But that's probably market wide. And we'll see that here in a minute. CHX volume for the day today is at 3,152 shares, not a whole lot. GME CHX volume is at 996, also not very high. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 81,000 shares having been returned so far for the day today. If institutions are selling shares back into the marketplace, we might see this number starting to rise a little bit in regards to how many shares have been returned. I can't seem to get it to load. Moving on to options until that has an opportunity to load up. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume that we've had for the day today was at an $8.50 strike in calls. There was 4.8 thousand contracts in volume for the day. As of an hour ago, it's now 7.8 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of volume is at an $8 strike. There was 5.1 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 6.7 thousand contracts. Hopefully, if we start seeing a lot of puts start closing in volume, then we may see price running back up before the day is over. The market is still suggesting through the options that we may be seeing a close between $8 and $8.50 by the end of the day today. Let's go back to Ortex, see if it ever uploaded. Okay, it did, but gave me a funky page. All right. As of an hour ago, it was approximately 87,000 shares, or no, 81,000 shares having been returned. It's now 85,000 shares. Not really much of a change. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest to pretty much stay the same at 10.19%. Cost per hour mins at 1.9%. Average is 2.57 and max is 2.82. The amount of shares on loan for the day is at 21.35 million shares. That is approximately 150,000 shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex is estimated that about 47,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking you guys over to the other page here. MMRI, an hour ago was at 293 and is now at 294.89. So we're starting to see... let's see, 294.89. We're starting to see DXY, or the U.S. dollar, starting to rise, and also the bond yields are starting to rise. And as a inverse relationship, since the SPY has, or the whole market has an inverse relationship to the U.S. dollar. As that moves upwards, we're going to see the market move down. So we're seeing a correction market wide, and you can definitely see that the 390-minute average that I've got in here is underneath where this is moving towards. So you can see there's definitely a movement away from the average value of MMRI, which is both the yields or the 10-year yield, bond yield, and the DXY values. So it does look like the 10-year is moving up more drastically than the 2-year, which means that it's probably closing the gap between the on the inverted yield. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC. As I scroll through this list, look and see how many are showing up as more red than green on the page here. AMC and GME are the only two that I'm looking for on this list as you look and see what's red and what's green. AMC and GME are not on the list, likely due to the fact that we have low volume. Lots and lots of red. SSR trips at $7.26. There's 1.1 million shares available to be borrowed. Looks like they 1016. Looks to me like there was another 100,000 shares borrowed in the last hour that I probably did not account for. So yeah, and then there was returns after that. So it looks to me like so far for the day we've had about 4.45 million shares having been borrowed for the day. NASDAQ is up 0.13, Dow Jones is up 0.3, S&P 500 is up 0.17. We have 3,860 advancers to 2,093 decliners. The market was cooking with bacon grease, but no longer. The amount of advancers has dropped significantly enough to make this not a bacon cooking kind of day. Big bank movers for the day today, plus or minus 2.5% or greater of a change. We'll get a shout out. Coinbase is up 4.98. FRC is down 8.33. Schwab is up 2.92. And that's it. Ethereum Classic is up 2.2% and consolidating still. The US dollar is up 0.27. It did have a little bit of a falling back. I mean, the overall trend right now is pretty apparent up, but there's been some wild swings in the U.S. dollar in here, anywhere from like 104 to 104.5. So I'm going to call it consolidating currently. Oil is down 0.18 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.71 to 0.76 and trending down. SPY is up 0.23 but is trending down currently. Almost got a perfect touch off my lavender line. VIX is up 0.49 and trending up. When the VIX goes up, the market goes down. VBR is up 0.86 and trending down. VB is up 0.88, trending down. Tesla is up 2.32, trending down. Amazon is down 1.82, trending down. Cinemark is down 1.55, trending down. Doge is up 1.09, trending down. Bitcoin is up 2.26 and still trending up. GME is up 2.25 and starting to trend down. HYMC is up 13.77 and is starting to move into some consolidation after a trend up. NCMI is up 2.74, trending up. Hood is down 0.94, trending down, and AMC is down 2.6 and starting to consolidate after a downtrend. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. There's approximately $4.1 million more inflow than outflow, and 12.87 million shares traded so far for the day today. We've definitely seen a surge in volume within this last hour of trading. Let's see how that's going to affect the 10 to 30 million volume prediction I had for the day today after 165 minutes worth of trading. We are on pace for 30.42 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30. That's looking like it's going to be the case. On a 4-hour chart, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.59, which is below average. On a 1 minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.4, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.23, signaling that it's below average, but was signaling oversold and is starting to move back up. And on a 5-minute interval, it looks like slightly more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33, which is below average. And Bollinger Bands are still pretty wide. We could see a quick move at some given point. It looks like we did find a bottom at around 777. I know that's a number that a lot of people are watching for some reason or another. I mean, I know why it is, but let's see here. So the institutions own like 1 million shares now total? No. It's more than that. It's got to be somewhere between 13 and 20 is what I'm guessing. But it'll probably end up being, I don't know. We'll see what ends up happening when Fintel stops reporting. But Fintel, I'm pulling up the latest data on Fintel, and it's saying 82.4 million. So it's still got, they're still going to be reporting more numbers. There's no way that they own just 1 million. Did somebody say they own just 1 million? There's no way.
Okay, so as it pertains to the bonds, the 2-year and the 10-year, we know that the yield curve has been inverted for some time now. When that corrects itself, do you expect to see the 10-year rise up to match and then exceed the 2-year? Or you think it's far more likely that the 2-year will pull back from this high of 5%? I know it doesn't have to be either or. I'm certain that it could be a combination of things, but I'm curious as what your thoughts are about how that will correct itself when the time comes.
Let's go back to the last time that it happened. I'm going to put this to a daily.
Last time the yield curve was inverted and then see how it corrected itself.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
So remember 2 years in blue, 10 years in gold, right? So here was the initial inversion was right about here. July of 2022 was the initial inversion of this time. There was a temporary inversion right here that signaled in March of 2022, but it was only for a very short period of time. I'd say the long-lasting inversion started right around July. Prior to this, the yield inversion last crossed. I'm not going to count that. I want something that's a little bit longer of a trend. I'm back to 2013 at this point, so I should be getting pretty close. We should be just about there. Here's our yield inversion right here. So as it was normalizing, it dropped through. The 10-year yield exponentially rose. So they both started rising right around here. So let me zoom in on this spot right here. So they both started rising, and then the 10-year stopped dropping, right, as much as the 10-year, as the 2-year dropped down into the 10-year. Then they both started to rise together, and then you saw this like big inversion, or not inversion, but normalization back to the way it was supposed to be. And then it actually inverted again, but then it was only for a temporary period of time. Now the interesting thing is you can throw up, we can add in the SPX on top of this.
Yeah, I was going to say, I guess it's a little unfair to try to address it in a vacuum, because I'm almost certain that whatever the Fed is doing, and is the terms of
the Fed has an immense amount of effect on that. So I guess to some extent, you'd have to consider that as well, whatever the idiots in Washington are doing.
So interestingly enough, and I'm not sure where in regards to a bottom from an initial drop on this, you can see that initially what happened is they both started falling, right? Both of the yields started dropping from that 5% range, at least on the 2-year. And as they started dropping, and some of the bigger portions of the drop, the market started tanking with it in February of 2007. Then you saw the yield inversion inverting, and the market started heading up. The market was heading up and up and up and up and up and up. And then when the 10-year yield got quite a bit bigger than the 2-year yield, but they were both above a 5% at this point, right. And here you could see that there was a little bit of a change in the market and how the market was trading, and that's when it really started dumping off. Was shortly after, as the yields started to drop, really. So it was almost like they normalized first, right? They normalized first, and then they started dropping together, and that's when you started seeing the market fall off. Was once they started dropping together, and MMRI at the time here was.
Well, at a glance, it appears that
lower.
The 10-year is subject to the wilder swings, though, or am I wrong in saying that?
I feel like the 2-year has the wilder swings. The 10-year is a little bit more stable. Look at the 2-year and where it's at. It's all over the place.
Yeah.
The 10-year is a little bit more stable.
It'll be interesting. I'm just curious as to see. I have a theory that it's peaked, that it topped out, and then they're both going to pull back from the 5% range. But in order for the yield to correct itself, one has to move more than the other. And I was just curious as to how you thought that would play out. But thank you for looking at it.
I don't think. Sorry, give me a second here. Now that I did what I did, I screwed stuff up. What was I saying? I don't necessarily think that this is going to play out exactly like it has in the past. I think there might be some differences involved, and part of that has to do with a lot of the different rules that were probably created from last time that prevent this from being able to play out the exact same way. But the yield drops on the bonds here is, I think, significant to failures of price in the market that are incoming, right? So we had this drop right here, and the market suddenly boosted upwards. It's almost like it's almost like the inverse of what used to be the case is now happening. Does that make sense? When we're seeing the bond yields drop, we're seeing the market rise. Whereas in the past, at least according to like 2007, 2008, it's the exact opposite. Anyways. Dario, we have end of the month failure to deliver data for October, but not the beginning half. At least not last time I checked. White chunk macadamia nut cookie. No, I think I said it wasn't a Christmas cookie, and then we ran out of ideas for cookies, and so I threw it in there. I needed a filler cookie to throw in there. If you notice, I think it was the last choice on the list there. We were running out of cookies to throw in, so I just threw it in there.
We've had failures to deliver for some time, for many years.
Mm-hmm.
That has not affected the price.
Yes, it has.
It has?
Yep.
When?
Every single time.
So what's happening now?
We don't know. That's the whole point. We don't know what's happening now because they're not even reporting some of the data. I don't know why everybody seems to think that failure to delivers doesn't impact anything, because the only thing that has ever impacted price movement has been failure to delivers.
Really?
Yeah.
I think it's just odd that they haven't responded as to why they didn't report it. If it was just a malfunction of some device or a critical failure in the system, as far as like transfer of information or something, you think they would come right out and say that. The fact that they won't makes you, it just implies that they're hiding something. I think that's what, I don't think I'm alone in that thought.
Don says 14,630 shares went into CHX on that last dip on price. Frank Lehman says, DOJ, you'll see, quote, you'll see some more activity from us involving short sellers sometime in the next few months. October 23rd, 2023, leaves DOJ after 5 years and goes to law firm representing Citadel.
Yeah, he's talking about Avi.
Yeah.
Well, Department of Justice Chief Integrity Officer.
Yeah. Elon basically stated, these guys they're looking for their trophy, so they can just get hired on for a better wage, a better pay.
Yeah, it's a revolving door. Yeah, it's the same with the lobbyist in Washington and the revolving door. Same with the top tier generals, your general staff. All those guys want to leverage those government positions into a fat, juicy private sector job. Mm-hmm. And what they bring to the table is the same thing that Hunter Biden was selling. Access. It's the way the machine works.
Ariel's saying, in case they do not understand how the tokenized of shares works and how it's actually legal. Let me ask you a question, Ariel. Are you allowed to legally gamble in the state that you live in?
Broke up there, Casey. You asked him what was he allowed to do in his state?
Is he allowed?
Gamble?
Are you allowed to legally gamble in the state that you live in, Ariel? What state is that?
Yes.
What state is that? Now, if you don't want to tell, you don't have to. Ontario. Okay, well, welcome to the U.S., Ariel. Welcome to the U.S., and in the U.S., you're not allowed to, there might be a few states where there might be some gambling that's allowed, but for the most part, gambling is not allowed in the U.S. Unless you're in certain states, and if you are gambling, it's against the law, right? Same thing with the markets, but guess what? Cryptocurrency exchanges are not regulated by the U.S. markets. So when you ask a question about how is it legal, it's not in the U.S. You can't regulate something that is not in the U.S. So the answer to your question is as simple as the fact that it's not controlled under any regulations by the U.S. markets, which is one of the fights that Gensler's been taking on with our regulatory commission, or not commission, but what are they called? I can't think of the name of the with the lawmakers.
The committee,
yeah.
So, I got you, man.
You know, this is something he's been an ongoing fight as to whether or not the SEC should have some kind of ability to be able to impact that. And he's, the answer is so far the answer has been no. It's not something that he should be in control of. They're saying it's outside of regulatory commission, the SEC. So if they can't regulate it, then how is it not legal? Right? I mean, it's like asking, like, how come they can smoke pot no, sorry, that's probably a bad example. How come sex trafficking is legal in the red light district of Amsterdam? I don't understand it. Why can't it be legal there but not in the U.S.? Well, it's not in the U.S., so we can't regulate it. It's not part of what we do.
That's why there was such a firestorm over the definition. They wanted people of power to do their jobs. These quote unquote regulators and lawmakers, or excuse me, committee members. They were supposed to decide: is this a commodity? Is this an equity? You know, what is it? What's the definition of these things? Because by defining them, it would require that they fall under someone's responsibility. And you'll notice that they've been reticent that they failed to do that. There hasn't been any consensus yet on how to label these things or to define them. So it's just a Wild West show. It's something that exists because of the internet, and there's no other reason. If you were to go back in time 20 years, you couldn't walk into your bank, talk to your broker, and tell him to buy you some tokenized AMC. He'd have just looked at you like, it's another one. I don't want to get off topic, but it's back to, it's a function of the existence of the internet is what allows this.
Kenny G says Bunny Ranch in Vegas was legal. Yes, it was, or is. I think it still is. I don't know. But I think, I'm just trying to give you an example as to like how you can wrap your head around how it's legal. It's not in the U.S. And every time any kind of
your head around.
Every time you get a regulatory agency who wants to try and shut it down, everybody says you don't have any right to assume authority over it because you're not a part of it. If you want to change that, here's the other kicker. You're not even in a country that you can change this. You're wondering why it's not legal, and you're not even in the same country. So it's like you can't even help to change the problem.
Casey. So the stock market, it's being run in the United States, right? Like the exchange.
Yes.
So if we want, we can just say, hey, you know what? These tickers, we're not going to put them in you can trade out of the U.S. if you want to, but they're not going to come through the exchange.
It's already that way. That's the way it is now. They're not.
Okay.
They're already traded on exchanges.
So, right. But they're OTC. So who's OTC? Who's in charge of the OTC?
But they're not OTC. I don't know what.
It's not even OTC.
Yeah, it's not OTC.
It's not even that. You got to go. All you can do is go on the internet. Only place you can buy these is on the internet. You can't go into an American bank, or you can't go into a Charles Schwab office, or sit down with anybody at any number of brokerage homes and sit down and say, I want to buy some Ford, I want to buy some Caterpillar, I want to buy some S&P 500, I want to buy some Qs, and oh, by the way, give me some tokenized Panda stock. They'll be like, well, sir, we can help you with your first 9 requests, but we can't help you with the end. But that doesn't mean you can't get in your car and drive across, in the old days, you get in your car and drive to Tijuana and buy some marijuana and bring it home. But because these things don't even exist in reality, you don't need to leave the country to participate in a market that's not sanctioned in our own country. You just log into your phone and you can buy shit that some guy's selling. Two college kids in Jamaica in a hotel room have created this online presence, and they're selling these quote unquote products. And it's really that simple. I'm amazed that people don't see it, but it really is just that simple. But hey, man, it is sucked in. Look what our boy Sam Bankman-Fried has done. It's theft and open air, and nobody is calling him out on it. It's incredible to me that the world's a tough place, man.
Well, that's right, bastards.
Ariel says the question is how long can they kick their losses or hide their losses down the road? That is a good question. That is the question.
That's the only question. Yep.
Until you see
that's
them
the biggest. Yep.
Packing their shit up into boxes and walking out their front doors. That's how long. That's how long.
Yep. Some guy named Don is saying they don't even promise to pay you. Just like that one. When was it? Was it last year? That crypto that ran up? No, it's not. It's Squid, right? Was it Squid?
Oh, Squid Games, Squid Coin.
Oh yeah,
Squid Coin. Yeah.
That nobody could get out. They couldn't sell.
I don't even. Yeah.
That was horrible.
Yucca, let's do it. Let's do it this way, buddy. Yucca, meet me tonight at the local beer joint. I'm going to give you $10,000 in cash.
I am.
Take it home. Take it home.
No.
I'm going to have Mrs. Pirate build me a website called Pirate Coin. It's going to be called Pirate Coin. I'm going to sell my coins for $1,000 a piece. I want you to buy them from me, but you got to put the $10,000 I gave you, put it into the ACH, do a deposit, get it out there when you can send that to me through the internet now, and I'm going to trade you that cash for those coins. Now I'll buy them back from you, and we'll do that a few times so that we can show the internet that this coin is selling back and forth for $1,000 a piece until we can get Hayden Johansson to log in and he buys one. But Logan Johansson's buying it. He's not using the $10,000 that I gave him. He's using his airline paycheck. Now we're off and running, sport. Now we can go a little bit longer there, and we get Don Hannaford from the United Kingdom. If he could log in and he buys one of our coins, before long, you and I, we're selling shit that didn't even exist. We created it out of fucking thin air.
Well, don't forget, a pirate, that you got a friend. Your friend actually, I heard, he's already done this and has advanced you some additional money.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
yes,
you
sir.
forgot about your friend
Foo is going to come on, and because Foo's with me. You don't know this, but Foo and I are allies. We go way back. We went to college together. But Foo's going to go out into social media and tell everybody how he's made tons of money in Pirate Coin, how it's the greatest thing, how he turned $1,000 into $10 million, and you're fucking missing out. Your life can change. So, and before long, we've got plenty of people who are doing whatever they need to do to round up American dollars or whatever their currency is, their fiat currency. And they're thank you. There you go. That's exactly what it is. It's probably worse than a Ponzi scheme. Yeah, I'll tell you why it's worse. I'll tell you why it's worse than a Ponzi scheme. And I came up with this just now. This is a piratism. Because in a fucking Ponzi scheme, the early movers, they make money. See, people don't realize it, but there's a lot of people who make money in Ponzi schemes if you're in at the early stages, because that's how it works. They got to get enough people walking around Manhattan telling everybody that Bernie Madoff made them fucking 15% a year for the past 5 years. That's how a sweet money scam works. And people are greedy, you did that good? I want some of that. So he's right. I need Foo Dog out there telling everybody that Pirate Coin is the latest shit, and that he just bought a brand new Corvette off what he made just this month. And that's how this whole thing is working. And it fucking, like I said, what was it? P.T. Barnum, the famous carnival guy, said there's a sucker born every minute, and that's what you're seeing.
Yep. It's just like the Biscoffs.
I'm sorry if I told the story too long. I know people get pissed off when I talk too long.
It's all
But I was
right.
trying to make a dumbed down version of a little game using names that we could all use and paint a picture of how this whole online cryptocurrency shit works. It's fucking incredible to me. I'm like,
Yep.
But
just like the go ahead, Casey.
Well, I was just going to say, there are examples of people who do walk away with money, right? And when they do, those are just enough of the stories that need to be told that causes more people to want to come in and be a part of that quick get rich money making scheme kind of thing, So.
Hey, see, when you're in New York City in Times Square and you walk up to the guy and he's got the 3-shell Monty game going, and he's mixed into 3 cups, and you got to find a ping pong ball underneath it. The guy that wins the $50 right there, that's him, man. Look how easy this is. I just doubled my money 3 times. But they don't ever realize that's the guy's brother. Those 2 guys are brothers. They pretend to not even know each other. It's the same thing. It just plays out a little differently.
The biscuits.
People eat it up.
All right, I need Yucca to help me out here for just a second. All right, Yucca, you ready for this?
What?
I'm gonna give you I'm gonna give you some numbers, and I want you to read me off the numbers in a random order, whatever order you choose. And I don't really care what it is. I just want you to read it. I want you to give me
numbers? Are
6.
They long numbers,
6
short
numbers, 1 through 6. I want you to give me 1 through 6, and you tell me the order of the numbers that you want them in.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
No, I don't want it in that order. I want it in a different order.
Well, you're not giving me.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Whatever.
1 through 6. Give me those numbers.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
6. Oh, give me something random. Just random.
Okay, 1, 2. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 6, 5, 4.
Oh no, never mind. Pirate, give me what I want.
Okay.
Pirate.
I got you one.
All right.
1659379.
Wait, we're only doing 1 through 6.
Okay,
don't repeat the number. 1 through 6. Don't repeat the number.
1, 6. Here, 1, 6, 3, 4, 5, 2.
All right, perfect. That works.
There you go.
All right, here we go. So this is the semifinals. There's going to be 2 different polls on
2716057.
There you go. That's the one we should have done. Gee whiz, make it so hard. All right, here we go. So this is going to be the semifinals of the Cookie Championships, the Christmas Cookie Championships. 1-6. This is going to determine. We're going to have the top 2 out of the. The top 1 out of these 2 next votes will make it into the finals. So copy.
So what did I win?
Nothing. 3 is this one. All right. There's only 3 options for this poll. Yeah, you've obviously already voted for. You've obviously already voted for these cookies, but this is going to be the semifinals. This is round 1 of the semifinals. These are the 1-6-3 place. Actually, not even a place; they're just positions. So we will see the top winner for this round will make it to the finals, and then we will have one more vote of semifinals, and then we'll move. Like I said, we'll move into the finals. So we should have just 2 more votes to go for the day besides this one. For the all-time winner for their favorite Christmas cookie.
Wiener.
I gotta go to break. I'm so late.
Yeah, you are late. So you could. All right. Remember when you come back.
It's like March Madness. It's like March Madness with the brackets, except we put a Christmas cookie spin on it.
Mm-hmm.
The matchup.
No, that's okay, Teresa. If you don't see chocolate chip as a Christmas cookie, don't vote for it. It's that simple. Even though it's Santa Claus's favorite cookie. Don't vote for it. Don says you're just trying to avoid us from the pirate coin. You got everybody all wanting to buy this pirate coin. Everybody's all drummed up. They're just like, where do I get this pirate coin at?
Yep. Hit me up in Discord, man. We'll all get rich. Yep, exactly.
We'll all put in $20. After you get 10 people to put in 20, you'll get yours.
life changing money. Yep, exactly.
Right. Oh man. That's manipulating people, Casey. Laugh out loud. Cookie manipulating. Dude, it is. It is definitely. I'm convinced it is Santa Claus's favorite cookie.
Top seeded, what they call it in sports, seeded, SEED. The top seeded cookie right now is peanut butter, I think.
Well, we'll find out. He's that cookie is going to be in the next round of votes. The next round of votes is going to be
cookie cage match.
The next round of votes is going to be Snickerdoodle versus white chocolate macadamian and the peanut butter.
I thought Santa had a peanut allergy.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So you could clip this whole section out, KC, and then when you post it as a video for later consumption, you can mark this one as rated G for the children. I know most of our stuff is rated, at least rated R. I know we very rarely have a PG day. Most of the days are R, but you could clip this out and make it a G-rated video.
Mm-hmm.
Call it the cookie cage match.
Mm-hmm.
See, we got something for all ages. We're givers here.
All right, I'm going to break. I'm like well past you. I'm only going to get like I'm going to come back at 12:15. That way I can at least get 30 minutes out. I need 30 minutes. I didn't see Ha come in and say I should take my medication, but I will. Did he come in? I don't know. I missed it.
I was about to say that. Did you take your blood pressure medicine and do the reading?
Yeah, I'm going to. I'm going to take it. So I'll see you guys back here.
Everything else, because if we lose you, who are we going to watch live? You know.
I will live on through a bobblehead.
There you go.
I'll see you guys later.
But yeah, thank you.
All
right. Let me put up the message on the screen here for you guys. Alrighty, see you in a bit.
First flight of the orbiter Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right, I'm back. Let's take a look at these numbers and see what we got going on here. Before I do, I'm going to check and see what you guys are saying real quick here. Okay. I just want to make sure there wasn't anything I needed to comment on. Wolfie, good to see you. Let's take a look at the numbers and see what we got going on. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it set up for your account, you may want to do that, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you set that up, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, not a bad idea. It's always good to have backups. Backups of backups of backups. Safety number one. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange around 63% of our total volume going through those that exchange, or those exchanges, I should say, and EDGX. Right now, the numbers are really low. 50.71% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 9.82. The combined total on that 60.53%, or about 2.47% less than what I would expect to see going through those exchanges. We are now officially over 30,000 shares having been returned through CHX, so there is some more returning of shares going on right now on CHX, with 34,614 shares going through there. GME CHX volume for the day today is sitting at about 996 shares, nothing elevated on that one. Taking a look at Ortex, an hour ago there was approximately 85,000 shares having been returned so far for the day today. It's now stating a return of about 135,000 shares. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to drop maybe slightly to 10.18%. Min is at cost to borrow min's at 1.9, average is 2.57, and max is 2.82. Shares on loan right now is at 21.35 million shares. That's approximately 150,000 shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex is estimating that about 47,000 of that is in new short interest. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today, at least at an hour ago, was at an $8.50 strike with 7.8 thousand contracts. That is still the case, but now it's 9.8 thousand contracts in volume. Highest amount of puts is coming in at an $8 strike. There was 6.7 thousand contracts in volume for the day today. It's now 7.1. Market's still suggesting a closing price between $8 and $8.50 by the end of the day. MMRI was 294.89 as of an hour ago. It's now 294.97, so slightly up. Ever so slightly. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME have not been on this list, and I don't know that I want them to be, because look at the amount of selling that's going on the top most 30 heavily traded stocks in the market, and they are big names. SSR trigger price is at $7.26. Shares available to borrow is at 1.1 million shares. No change in the last hour for that, and fees are up to 1.1% now. NASDAQ is down 0.06, Dow Jones is up 0.38, and SP 500 is up 0.13. We have 3,596 advancers to 2,385 decliners. The market's less advancing or more declining now than it was an hour ago. Biggest bank movers for the day today, plus or minus 2.5%. We'll get a shout out here. We've got Coinbase up 6.96%. FRC is down 8.33%. Charles Schwab is up 3.52%. And that's it. Those are the biggest of the movers. Ethereum Classic is up 3.48 and trending. I mean, it took a big jump there. It was consolidating for quite a while and took a nice little jump up and is doing a little bit of a what appears to be a flag and pennant situation here, which might last for probably another 10 minutes or so before perhaps maybe breaking out and getting another push up. We'll see if that's going to occur. U.S. dollar is up 0.29 and also on a trend up right now. Oil is down 1.04, trending down. Mortgage-backed securities is down anywhere from 0.68 to 0.74, but trending up currently. SPY is up 0.16 and trending slightly down. VIX is up 0.78. We're getting that volatility again, trending up. VBR is up 0.55, trending down. VB up 0.51, trending down. Tesla is up 1.7 and trending down. Amazon is down 1.94, trending down. Excuse me. Cinemark is up down 1.35 and consolidating. Doge is up 1.9 or 1.89. Looks like a little bit of a fake out almost starting to happen. I bet you this is happening with Ethereum Classic as well. We had a little bit of a downtrend on Doge, and it took this big, huge leap up, and now consolidated for just a little bit, and starting to tank almost as much as it was up, right back down again here. And if we go to Ethereum Classic, it's doing the exact same thing right now. Bitcoin up 3.68 and doing the exact same thing. It was on an uptrend and was continuing the uptrend. Hit about 37.4K a coin and is just taking a big old pooping right now. GME is up 1.67% and trending down. HYMC is up 13.2 and consolidating. NCMI is up 2.06 and consolidating, but it looks like it wants to try to break out here into a downtrend. Hood is down 1.82 and trending down, and AMC is down 2.11 and currently consolidating from a little bit of a downtrend. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC. $4.7 million more inflow than outflow. 15.38 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 235 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for about 25.52 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. So it looks like we're on pace for that. On a 4-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.24, which is below average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.08, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.38, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.23, which is slightly below average. And with that, I will yield the rest of my time back to the back of the Big Tramp. Howdy, howdy. Everybody's mic is either off. Pirate's probably sitting here talking, but he's got his mic off.
There's no one talking, KC. There's no one listening. So.
You're right. I'm just chattering away, man. I got my I was impressing the hell out of myself too. I sounded so good. Damn, it was some good stuff.
What were you saying? I'm curious. You got me curious. Was it more about the pirate coin?
Yeah, I'm thinking that idea. I put it out there as a humor bit, but it sounds like it might have legs. I'm getting inundated with DMs and.
You mean pegs?
Checks.
It's not a pirate coin. It's a peg coin.
Yeah, there you go. I like it, man.
Yeah. We'll create something yet.
Heads could be like the big pirate hat, and the tails could be like a peg leg or a parrot.
Your theme could be "Come Get Pegged."
Only if you walk the plank.
I don't know if that's going to help sales or not.
No, probably not. Oh well. Such is life. So awkward. Pirate coin is the official worthless currency of the poker games.
Man, I can't on that worthless talk now.
I can't believe
it made it to become a currency. Yeah.
I can't believe that TB had to change his name. It sucks. I mean, I was calling him TB anyways, but
you never know, man. I could be under negotiations right now with the president of Somalia. Gonna make it the Somalian currency. You never know.
Because they're pirates in Somalia.
See, there you go. You put that together. I was waiting if somebody was going to pick up on that.
Yeah, but that's like, I mean, couldn't you just said like the Caribbean or something? I mean, I don't know. I feel like Somalia is like the worst. Yeah. Like if you're gonna pick a,
I was trying to come up with a country's name, and Somalia popped into my head first. So.
Sounds like a great place. Let's go have our.
At this moment that Nathan knew he fucked up.
Let's go have our treasure trove over there in Somalia. It's a great place. I think you should stick to the Bahamas, the Caribbean somewhere or something. Yeah. I don't know.
There you go.
I mean, in Bahamas everything works, so it's better Bahamas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Plus, you might get a shot to, you might get a shot to hello at Ken Griffin if you're in Bahamas. You might let us know something about the action, you know.
Yeah, you need to be based in a country with very liberal regulations, and then no extradition to the United States, no clawback provisions, so that you can stay on the long arm of reach of the law.
Bob says, have you seen Wall Street Millennials video on Binance? I don't know if I have. I'd have to see it. Wait. Hold on. Island, I'm trying to put this all together here. Why was Adam Aaron able to drop share dilution so fast, but when did a reverse stock split did not sell shares in the market when stock price was $17 to $19 and waited until it dropped to $9 to $10? Actually, I think he did start the dilution when it was like $17 to $19.
Well, he's fallen into that same trap that still only guessing as to whether he sold one share or all of them. All we know to date is that the mechanism's in place. So until somebody comes up with a press release or notification from Investors Direct that the share offering has been completed, as far as I'm concerned, that stuff's still laying in a box on top of a broker's desk.
No, he's right. He's right. Share price was the day that share dilution started, which was the day that we were trading somewhere between like 1260 and 1370. The day that they announced that the dilution started, we were trading between 843 and 1170. So in regards to why not do share dilution prior to that point, and I think maybe part of the reason might have been there was a couple different speculative reasons as to why they didn't do it. There may have been a time restriction after the conversion or reverse split that may have prevented them from being able to take an action like that, number one. And number two, if that's not the case, then the other part to that might have been is that they were waiting to see if there was going to be some buying pressure involved on bringing the price up if institutions were going to have to, feasibly buy shares of AMC to fulfill the transfer of positions held by Ape shareholders.
Yeah, and that would have afforded him an opportunity to make a little bit.
Yes.
So there could have been some of that. He could have been holding off in anticipation for a run that didn't come.
Yeah.
So then he had to fall back to plan B.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's easy to look back on the rearview mirror and try to Monday morning quarterback this stuff. But when it's happening in real time, you have to make decisions, based on where it's at the moment. We haven't heard anything, but I'm in that camp of I'm in those people that want to believe that that's what we're seeing right now, that all this reduced price action here in the last few days is a result of them selling. I think it was similar to that in the past. I know the last time they pushed paper into the market, they did a target price, and they put out charts showing what they wanted to do. But then once they released the tweets and everything saying that it was fulfilled, it fell short of their targets. But nonetheless, that's how they ended up filling up the war chest the first time. So I would welcome that if that scenario played out here again, that this is all they've been selling it all this time, and that they had a target, and hopefully they hit the targets. But if they didn't, that they'll say we raised our $35 million and the offering is done, and it'll be cause for celebration.
But what's, I guess, more importantly, Island of Dr. Moreau, what's the point in going back in time and saying, why didn't you do this, or this? What good does that do? What's the point, or what's the objective behind saying, how come they didn't do this, or that? Where does that get you? Bruno's gonna go nuts here. I think I just had. Give me a second. I gotta get up. Somebody drop something off at the front door. I'll be right back. Yeah, Bruno, you didn't bark. I heard you woof a little. Jingle bells in it. I have no idea what this is, but check this out. I get this box, I pick it up, and it does this. Any ideas?
Yeah. It's got like a broken Christmas ornament inside it.
Let me shake it the other way.
Somebody sent you a crystal angel.
I don't know. That sounds like jingle bells in there to me.
Maybe. Somebody probably sent you a Christmas Santa Claus hat or something.
There's something definitely jingly in there.
If there's a God in heaven, it's just a glitter bomb. When you open it up, it's going to explode and blow that. Hayden calls it divorce dust. That's the girls at the strip club wear.
Yeah, that's the. I never heard that before. That's a pretty good one. Divorce dust.
I still let him. He gets 100% credit for that. They call it divorce dust.
Well, I think I let 100 people vote on the current batch of cookies. So I guess I could probably let this vote run because we still got two more votes to go before we're done for the day today. So let's go ahead and end this poll here. It looks like chocolate chip will be making it to the finals, beat out oatmeal with or without raisins, and the Danish butter cookies by quite a bit. 56%. All right.
Did Biscotti win? Are we getting Biscotti for Christmas?
No, it did not win. It was it failed horribly. It got Biscotti got 8% votes. Only 8% of the people voted for it. It's pretty low. All right, let me put in the next cookie here, the next group. This is the second round of semifinals. And in the second round of semifinals, we have Snickerdoodles. Coming in the next spot here, we have, let's see, White Chocolate Macadamian. And two is peanut butter cookies. All right, there it is. There's the poll for the next three. Oh my gosh, is it really going to come down to white chocolate macadamian and chocolate chip? Oh my gosh, this is going to be an epic battle. I mean, even the peanut butter could be a classic match. It does appear that white chocolate macadamian is in second place right now, or first place, I mean, but second compared to the amount of votes that went in for chocolate chip.
How anyone can make it through the line at Subway and not have that cookie added to their order is beyond me. I can only assume that people just never had them. If I was a CEO of Subway, I would order that they give those cookies away free as a way to penetrate the market.
So
give them away free every day for like a month to ensure that everyone tasted them once, and I promise you it would blow numbers out.
My first official job that I ever had was working for Subway. I had an unofficial job before that, but it only lasted for like one weekend. It might have been I think it was one. It might have been one weekend. Yeah. But anyways,
Yeah, I think I remember you saying something about that way back.
Making
sandwiches.
Yeah, Subway sandwiches was the deal. And I had my own Subway sandwich that I had concocted that was not on the ordering board. For those of you who remember, they used to. I don't think they still do, but they used to have a seafood and crab sandwich. And I would take the seafood and crab and I would load it up with bacon. And I had their seafood and crab bacon sandwich, and it was so delicious. And
isn't it faux crab? It's not even real crab, isn't it? Lumpia?
Yeah. It's all
or whatever.
It's totally fake. Yeah,
it's a fish, some kind of a fish that they get, but they say it's like a fake crab. I think it's called lumpia or something.
Yeah. Some people are saying they removed the buy button for HYMC, huh? Go figure. How many shares do they have outstanding now? Hold on a second.
Pirate just said something was going around that somebody was out there selling the old. You should sell your AMC and get onto HYMC. It's squeezing.
They got 20
because the way the chart looks and everything, they're selling bullshit.
20.21 shares, 20.21 million shares outstanding. I don't know what it was prior, but that's what it's saying it is right now. I'm not sure if that's the new amount or not. But if it is, that's a pretty low share count. That is a really low share count. I mean, if you think about it, the total amount of shares outstanding, if it truly indeed is 20 million shares. Actually, you know what? I should be looking at the free float. Let's look at the free float. Free float's 15.62. Holy shit. That is really low. All right, hold on a second here. 15.62 times 2.03. $31.7 million buys you, provided you could get them all at a $2.03 rate, would buy you the entire outstanding float. That's insane. I could understand why they would take the buy button away. That thing
Hey,
could.
Pirate, we can do it, Pirate. We just make the coin in 1 week time. We can buy Highcraft mining.
That thing could.
Come on, let's do it.
I mean, think about the fact that Adam Aaron asked
them to have real coins made.
Adam Aaron asked for $350 million. He could buy the float many times over if he wanted to.
I see where you're going with this, and then trigger the squeeze and HYMC, and that would make his 20% stake the company holds skyrocket, and then he could sell into that. Oh yeah. We could all be so lucky.
Yeah, if only. That's crazy.
Hey, Casey, can you? I mean, I know you have a lot of followers on Twitter, or maybe some. Put up a tweet saying, "Let's put all the AMC investors like $2,000 ahead and buy Highcraft mining."
No. No, that's illegal. I can't do that.
That's the kind of stuff that gets you a knock on the door.
Yeah. No thanks. I'm gonna keep my nose as clean as possible.
Making the Ponzi scheme shitcoin won't get you a knock on the door.
No, because they're not regulated. That's why we can sell pirate coins, man. It's an unregulated market. It's you can have a pepperoni coin. We could do a box set, man. The pepperoni pirate co-op coin. You can get 2 coins for the price of 1. There's no end to where we can take the whole coin thing.
Hey, pirate. Where do you store your pepperoni?
Hey, I have a better name for pirate coin.
Shitcoin. That's where.
Oh, that's already taken.
Oh, darn. All right, okay.
What do you got for us, Rex?
Triple P coin.
Triple P. The PPP.
Pirate pegged penetration.
Pepperoni. Pirate pegged pepperoni. Pepperoni pegged pirate.
Got to keep it at least PG. You got to keep it PG so we don't limit our sales.
No, we're penetrating the market like the macadamian cookies at Subway.
There you go.
Holy shit. I mean, this really played. Where the hell is censored content right now? Is he in here? He is. Why does he have his headset off? Damn it.
He's got his headset turned off.
Somebody send him a...
fell asleep. He might be taking a little nap.
I'm sending him a message. Wake the fuck up. Sorry. I was supposed to type that and not say it. Inner thoughts, Casey. Inner thoughts. Whoops.
Yeah, that's the story of my life, man.
But yeah, no, so literally, like, I mean, because that was the whole point that censored content was trying to make, was that they had very clearly stated that they could make an acquisition with it of something. Right? That was the whole point of pointing that out, that he was making.
He's making a lot of hay out of that. There's a specific provision in there that said purchase of capital assets.
With only 15 million outstanding shares, AMC's got more than enough money raised to be able to make that acquisition. I mean, they already own half the company, right? Wasn't it half? Hold on a second.
20%.
Was it only 20? Oh, I thought it was more than that. My bad. 20. See, I haven't been keeping up to date on.
And you got people that are outraged over that. So I'm not sure how well it would be received if they tried to buy the other 80% of the company.
But it wouldn't even take that much. It would take less than. It would take less than what they currently paid. At these prices.
Because of the depressed prices. I mean, it's like you said, just you take your opportunities where you find them. I'd have to sit down and spend some time thinking about the pros and cons of that before I could begin to speak on it.
Deb, you need to calm down. There is a limit on how many words I can put into the thing, and I can't get it all in there. You need to calm down. Which company? HYMC. That's crazy. I didn't realize that their share count was so low. So wait a minute. So they had 150 million shares before the reverse split? It would have had to. Well, it would have been actually 200 million shares. Hold on a second here. Is that right? Hold up. I gotta do some digging here. Now this is gonna drive me nuts if I don't look this up. So give me a second. I gotta look this up now. Let's see. Where would they have released this at? Would have had to have been. Okay, here we go. That is not what I want. Show me your original share count. Total number of authorized shares of common stock and preferred stock will not be reduced and remain at 1.4 billion and 10 million shares respectively. No fractional shares will be issued as a result of the reverse stock split. Rather, the company's transfer agent will aggregate all fractional shares remaining. Wait. The total number of authorized shares of common stock and preferred stock. Oh, okay, will not be reduced. Okay, I get that. Okay, and okay, I get that part. Where they don't have any listing on here of how many shares they had in existence prior to the split. Well, I know where I can find it. Give me a second. Excuse me. Yeah, so shares held by AMC was 23.58 million. Percentage of the shares owned was 11.66. Total this one, and then I click on this one. Shares outstanding. I'm showing, that can't be right. I'm showing that they had 20.2 million shares previously to this. I don't. Okay, yeah, that's gotta be right. They had to have had. They had to have had. It's so they've already corrected the numbers on Ortex. So, So they had like 20 million shares, or 200 million shares in total. AMC must have had 23. Yeah, that's right then. Okay, so this is really interesting. The holdings of AMC has not been changed yet, so there's different ways you can look at this. But that's about how many shares they had outstanding, was about 200 million shares, and so that got reduced down to 20 million shares, which means that AMC now holds 2.35 million shares instead of the 23.58 that was being recorded previously. So in order for them to be able to purchase, and remember there's only 15 million outstanding. The rest of them are owned by insiders. So in order for AMC to pick up of the free float, they would need, let's see here, I guess half of the 15%, really. So like 7 million shares. They would need to buy, let's see, let's do 7 minus 2.35, I guess. 4.65 million shares at its current price of like $1.
208 right now.
At $2.
Yeah, $2. Good call.
So they would need to
$8 million.
Yeah. But I mean, that's if they average that price per share, right? I mean, obviously they would probably be picking up a lot more shares than that at a higher price as price was moving upwards. So you'd be looking at, potentially something like, I don't know. You could probably double the number and say that's probably a safe bet, right? So 18 million tops.
Yeah.
18 million tops to buy enough shares to own or over 50% of the company.
Didn't they have options too, Casey?
Maybe. I don't know. I hadn't really dove. I hadn't looked into it too much. I feel like Porky the Pig. I didn't looked at it. Oh man.
Mel Tillis.
Wait, what did you say? Mel Tillis?
Mel Tillis. I'm dating myself. Only the oldest of the listeners or your viewers will know. He's a famous country music singer who stuttered, and he couldn't string 3 words together without stuttering, but he could sing beautifully, never miss a beat. He's a famous country music singer in the 60s. And Mel Tillis.
I saw, for the very first time, Dave Matthews in concert, and he started talking here in Austin, and he started talking in between sets, and I guess I just had never seen him in an interview before, but dude stutters like crazy. I mean, really, really, really bad, and the dude sings so awesome. It's like never never misses a beat. I was shocked.
I think he did. Okay, I've seen Dave Matthews like 70 times. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
He can carry on a straight conversation. He does stutter during. I think is something he does during his shows.
No, because then I went and looked him up in an interview, and he did it in the interview too. So it's not just the. Well, I mean, if you're saying, are you saying it's a stage stutter? Is that what you're saying?
I think he's coming up with impromptu kind of stuff now. But granted, if he did an interview, then sure. But I don't think he's like a stutterer per se. But he kind of
stuttering can come and go. It doesn't have to necessarily. My brother was a chronic stutterer, and stuttering can come and go. It doesn't have to be consistent. Like someone who talks with a lisp, for instance, the lisp is always there.
Absolutely.
A stutter can be brought on by anxiety or social situation awkwardness, and it can be, it can come on, I guess, and then recede.
Were you able to? You can't talk with a lisp, can you, Pirate? I can't picture you doing that or talking with. vocal fry.
I taught myself to stutter when I was younger. As I found that in sales, a friend of mine told me that if you stuttered periodically, you could get people to focus on your words. Their natural tendency to try to finish for you or to try to help you makes them focus. So he thought it might have been a sales trick or a carnival gimmick, but for some reason or another, I was a young guy looking for any edge.
Well, I'm hoping that people will buy some more AMC. Buy some more AMC. Yeah.
Don't do that. My tendency, so I'm laughing so hard because my tendency is so bad is to like just start stuttering now from now on, just so I can try and elicit more AMC buys. and it's you can't do that. That's like making fun of people, and you can't do that kind of thing.
Yeah. See, going forward from this, you're gonna be people like Daxter. He says it makes me want to ignore you. Going forward from this, now everyone's gonna automatically assume that anyone who has this sad affliction of stuttering is doing it merely to garner attention, and they're going to be hateful towards them. And I had a hand to play in that, and that will be one of the finer tricks that I've pulled off. I love it.
Casey's broken mug is back. He's back.
I think I prefer a stutter over a vocal fry. Vocal fry.
What is
what is vocal fry? It sounds like your voice is kind of frying there on a fry pan. Is there anything else like you'd like to add to your order? And it's typically among females that kind of develop like this. Almost like an intentional voice of like,
annoying,
totally,
annoyed that they have to like take your order.
Yeah. No, they don't have a nice, crisp, direct voice like Pirate, who sounds like, he's like right there off of. Pirate has always sounded military to me, and I've always enjoyed that. Yeah, I've loved it. Always loved it.
I'm not sure if that's something that I should be offended by, or no. I'll just say thank you.
I think it's refreshing in this day and age. I think it's a rare commodity that.
I think you should take it the same way I took the pineapple pizza.
Play his.
That's why we love you, Pepperoni. That's why we love you.
Where's his song?
I'm getting it. Hold on.
We gotta have his theme. And for Randy Savage fans, today Macho Man Randy Savage would have been 71. By the way, 71.
Oh, brother.
Ooh, yeah.
Nothing to a Slim Jim.
Yeah.
We had the wrestle in that cage match.
Yeah.
That was one of my favorite scenes.
I've got the parody video of that. If you really want to have some fun.
Wait, guys, hold on.
I think we should do it. Go ahead.
Like a big pizza pie, that's amore.
There it is. Wait, I gotta cue it up here. Hold on a second. Okay, it's like 21. Okay. Alright, cool. We're good to go. I'm ready now. He can't hear it unless he's listening to the live stream. Casey's Broken Mug says, Chris, what's up, man? I'm good, man. Been a while. I'm back 2 weeks. So, yeah, look, Chris had a problem with his name being, for some reason, like not being able to come in and say anything. He had to create a new account. TB had a problem with it. Now we're finding out Mick had a problem with it as well. So I'm not sure what the heck's going on, but yeah. Some people are reporting like issues with seeing like their chat just not being able to chat. Like they type in stuff and nothing happens. So I don't know why. I don't know how to fix it. I've tried some suggestions to people like subscribing or unsubscribing and then subscribing back in. But the only thing that seems to really fix it is to change to a new account. And I don't know why. I wish I did, but I can't figure it out. Chris is going to give the Marvels an independent review. Some people say they hate it. Some people say they love it. Specific Notion said, I also had comments not show up when I hit send earlier. It's crazy. Man, we have a it's really close. That white chocolate macadamia and the peanut butter are neck and neck right now. It is it's going to come down to the wire here.
Casey, I'm going to put a ticker of a competing stock to HYMC in the, not in the chat, but in the Discord, and you can tell me what if you like that ticker or not.
No.
It's a real one.
No, I know. No.
You like that one? No? Okay.
I'm not gonna comment.
Yeah, that's fine.
Not here.
Nope. So let's see here. What are we doing? We're doing a little bouncy thing, and then we dropped. The floor fell out, and now we're trying to make up our mind or something.
We do seem to have a little bit of the slowing down of the market, but this is typically the time of the day where it does kind of slow down a little bit. But it should be picking back up here in no time. We're getting to that point of the day where we do know. Look at the volume. The volume really started picking up the most when we had that drop in price. There was quite a bit of a volume pickup at that point in time, and then it did settle down a little bit, but it's still, some of these minutes in here have some pretty good volume. There's some spikes.
Yeah, I took advantage of that dip there. Oh yeah.
Very nice. Very nice.
Very nice. Yes. Actually, it's still pretty damn good. Oh yeah.
Slap into a Slim Jim. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
106. Time for numbers. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Taking a look at off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange at about 66% going. No, I'm sorry, 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We got 50.69% going through off exchange, EDGX at 9.72. Which is giving us about 60.41 million of our volume going through there. That's about 3.59% less volume than what it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is now up to 70.582 million shares going through that exchange. Taking a look at GME, CHX volume for the day today is at 996 shares. Nothing unusually high there. This is 2 days now, I think this week so far, that we've had CHX volume that's been significantly higher than what we've been seeing. The last time we saw a significant CHX volume was on 11/10, so it was last week. 11/10 was Friday. So we're starting to see some spikes. So actually, Thursday and Friday last week, we saw large quantities of CHX volume. So we're starting to see another spike. Sometimes this is about when price starts moving. you get a couple of big spikes and then a couple more big spikes, and that's when price starts moving a little bit. And then when the last big spike hits, that's when price starts dumping. Let's see. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately how much was there? 135,000 shares having been returned. It's still the same value. It's going to leave the estimated short-term interest of the free float and all the other numbers at the exact same amounts. No change. For the day today, we have 21.35 million shares having been borrowed. Or what am I saying? 21.35 million shares are out on loan. And then day over day, the change went up by about 150,000 shares. Ortex estimated about 47,000 of that was in new short interest. Let's see here. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a $8.50 strike. As of an hour ago, there was 9.8 thousand contracts. It is now currently at 10.2 thousand contracts. Highest amount of puts is an $8 strike. An hour ago, there were 7.1 thousand contracts, and now 7.2. The market is still signaling for an $8 to $8.50 close by the end of the day today. Taking you guys over the other page here, MMRI was at 294.97, is now 295.09. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list, but do note how this list looks. I don't know that I would necessarily want to see them on this list since most of them are selling more than they're buying. SSR trips today at $7.26. Shares available to borrow is at 1.1 million shares. That has not changed for a couple hours now, and fees are now up to 1.1%. Total amount of shares that we've seen borrowed so far for the day today is about 4.45 million. Taking a look at the markets, market indexes, we've got NASDAQ is up 0.25, Dow Jones is up 0.54, and the S&P 500 is up 0.34. We have 3,747 advancers to 2,273 decliners. The market is more advancing than it was an hour ago. Is Hayden in here? Taking a look at the
currently he's up. Okay.
All right. Taking a look at the biggest bank movers for the day today. I'm just going to read off anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater of a change. Coinbase is up 7.71. That might be the only one I end up reading off. Zion Bank is up 2.6. Western Alliance up 2.66. Charles Schwab up 3.31. And that's it. Ethereum Classic is up 3.45 and trending up. It dumped out completely what it gained by, and then did drive back up to it again. The U.S. dollar is up 0.34 and trending up. Oil is down 1.17 and starting to consolidate after a drop. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.71 to 0.75 and trending down. SPY is up 0.37 and starting to trend back up after having been on a downtrend. VIX is up 0.14 and trending up. VBR is up 0.72 and consolidating after a trend down. VB is up 0.75 and consolidating after a trend down. Tesla is up 2.56 and starting to trend back up. Amazon is down 1.88 and consolidating after having been on a downtrend. Cinemark is down 1.42 and trending up. Doge is up 2.69 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 5.46 and trending up, and it did break past 37.2, which is a pretty significant level of support. Not turning out the way that I thought this would at all. completely the opposite of what I thought was going to happen by the end of this week. Really kind of crazy stuff going on right now in the market, and not quite sure what to make of it. I'm sure the SPY, we'll take a look at it here, and actually let's go back to the SPY real quick and take a look at it. It has not broken past that 451.46 just yet, but if it does break past that, it could move pretty quickly. GameStop is up 2.17 and slightly trending down. HYMC is up 16.93, trending up. NCMI is up 2.86, trending up. Hood is down 1.28 and consolidating. And AMC is down 2.24 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately $4.7 million more inflow than outflow. 16.52 million shares traded so far for the day today. After, let's see here. 283 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 22.76 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.23, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.55, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last 5 minutes. RSI is at 47.66, which is just slightly below average. And I'm clicking on a news report here. That's simply talking about HYMC. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. I yield the rest of the time back to you guys back in the back of the Big Tramp. You're welcome, you're welcome. Papa Mac says Greg Gutfield or Feld on last night's show opened with ripping the Marvel's movie, claimed its wokeness is the reason it's the worst Marvel movie opening ever. Well, I haven't been doing trivia, but I'll tell you what, though, we can start movie trivia back up next week, and we can do Thanksgiving theme related movies. Since next week is going to be Thanksgiving week, I think, right? Should be 23rd. Is 23rd Thanksgiving? Let's see.
Darren, we've been doing random trivia, so you can go first. Just throw one out there.
Yes, 23rd.
Whoever answers in the chat first gets bragging rights. Random trivia. I'm gonna say drive-by, like a drive-by trivia, but I don't know, somebody get offended by the violent connotation.
What do they call that? When a pirate ship plunders another pirate ship?
Fun.
Huh?
Fun.
Oh, there's a name for it, isn't there?
If there is, I'm unaware. But I'm all ears.
A sea jacking?
Oh.
Yuck is going to be in here on that one. He's going to just somebody say jacking? Rogue Trooper, how's it going? Good to see you in here. I think I called him Starship Trooper the other day. He doesn't have... oh, there he is.
I'm here. Sorry, guys. I'm just sorting stuff out with my kids.
No, it's all right. I hadn't seen you. I saw you come in a couple times, and then you never said anything. And I was like, "Oh, okay. Is there something wrong with his mic?" Or...
Oh no, I just like listening to you guys. I just enjoy the giggle you lot give me.
Okay, that's good. Fair enough.
I can't provide any bona fides or bona fides for him, but I can tell you he's no stranger to the turn of a card. He handed us our handle the other night.
Hold on.
So
on YouTube, I'm Silas Saba. Okay.
Okay.
So now you know I've got either side.
There you go.
And whenever you want to play cards again, I'm game on.
Oh man.
You're no stranger to the turn of a card.
I want to make sure I'm there to play then, because I'm always looking for a challenge.
I look forward to it.
Pirate's going like, wait a minute, what's wrong with me? Am I not a challenge?
What am I, man? Chopped liver.
There's very few people that give me
leave you to it.
a run for my money. One of the more frustrating ones is Hunter, and it's not because I think Hunter's he's not a bad poker player, but I feel like he's just more lucky than he is.
Oh man, that is
good.
So unfair to say. That is so unfair to say.
He is pretty lucky. That kid's got
but
some.
You could throw that. You could throw that at almost anybody. I mean.
No, because I feel like there's a difference when.
That's one of those backhanded compliments, as Mrs. Pirate calls them, where it's really a slap in the face. What you're saying, he's not really a good card player. He's just Lady Luck just has her way with him. And that's
yeah, I am saying that. He is incredibly lucky. He's a lucky kid. Or either that, or he's got an impeccable sixth sense and guessing what the other player has.
Why don't you take him to Vegas, man?
Because he's not 21 yet.
Put that earpiece in and go to work. You sit at the table and let him do the shot.
We gotta get him to 21. When we get him to 21, then I'll take him to Vegas. It's only a couple more years.
In some tiny little way, maybe you find it distasteful that you taught him how to play, and then he's added upon what you have taught him.
No.
Now maybe from time to time, his play out exceeds yours, like on a chessboard.
No.
And that you have a little bit of an issue with that. We can
No.
understand.
See, there's a difference because Bradley.
Make allowances for your jealousy.
Bradley legit beat me in poker before, and there's a difference when you like you can feel the difference between somebody outsmarting you in hand and somebody just plain dumb luck hitting a card and it beats you. It's the amount of times that Hunter rivers out on somebody in a poker hand is just absolutely insane. I've never seen anything like it. I could know for a fact that there's no chance that he's got a better hand than me, until the river hits, and then when the river hits, all bets are off.
I'm reading between the lines on here. You're like, that's against the rules.
It's not against the rules.
Your rules. You live in that fixed world of probabilities and calculations. We all know that you calculate the exact percentage right, and when he wins, despite of that, and it flies in the face of your technical analysis of the table, it just it's like a little poke in your ribs.
He beats the odds way more often. He beats the odds way more often than he should, and it drives me nuts because I don't know how to play against that.
This isn't fair. There was only a 1 in 10,000 chance that would have been an ace of spades. It's not fair that he got it.
Over and over and over and over. It's just like, I mean, there's something to be said about that, though. I mean, if you're just a lucky player and then you're a lucky player, it's just there are people like that, believe it or not. There are some people that run hot way more than they should.
Yeah, but I don't think it's fair. Maybe you get lucky once. it's like saying a guy gets lucky when he hits home runs, but if he hits home run after home run after home run, is it really fair to contribute it to the luck after that? I mean, if someone shows a pattern, at some point you have to say it's got to be attributed to something beyond luck.
I wipe him off the tables more often than he wipes me off the tables. But he wipes me off the tables more than he should, considering the way that he plays. That's the problem that I have. It's just he manages to hit cards that he just shouldn't be hitting way more frequently than most people do. And I don't have a problem with somebody who plays like that. That's actually usually the kind of people you want to play with, because you tend to win more money over the long term against somebody who's betting like that. But
Matt says that if they consistently bet the long shots, the high odds, that they're going to be off more than they win, and so they'll be a net loser.
Right.
But you're not describing him that way. You're not saying that. You're saying that the opposite is true, that he's consistently right, and because he defies the mathematical odds, that somehow or another it's only by luck. And I'm just saying that there could be more at play there than that.
Well, it's certainly not because he
has an intuition that allows him to interpret things, and his mind may work in a different way, and he may arrive at a conclusion, but just because he arrives at the right conclusion from a different methodology than you do doesn't necessarily mean that he is wrong.
Nana says, I'm telling Hunter, he knows I feel this way. I've told him before. I've told him before, I said, look, Hunter, when you start placing real money on the table, if you can keep playing the same exact way with real money, because he's very reckless, and he does.
Stop it. We've seen him mop the table up with you, and
yes.
you leave in a huff, and on the way out, you're like, and clean your room. And while you're at it, clean your damn room. I'm tired of telling you about that, too. Meanwhile, he's sitting there counting your stacks, all those fat stacks that he just took from you. He's like, yeah, Dad, I'm going to get right on. Take your bitter old ass onto bed.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a difference. When he gets into real money, we'll see if it still holds true.
Hey, I had my stream paused. I just turned it back on. How do I buy this pirate coin again? How do I do that? Did I miss something?
Man, it's trending right now. It's trending. I think I'm going on Saturday Night Live tonight. They've invited me to come on and talk about it. Tomorrow, I got Charles Payne. I got some time blocked out for him. I'm telling you, man, this thing is happening, and you need to get be one of the early movers.
I mean, if Fu and Yuck are in, I'm in. I'm tripling down.
You make your remittance. Is that the big fancy word for pay me? The remittance has to be sent to Milano, Italy, care of La Pepperoni, and it needs to be a cashier's check made out to him. He is our chief financial officer. He's in charge, because we're not subject to the regulatory authorities and the bodies over such things in the United States. Our banking is done in Milan.
He's the shell company.
Oh, hush your mouth! Why would you say something about this? Is an investment opportunity of the highest caliber.
I know if Yuck is in, I'm in.
Word on the street, Kenny G is interested.
Can't tell when Yuck is in.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I didn't realize my stream, I'm behind like 45 minutes. Hold on a minute.
There are
Typical Navy. Don't start the battle without me. I'll be there. Can everybody just wait?
Let me fast forward. Oh, that was a joke. Oh shit.
Well, I do believe your entire paycheck was going to be at risk here over this, but don't worry, you're backed 1-to-1.
Yeah, it's tokenized. It's backed by a wrapped tokenized pirate coin. They're two separate things. We have the pirate coin, which is digital technology, but then that's backed 1-to-1 with our tokenized pirate coin.
That's where you're missing the marketing thing. You could have the rugged token, And right there says it's safe because it's rugged.
Oh,
I like it. I like it. I like it. That's fine. Yeah.
Really?
I'm sure
Not
we can
just
enlist
rugged, but
rugged participation
real
in this.
Yeah.
Real rugged. Absolutely, yeah.
There are. I'm looking right now on CoinMarketCap's site. There are multiple pirate coins actually.
I'll say it's not so. Say it isn't so. I'm so excited about this whole concept.
I said bounce. I need cash and large amounts like.
That's what I'm saying, man. Cash money. Just get that cash money to my boy Luigi, and he will make certain that your position is established. You will be entitled to all rights that go with the ownership.
Sensor, I'm so glad you woke up.
Let's get all those wooden nickels together.
Yeah,
So
I'm awake.
I'm glad you're awake now. You know why? You missed out earlier when I was talking about this. And it's time for break now, so now I'll see you later.
Wait. I'll play you out then, because I got a song.
Oh, no. All right. Oh, no. Stop the song. Stop. All right, check it out. Censor content. You remember that different wording of how the money for the raised capital could be spent that you were pointing out?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Do you know how many shares HYMC has outstanding right now? After their 10-to-1 reverse split?
After their 10-to-1 reverse split.
20 million?
Who needs them?
They have 20 million outstanding shares, 15 million for the free float.
Yeah, and you know what? AMC's got.
Do you see what the price is? Do you see what the price is?
It's pretty coincidental that the price lines up to about exactly
what the deal was on the stock options, because they had an option to buy more at $1.70 or something. Like,
oh, I didn't even know that. I didn't know they still have options, huh?
Yeah, they had options to buy more.
Oh, that's interesting. Oh, the plot
like
thickens.
$1.70. Would that carry over, or would that be affected by the reverse split?
I'm not sure. It's a good question.
Because they can buy the whole company right now.
Yeah,
that's what I was saying. Yeah, and not only could they buy the whole company, but they could probably buy it for very close to what they initially invested in a partial share, a partial ownership.
For what they paid for 20%, they could probably just about pay that for the remaining 80%.
Yeah, and then take it private.
Or would AMC be technically allowed, to take on another acquisition like that at this point?
Why not? What's to stop them?
There's no. He can spend that money on, as a head of the CEO and a board. They can spend that money on Chinchilla Factory if they want.
Okay.
Wait a minute, we're going from coins to chinchillas now?
It's called vertical integration. Look it up, Flyboy.
Next thing, instead of Biscoff, are they going to be Miskoff?
Wouldn't it be funny if Adam Aaron branded Chinchilla Coffee, drink my shit. Bitches.
Have a little chinchilla picture on the label, squeezing out little pellets, grunting them out.
Yeah. We could pretend. It'd be funny. It'd be hilarious to, because you can do private label branding, and I know you need to go to break, but private label branding, and we could pretend that we're sending it from AMC headquarters and send it to all the hedge funds and send them a brand of it with a nice custom label on it and stuff.
PC, what does your Magic Vortex box say is the short interest as it stands now with HYMC?
Hold on.
if I may ask, please. I should have said please.
No, I don't
Sound
care.
like I'm barking orders.
No, just
Barking
everybody
orders
just
out.
barks orders at
Just
me.
in
I don't
keeping
care.
with keeping with our conversation about this, I got this whole thing made up in my head where Adam Aaron's going to buy the rest of HYMC, and that's going to affect a squeeze because he's going to pay a dividend. He's going to pay the dividend to HYMC, not pay it. See if you can stick with me on this. He's going to buy the 80% remaining, then he's going to pay dividends from HYMC to HYMC holders. That's going to trigger a squeeze because HYMC is heavily shorted.
I want you to hold your balls right now. I want you to hold your balls right now. You ready for this?
All right, I got D's. I have D's cupped.
Everybody, hold your balls. Hold your favorite, whatever it is, unit that you care to hold. 63.02% short share interest of the free float. Short share interest of the free floats. Short share.
Stop. We got to stop.
Short share interest of the free float is at 9.98 million shares. Now, of course, I think these. I'm gonna have to recheck these numbers tomorrow because I'm not sure if they've adjusted these for the reverse split or not.
They're at 6%.
But
they were 6%.
Well, the percentage should still be the same. That shouldn't change. Oh wait. Hold on a second.
Only at 6% pre-split.
It says here on loan amount is 20.5 million.
Yeah, is that taking into account the split?
All right, I'll share my page with you guys so you can see what it is that I'm talking about. But if you can show advanced on this, and you can actually show how many shares there are in outstanding shares. So which has already changed. So I would assume that if they've changed that already, then they would have changed everything else as well. Which I don't know why I'm not seeing it on here. Oh, here it is. Shares outstanding. Shares outstanding is showing up at 20.21 million shares outstanding. I don't know because I haven't been looking at this on a regular basis. I don't know if
it's 20 million. If it's 20 million, then and it's a 10-to-1 reverse split, so there's only 2 million short now. Is that how it works?
Well,
I think.
I mean, we'll have to see what the numbers change to tomorrow. But what I was saying is there was 200 million shares. Now it's 20, right, for outstanding shares.
Right.
I'm assuming. I don't know. Somebody has to correct me. I don't know if that's correct or not.
Yeah.
But if that's the case, even if that drops down to 2 million, that's still at least 10% of the outstanding, and it's always of the free float, which means it's 2 of 15, which is like 20%.
Far more than 6%. Yeah, that's way more than fucking 6%.
Yeah, that's like 20%.
Can I play the regarded ape on this one? And Rugged was trying to help me early this morning. So if 60-something% is shorted, and Adam Aaron wants to buy the rest of it, in order to buy the rest of it, don't those shares have to come back for him to buy the float?
No. They left hanging out in the wind. That's the beauty of it.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's only 6%.
No, it would have to be more than that because even if no, there's no way.
Wisty just posted a screenshot from Discord E-Trade. And
wait.
46.6.
Wait. Okay, hold on a second here. I see what you're saying. If that's the case, 1 million, 2 million, 2 would be. See, 10% would be 1.5. It's got to be over 10%. It has to be over 10%.
Just because they have it on loan doesn't mean it's shorted.
No, I'm talking about short interest.
We're not talking about on loan. We're talking about just what's the short interest.
The short interest is 9.79 million shares. That is well over 10%. Even if it gets reduced by a 10-to-1 ratio, it's still over 10%.
So just so everyone can understand, we own 20% of the company.
Well, maybe not. It's close.
It's trading at $2 a share.
No, censor content might be right.
80%. He would have to buy 80%.
Might be right.
That remains ATM at the market, and then AMC would own 100% of the company. Now, whether or not it would trigger a short squeeze on whether they're 4% short or 40% short, that's another matter. But it's certainly it's mathematically possible for him to sell enough shares to raise $35 million right now, selling the AMC dilution shares that everybody's raising hell about, and then use that money to buy the rest of HYMC in its entirety. Interesting. I have nothing to base that on, no DD to reveal that I've read that or heard it anywhere. I just think it's interesting that the numbers line up. We like to talk about what he may spend this newfound $35 million on. No. Which says, isn't he going to use it to bring the debt down? Nobody knows. He hasn't made a public statement yet, StockWiz, on what they plan to use the money for, if anything. But they did list items that it could be used for. They listed several things that
cost bar numbers are pretty high.
Complaining, superfluous, pirate, please talk over me. Dude, are you here to poke a stick at me and pick a fight, or are you here to add something positive? I listen to your foolishness every day, and I don't use the ability to ban you because I think it would be a poor reflection of my character. But my question to you is real simple. Do you have anything humorous to add? Anything to add as it pertains to AMC or our ability to make money together? Or are you here just to be a bitter and ugly person? I have a sneaky suspicion you might be like Tony De Niro or someone from another YouTube channel that I've offended. I would love for you to reveal yourself for who you truly are. Seems a little bit cowardly that you show up and throw these little punches around and then slink away. So tell us who you really are, man. Reveal yourself to us.
Yeah, StockWiz, you need to you're jumping way too far ahead, man. You're thinking way too far outside the box. Nothing's even happened yet, so stop jumping to conclusions on what's going to happen in the future without knowing that. I mean, until there's an official announcement of anything, like this is all tinfoil hat shit. None of this is none of anything that you said right there even matters. All right, we got 114 bucks. 114 votes. Sorry, not bucks. We got 114 bucks on cookies. Looks like we got the white chocolate macadamia is going to run up against the chocolate chip cookie for the final. I will put that in here. No, you don't have to take it back, StockWiz. I'm just saying, like, you're getting ahead of yourself. Like, you know, I can see your gears turning, and it's like you're smoking out of your ears, and it's all for nothing, right? Like, we're literally just shooting the shit here. Like, it's not even worth it. So, like, get your panties in a bundle all over, you know, ideas of grandeur and whatnot.
Yeah, we're just having fun, man. Just playing games with the numbers to while away some of the
How does chocolate chip cookie lose to anything? How could anything beat the chocolate chip cookie? I'm telling you right
Are you
now.
saying it's rigged? Are you saying it's rigged? Is that what you're saying? I feel like you're saying this is rigged.
It's like second place here will be the winner because I think it's a given that chocolate chip will win. So
I would like the Pirate News Network to maybe take a investigatory role in this.
I'll tell you what, I will put the white chocolate macadamia nut on top, just in case people accidentally pick the first choice out of de facto or whatever it's called when it's just like an accident or whatever.
What is white chocolate? That's like the impersonator of chocolate.
I mean,
chocolate's dark.
What's?
There's no such thing as white chocolate. It's chocolate. That's how the chocolate chip cookie should be run. It shouldn't even be. It shouldn't have been a poll.
Well, I think I mistakenly referred to it as white chocolate chip macadamia, and I think it kind of stuck. But I triggered our lady truck driver friend, Glad Hand Deb. She's beside herself because we keep referring to it, and she's corrected us on many occasions that it's not. It's white chunk macadamia. But I've been told by Mrs. Pirate, who I have reason to believe over everyone else, that there is such thing as white chocolate.
Oh, it's an impersonator. It's a synthetic.
Are you trying to rig the vote? You're rigging the vote. You're rigging the vote before it's even happened. You can't rig it.
There's a person.
He's trying to taint the jury pool. He needs to be put under a gag order like they did Trump, where he's not allowed to talk about the trial while it's underway.
You are no longer allowed to talk.
Hold on. This guy makes a good point.
Am I silenced?
This guy makes a good point. He makes a great point here.
What's
He's
the
saying
point?
That it's fake chocolate, right?
Yes.
No, it's still chocolate.
It doesn't look like chocolate.
It doesn't look
smell like chocolate.
No, but it is chocolate.
So I don't know, man. It might be I think he's right. I think I gotta change my vote.
Have you ever had? Let me ask you this question. Have you ever had a green olive?
No.
Yeah.
I've had black olive.
It's an olive. They come in many different colors. It's okay to have different colors. It's okay to have different colored chocolates just as much as it's okay to have different color olives.
That's
Would you eat green chocolate, Casey?
They don't taste the same.
Like a green pepper and a red bell pepper are still peppers.
Yeah.
Yeah, they both grow in my garden, but the white chocolate's made in a factory with synthetics. I have to lean on this guy.
Wait. Chocolate's made with synthetics too, though. Chocolate doesn't just taste like chocolate without the same synthetics that white chocolate gets.
Not real chocolate. Synthetic chocolate's fake, but real chocolate's got real chocolate. I see where this guy's going. He's got a good head on his shoulders.
The Keiko, or whatever you CACAO, where it's like 70%, always dark.
Mm-hmm.
Cocoa.
Rigged! Cow! Rigged! I'll never win at trivia, and I'm never going to win this.
Well, apparently you don't have much to worry about because the chocolate chip is pulling ahead quite heavily. So
That's right.
Your rigging of the system has worked, sir. You're now silenced.
It's the truth.
I'm going to break, and I'll let you guys fight over in a vote, and we'll revisit this when I get back later. See you guys in a bit. All right, I'm gonna go to break. You all wacky, bunch of wacky apes. Ah, you silly gooses. Let's see here. Oops. 2:15, Casey. I'm coming back at 2:10. I'll be back at 2:10, and I'll see you guys then. And let's cover the numbers and head back to the Big Tramp and finalize our favorite Christmas cookie for Christmas. See you guys in a bit. Okay, well that's long enough of a silence. I didn't realize that the music wasn't going anymore. My bad. Let's take a look at the numbers, though. Probably scared the crap out of half of you guys. Just coming back like that. Let me take you guys over to the other page here. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is that you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at these numbers here and see what we got going on. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, we'd expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have 51.15% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 9.53. The combined total on that 60.68%. That is about 5.32% less than it should be by this time of the day. Excuse me, hold on a second. Burps. CHX volume for the day today has been impressively high. We have 76,260 shares going through that exchange. GME's CHX volume for the day was 996 shares, nothing unusually large on that one. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 135,000 shares having been returned. That has not changed in the last 3 hours. Leaving the estimated short share interest of free float at 10.18%. The cost to borrow min is at 1.9, average 2.57, and max is 2.82. Shares available to borrow, or shares on loan rather, is at 21.35 million shares. That's approximately 150,000 shares more on loan today than yesterday, and Ortex is estimated about 47,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at the options, highest amount of call volume for the day has been an $8.50 strike. There was 10.2 thousand contracts at 8.5 an hour ago. It's now showing up as saying that I did not log into my account. Why in the world did that not happen? Give me 1 second here. All right. Weird. It's not going through. There we go. All right. Back to options. Highest amount of call volume for the day today has been an $8.50 strike. There was 10.2 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 10.6. On puts, highest amount of puts is at an $8 strike. There was 7.2 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 7.8. Market is still suggesting a closing price of somewhere between $8 and $8.50 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at MMRI, an hour ago it was at 295. It looks like my handwriting says 09. It's 293 currently, 293.82, so it's dropping again. This thing is all over the place. It's going to cause the actually, the 2-year, 10-year yield appears it was tightening up, and it appears like it might be closing, not closing the gap anymore. It might be spreading it open again. It's all over the place today. I mean, this 2-year, 10-year yield, bond yields are just all over the place. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are probably not on this list, and I don't know that I'd want them to be. Everything on this list has like really low buying volume. But top 30 most heavily traded stocks are definitely on the sell side. Trigger price for SSR is at $7.26. Shares available to borrow is at 3.3 million shares. That does seem like they returned quite a few shares in the last hour. Fees are at 1.1%. NASDAQ is currently showing up 0.22. Dow Jones is up 0.58. S&P 500 is up 0.31. We have 3,566 advancers, So 2,461 decliners. The market is slightly more declining now than it was an hour ago. Biggest bank movers for the day today. I'm just going to read off the ones that are plus or minus 2.5% or greater of a change. Coinbase up 8.44%. Silvergate is up 7.41%. Zion Bank is up 2.68%. US Bank Core is up 2.79%. Charles Schwab up 2.99%. And those are the biggest of the movers. Ethereum Classic is up 4.12 and trending up. DXY, or the US dollar, is up 0.34 and trending up. Oil is down 2.08% and declining. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.06 to 0.61 and trending up. SPY is up 0.31 and consolidating. VIX is down 0.42 and consolidating. VBR is up 0.62 and starting to consolidate with a slight downtrend. VB is up 0.64, consolidating on a slight downtrend. Tesla is up 2.64, trending, consolidating. Amazon, after a trend up, Amazon is down 1.46, trending up. Cinemark is up, or down rather, 2.02 and consolidating after trending down. Doge is up 3.04 and trending up. Bitcoin's up 5.8 and trending up. It broke past 37.2, which could get a big run out of this. GME is up 2.66 and trending up. HYMC is up 26.28 and trending up. NCMI is up 1.26 and trending down. Hood is down 1.35 and trading sideways. It's consolidating. AMC is down 2.4 and kind of consolidating a little bit with maybe a slight downtrend. I mean, overall, it kind of looks like it's really kind of trending up currently, really, over a larger time span. Taking a look at inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately $4.6 million more inflow than outflow. 17.82 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 350 minutes worth of trading, puts us on a pace for 19.85 million shares traded by the end of the day. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million, so it looks like we're on target. On a 4-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with more selling pressure than buying pressure than a divergence on the vortex indicator within the last 4 hours. RSI is at 31.87, which is signaling, or it's below average, almost getting ready to signal oversold. On a 1-hour time interval, equal amounts. No, that is not true. More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.77, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.51, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.72, which is slightly below average. Hopefully we can get this little push up here at the end of the day to get us back up over 8, if possible. It would be nice to see. And with that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the Big Tramp.
Oh, just in time?
Welcome back. That was a long break, man.
Yeah? Okay.
We're going to have to dock it from your pay, Casey.
Yeah, I know. Looks like chocolate chip is going to be the grand champion.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, you saw that one coming, didn't you?
I missed it. What I miss? I missed something. What I missed? Somebody tell me what I missed.
I said it looks like chocolate chip. Were you just waiting for me to try and repeat myself so you could do that?
No, I don't know who did that.
Oh,
I'm still
okay.
waiting to see what
I said it looks like chocolate chip is going to be the grand champion.
I think it's rigged.
Dad joke.
Rigged.
Yeah. Well done, Rex. Well done. You should have gave him the crickets for that one.
Oh, that would have been so much better. Damn it.
Well,
yeah, but then everybody would have had to been
all in day
silent.
one.
It's
Wait,
rigged.
no,
KC
that
wanted
was
chocolate
way
chip.
better of a dad joke than that other one that was told the other day. Who told that other dad joke that was so bad? I just was like, oh, that's terrible. I can't even remember what it was now, and I forgot. I wanted to remember it so I could tell Melissa. I can't remember what it was now.
Was it about how dads have long beards, or?
I don't remember.
No, I'm racking my brains right now, and the name it escapes me. It was one of the regulars, and they just threw it out there. And
it was so bad.
It wasn't Funky Pizza.
Oh, it was the Napoleon joke. That's right. How did it go though?
They were born apart. They had siblings. They were born apart.
How do you tell the difference between Napoleon's siblings? They were born apart.
They were born apart.
There you go.
They were what? I didn't hear
it. But we got to figure out who gets the byline for this. Somebody put that out the other day. It troubles me that I can't remember who it was.
English Jim was saying it was Andrew Morgan. I think that's right. That sounds correct.
Hey, yep. I think it was. I think it was Andrew.
Thank God you're back, Casey. The whole channel turned into OSHA compliancy for me.
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
What happened?
It wasn't that bad.
What happened?
I'm sitting here having to get a Tyvek suit, freaking respirator.
Yeah, because we care. It's our.
He's draping a textured. He's doing some repair work to a textured ceiling, and he's not wearing any dust mask when he's scraping it down, trying to tell us it because it's friggin' drywall dust that it doesn't matter.
You got to be tougher than the dust.
That's it.
Yeah.
I like that, Hayden. You got to be tougher than dust. I like that.
Do you do that with the ice that forms on your wings of your plane? It's just ice. It won't kill you.
Exactly. Yeah. Fuck it. Yeah, no big deal. Just throttle up a little bit more.
It's not like I go out there with a rubber hose and beat it off the leading edges. Yuck on that one. Beat it off. Nor do I go out there with a paint sprayer and hit the glycol on it myself.
I mean, does it really affect your flying, frozen or not?
No, there's just this little matter of thing. There's just this little thing called lift that he relies on. It's just one of the principles of physics. It's nothing big. It's not like instrumental in the whole process or nothing, but just a little something that helps Hayden out when he's going about his day-to-day business. No more than that, though, Doug.
I don't know all of the technical things, but apparently the boundary layer separating before it's supposed to is kind of bad. They tell me. Just what they tell me. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
For all you listeners out there who work for Boeing or the other aircraft industry, your job is safe from D Mello. You don't have to worry about him taking your job anytime soon, people. So just easy tonight.
It's a waste of money putting all that glycol out there. What the hell are you doing?
What's up, guys?
Danny!
Oh!
Danny!
I'm proud of you, man. What? For what? Being Chinese? Hey, Yucca, man, I'm so sorry to hear. Thank you. I heard that you got beat out for Man of the Year, GQ's Man of the Year. You got beat out by Kim Kardashian. She's on the cover. I thought it was you this year, man.
I thought it was
Next
me.
year.
Thought it was me. What can I do?
What's going on, guys?
What's happening?
Nothing.
I heard you got Teacher of the Year. Is that true, or?
Oh, man, I wish. I heard they get like a new car or something.
Wow.
What?
Yeah.
You know the district can't afford that.
Yeah.
Isn't there a song, Casey, that says something along the lines of young teacher, the subject of schoolgirl fantasies, don't stand so close to me. Don't stand so close to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
No police. Yeah. Wow.
Danny, they're all worried about Danny being Teacher of the Year. That song pops into my mind.
It's funny that's sung by the police because if that happens, you actually get caught by the police.
You get to, that's who you get to see. You beat me to the punchline. That's where I was going with that. That's exactly where I was headed. To the end of the joke. Yep.
I thought
isn't it raining at her bus stop and his car is warm and dry? Something along those lines.
True. Yes.
Well, let's talk about Danny. Have you ever been hit on by a student?
Oh no. No.
Let's not.
No.
That guy's got a career. You're messing around with the way he feeds his family with that teaching certificate. So let's not muck about with that too much.
No comment, but I will say this. I had a girl one time, and she was a senior, and she was out for about a week.
Wait. Danny, stop, Danny, stop.
She was out for 2 weeks, and she comes back, and she goes, "Hey, notice anything different?" And I'll leave it at that. So that didn't happen. True story.
You're not helping us, Danny. We're trying to save you from yourself here.
Danny.
We're trying to save you from yourself here, and you're not helping.
She just got new shoes. She got new shoes. What?
Well, you said. What is
I
that?
bet she got new shoes. All right.
She got new shoes.
When you like therapeutic, right? Because when you said senior, we assumed you meant senior citizens, right? Like an old.
Yeah. Exactly.
Wow.
Yeah, she just turned 18, and that's what her parents gave her for her birthday. So I don't know.
It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to.
So, all right. I'm writing down this. I'm going to use this as a script for a film I'm making.
Yeah.
As long as I get royalties, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Is it going to be on Pornhub?
All the names and locations. All the names and locations have been changed to protect all involved.
Yeah, we can't call you Danny anymore. Now it's got to be like Tranny or something.
Danny the man. He's Dan the man.
What was it? That old movie called Pizza Boy or Lover Boy? That's the new Danny.
That's like the David Lee Roth song "Hot for Teacher." I mean, I think the video. That's I think there's hardly a man among us who couldn't say that at some time through the 12 years of high school that at least one teacher didn't occupy at least a small part of their fantasy life.
Oh my gosh!
And I hear these. I see it in the news today. All this stuff that's going on with these female teachers, and I'm thinking, where was I, man? Why am I always late to the party? Where did all this? All this wild shit that these female teachers are doing with these 17-year-old boys. And I'm thinking, I'm always late to the party, man. Always late.
Hey, Mrs. Mays.
Do I need to wear anything?
I'm going to get myself a new wig.
Y'all realize this is live? This is live.
Oh no!
We're talking about the David Lee Roth song and the Police song by Gordon Sumner and David Lee Roth. No more than that. It's just commentary.
That's right. Don't read
and
into it.
The lyrics of the songs. Don't read any more into this than what's purely musical.
Once it's not live, it's recorded. Even worse. No, but I would have to say, I started teaching when I was like 21. So they really they emphasize that a lot. They're like, hey, you can't try to hit on the girls, or if they try to hit on you, this and that. And it never crossed my mind. But I have a few coworkers of mine that who are married, and they actually met their spouse when they were a student. Like they.
Oh no!
Well, I mean, if you think about it, before you guys get all oohing and awing, just think about the delta or the difference.
What are you all doing down there in Florida?
21 years and 17 is not. 21 years old and 17 is not that big of a difference. My grandfather was 10 years older than my grandmother.
No.
My grandfather was 10 years older than my grandmother.
I was 20 years older. 20 years difference. 40 and 20.
Hey, what makes it bad is if they're 18 and the other one's 17 or 16. That's what makes it bad,
Yeah, I mean, come on. These things have to be taken in context.
Oh yeah. But when they get above 18 and you got a 22-year-old, that's fine,
What? It's going.
Well, they used to get married. They used to get married at 16 years old. You know, the girl to the,
between 14 and 16 in the 1900s.
Yeah.
Yeah, or they wouldn't have made 75-year marriage.
Yeah, I tried to get one of those 18-year-olds, and my wife didn't seem to be too favorable on me having that. So,
come on.
yeah.
Well, a 5-year difference isn't as dramatic if you look at it as it pertains to, say, a 30-year-old girl and a 35-year-old man. I think when it becomes an issue is when they're so close to just becoming young women or young men, and I think that's really what this subject is about.
Well, Pirate, I think
It's more a reflection of that than the disparity between the ages.
Casey,
No,
everybody
Pirate, the
follow
tables
the
should
numbers.
change.
Yeah, I know. It's like time for numbers. Numbers?
Yeah, time for numbers. Well, Casey, I mean, aren't you and your wife like 5 years apart or something like that?
Yeah, yeah.
So that's perfect, you know?
Yeah, when you're in your 30s or 20s, but yeah.
I mean, just think of it as y'all being high school sweethearts. If y'all met at high school sweetheart, it'd be 5-year difference, you know?
Yeah, no, I get it. I understand. I get it.
Yeah, but the Casey is right. It should be a 5-year difference on the other way. You know, it would have been better. It's always better, you know. Seeing how, yeah, it's better.
Workers down there loved him. He had these beautiful golden curls.
Yes, sir, people.
Wow.
What's that Adam Sandler movie? That's My Boy.
Oh, that a boy.
Yeah, you know, yeah. It's better without a live stream, but anyway, 5 years difference on the other side is way better.
Good Pepperoni, could you just say you can do it?
No, I don't think I can do it.
You can say you can do it. That'd be great.
I think Eurotrip.
You can do it.
Yeah.
You can do it. Come on, you can do it, but it's not.
Thank you.
Close enough. That's close enough. That's acceptable.
Talking about age,
That'll work.
I was in 3rd grade when my husband was a senior at the same school, but we didn't meet each other until later. But that's weird to think about.
Well, see, there you go.
There we
That's
go.
just like me and my wife. We're 12 years apart, and so everybody told us if I met her at a younger age, it wouldn't have been good.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't it a generally accepted principle that teenage girls prefer older guys to begin with? I mean, I know that was a problem both of my sons encountered when they were in high school trying to date girls, that they seem to think that as a general rule, the girls their age were more desirous of guys at least a year, sometimes as much as 2 or 3 years older than them. And I'm wondering if that's still holds true, or if that's just something that we experience.
It does, because the maturity level for a woman is much greater than a man. A man takes longer to mature than a woman does.
Exactly. So this is why we should get women that are older than us. This is the main thing. They are more experienced. They can help us, and they will end up changing our diaper. But if we get women that are younger
they
than
don't
us,
want to be a babysitter. They don't want a babysitter. I think they want an equal. So that would mean they have to go the other direction. They have to.
yeah,
They have to.
exactly. But
they
in
want
5
parity.
years' time,
If you want parity, if you want someone that's intellectually your equal, and you're slow to come around like some of us are, then we have to marry someone who's a little bit younger than us so that we can have some kind of equality.
Look, Pirate, at 35 years, I can only make pizzas and some type of sushi, so don't talk about, let's not get into details. But I would have really loved to have a wife older than me, you know. It's like she has more experience, she can teach me stuff, you know, it's better. Especially when we get old. Yeah, it's better.
My wife's older than me.
So this is why you are always so healthy. I can see. I understand.
Pepperoni, you're doing great. You're doing great, Pepperoni.
And
I think the girls like the older men because they got the money too. You know, if you got the same age of a kid in high school, he's not going to have a job. You know, but
You're able to go places and take them places and go and do things.
Exactly. Yep.
Well,
Everybody
nowadays,
wants to punch out of their weight, find out of their weight class.
Yeah, this is why nowadays in our society we have so many 35 single women that are crying for everything, attention and stuff like that.
Yeah, if you're driving around in a Corvette, and you're not married, you're gonna get some young girls to look at you because they're looking at the Corvette, not you.
Maybe they see the Corvette as a symbol that says he's a good provider, and he could be a good provider for their children that they want to have. If he can afford a nice car, then he must possess the skills required to provide other things.
I believe.
Is there any of that at play?
Let me just add this. If in 10 seconds we won't stop talking, Casey will leave the channels and do numbers. Okay.
Hey, Yucca, doesn't Fu have a Corvette? Doesn't Fu have a Corvette?
He does.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Does he get a lot of young pussy, right? Does he has a lot?
Whoa!
Well, no.
Wait a minute, what did you say?
You're breaking up. You're breaking up. Yeah, I didn't hear you guys.
Yeah, he does have
something about schmoozing. Schmoozy. He smoozes a lot. Yeah.
He had a nice cat.
A nice kitten. Yeah, he gets a lot of kittens.
Pepperoni must be making one of those special pizzas. It's talking
I
crazy.
feel sorry for Casey right now.
Let's just do numbers.
If he does get girls with his Stingray, the only way he does it is if they're walking past his driveway, because I don't think the damn thing starts. And I know he's not here to defend himself, but we did goad him into trying to start it one time on live camera, and the poor guy got in there, and it was the most humiliating thing. And we're going to make sure that he relives it every time we bring up that car.
Didn't he make sounds with like his mouth or something? He's like,
no, we did. We were all. No, he just looked deflated and dejected. And
you're just jealous, Pirate, because no one wants to get in your one-piece boat. Okay. Now
believe me. Hey, listen. Like we said, at least he has one broke down in his garage. I don't even have that.
I've never wanted to hear.
I got a Corvette hat. The most I got is a $6 Corvette hat. That's the best I can come up. I'm all hat and no cattle. Like the guy that wears a cowboy hat and doesn't have a cow. I'm all hat and no cattle.
How about those chocolate chip cookies?
Yeah, they're hanging on by a thread.
Well,
I don't think it's going to come as anybody's surprise. I think it's earth-shattering news that chocolate chip cookie carried the day. I do think it is. So it's probably bigger news that the macadamia came in second.
Numbers.
I must get back to shopping, guys. So let's do the
numbers.
What are you talking about? It's the end of the day.
I've never been more.
The market closes in 20 minutes.
Oh, that means
we allow
Casey can do extra numbers.
Extra numbers.
Yeah, the cookie numbers.
I can't believe the channel's still up.
Wait, hold on a second. Hey, hon, did you eat the butter cookies?
Ooh, the fight.
No.
Did it begin?
We're gonna have a fight, Casey.
Wait, what'd you say? I can't hear. Hold on a second. People are yelling in my microphone or my earpiece. What'd you say?
Cookie monster.
Did you have like 2 sleeves of them?
Yeah, they have the great cookie mystery. They have the great cookie caper. He got one of those tins, those little tins of those
I
exotic
opened up
cookies like
expecting
you
it
like,
to be full, and I was
they're
like,
already got a whole sleeve.
What happened here?
Don't be.
He thinks Melissa ate him, so he's trying to corner.
Yeah,
her
that's right.
So it wasn't your boys? You're gonna blame your wife? I mean.
She said she ate them.
Whoa.
Okay, so
whoa, all of them?
Go on, Casey. Put on the tinfoil hat and do the numbers.
She said, "I ate them. What of it?" That was the last thing she said. What about it? I ate them. So what? What about it?
No, Pirate, that's instigation. Shut up.
Casey, that's when you get the can and you hide the rest.
That's exactly what I told him. I said he missed an opportunity here. He could have took all those cookies out, put them in a Ziploc bag, and just left that thing sit out there like he wiped out the whole thing on a cookie binge. He could have really started a fight.
That'd be a lot of cookies to eat in one setting. I don't know if I could do that.
No, that would be
I may have asked you this once before, KC, but what is the rules in your household concerning leftovers? When you come in from like a restaurant or whatever, and you all put your leftovers in the fridge, is it ollie oxen free, fair game, or do you have dibs on your particular leftovers?
Interesting thing you should mention that, because there was like an instance not too long ago where these leftovers were sitting in the fridge for a long time, and so I thought, well, nobody's
international incident.
Yeah, nobody's eating it, so I'm just gonna eat it, and then I got I kind of got admonished for eating it, and I was like, oh well, I didn't, I mean, I knew it was their food, but nobody was touching it.
We need to hire the same lawyer. The same lawyer.
I was like, well, if nobody's gonna eat it, I better eat it before it goes bad, so that's why I eat it, and but apparently that is the case, that there is dibs on bring home food.
Yeah, I've fallen victim to that heinous charge. Pumped up charges, because too often I've thrown away like a nice piece of rigatoni or whatever because it was moldy, and had I just went ahead and ate it. So it's that fine line of I was going to eat that, So I think we should look into this, but maybe take it up on the international courts. There's got to be some
I would
laws
feel
that
the same way
govern these
though.
things.
I would feel the same way though, to be honest. Like if I was literally planning on eating something and it was like gone when I came to go get it, I'd feel kind of crummy too about it. It's like, wait a minute, that was what I ordered.
Well, perhaps we can put our heads together and agree to meet in the middle, and say maybe there should be a time limit on this.
Yeah, like a
come
2
home
day.
from said restaurant. You deposit the leftover baby back ribs after 2 days have passed. Then your grandfather clause is sudden death kicks in, and it's anybody's fair game. After that.
Yeah.
We need to see if we can take a vote and get this codified.
Beat the mold. Beat the mold.
Beat the monkey.
Wait a minute. You can go back to when KC used to do it on live. Beat your stick. Get your stick out and beat your stick.
Beat the devil out the brush. Beat the devil out the brush.
Get your brush out.
KC, do you have food snobs among your children who refuse to eat leftovers or are leftovers?
I'm gonna go with a yes on that.
Yes on that. There's always one. It seems like there's one in every family.
Yeah, that's
snob.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing. No judgments. We're not passing judgments here. We're just taking a census, like a census taker asks what's going on. We just want to we want to be aware of the makeup of the variety of people who make up the household. So we're not here to pass judgment.
I ain't beat no
Beat your brush.
I ain't gonna beat no brush. And notice
You ain't gonna beat no brush?
You're
See the
painting
light?
right now.
I did see a really funny story one time on the internet about a woman who hid candy in her feminine hygiene box. She had a box of, I don't know, whatever products, I can't think of the name, but because she was quite certain that her boys and husband would never look in that box. And I thought that was genius. I thought that's some good tradecraft right there. That's somebody who's thinking, understands the human condition, and makes it work to her favor.
Did I miss numbers?
Yep.
Yep. You did.
Yep.
We all did.
Okay.
We were trying to get it.
It was when
The only numbers we talked about is how many cookies Casey's wife ate. Oh, come on.
Hey, chocolate chip is
KC.
winning 59% right now. If you want numbers.
I think you fabricated the numbers because you want a chocolate chip, remember? No.
Well, I mean, I do, but it just goes to
You
show that
pencil whipped it.
it just goes to show that there's nothing wrong with a good chocolate chip cookie.
Get out of here.
It's the winner.
But to be honest, I really do believe. Oh, by the way, I have a great cooking advice for you guys, and it's only because I stumbled upon it by accident. Have you ever wondered how they get those like really plump cookies that just that are really soft in the middle, but they're still having an outside crispy, but they're also very plumpy, like they're
Cake-like, have a little cake-like consistency.
yeah. So I figured this out by accident one time, being like just the normal Ned that I am. I was making a cake batter, or I mean a cookie batter one time. I had all the ingredients mixed up together. I'm looking at it as I'm getting ready to make the cake balls to put them onto the platter, and I'm realizing this does not look right. Something is wrong here. I had to have forgotten something. And I'm going through the list of all the different ingredients, and I'm trying to figure out what the heck I just made because it didn't look like normal cookies. And I suddenly realized I had forgotten the eggs, right? Like normally it's like 2 eggs for a batch. I was like, I'm like, you know what? There shouldn't be any problem with like mixing the eggs in after you've mixed in all the flour and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, it's just eggs, right? You know, I'll just mix it in afterwards. It was a pain in the ass. It is really difficult to do. I would imagine that if you had like one of those food mixers, that it would probably be a heck of a lot easier to do. But if you mix your eggs in last, it makes some of the most wonderful cookies you have ever seen in your whole life. You have to make sure don't overcook them, because what will end up happening without the egg ingredient mixed in properly, the cookie will look like it's not done for most of the time. And so if
it won't hold together as well either.
You need to it holds together just fine. You'd be surprised. It holds together great.
If it's not, if you don't fold the egg in, I'm saying.
No, it holds fine. Trust me. And yeah. And so what you do is, but you got to make sure that you cook it to the time exactly. Even though they may look like they're underdone, cook them exactly to the time that you're supposed to, and pull them out. Even though they look like they're not done, they will be done. I promise you.
I would say it's cool though.
Pepperoni put a picture in the food on Discord of a pile of fresh flour with an egg cracked in it this morning. I think he was getting ready to make some homemade pasta or something.
Nice.
For those of you who are interested in it, it's he doesn't just dump his pasta out of a box and boil water for it. Apparently.
Casey, isn't that how all the greatest inventions happen by accident? Right?
Yeah,
So that's a good mistake you did.
Yeah. I never in a million years would have put eggs in last. You know, I always just follow the directions. And this one particular time, for some reason or another, I happened to skip past the eggs part. And I mean, I just kind of thought, like, you know, what's the difference if you add them in afterwards versus, you know, when you're, you know, supposed to in the ingredient list? You know, who cares? It does make a difference. It really does. And you guys are gonna try it, or I would hope that you do. And if you do,
that's why it's called the recipe. You have to follow the recipe. You know, just follow the recipe. You know.
Yep.
You cannot put water in at the end. You have to do it first.
Yeah, usually following the recipe is a really good idea. For sure. In this particular case, it was a happy accident.
Pepperoni, doesn't the water have to be a specific temperature as well?
Well, based on what you are cooking, yes, it always has to be.
Or pizzas, it has to do with activating the yeast or something if it's warm or something along those lines. Or?
Well, nowadays
I don't mean to press you on it.
We are using a lot of ice. We are directly putting ice in it because it's the wheat is very warm. Doesn't matter what time and season.
I see. Okay. Thanks for sharing. I'm sad to see we ran out of time. We ran out of time today, Casey. I was talking about hiding food around the house, and I had a topic of the best places to hide cash if you wanted to squirrel cash away. But I'm afraid with only 10 minutes left, we couldn't begin to scratch the surface. So maybe tomorrow, if anybody could think of some stories to share with that, I'd be interested in hearing of all the unique places that people decide to rat hole money around their homes. I know that we've stereotypical hide it in the toilet tank and in the freezer, but I have some unique stories from some of my family members I was going to share. Maybe we can do that tomorrow if we find time.
Dirty laundry basket?
There you go. Yeah. No one would ever look there.
It's a shame all that underage talk took all of our time. Woo!
Yeah.
What a shame.
Yeah.
So we never did wrap that topic up. So in closing, college professors can bang co-eds, freshmen.
Well, yeah, no, let's
High
just
school teachers can't engage with seniors. So that's the line there. That there's a finish line right there that has to be crossed. Is that?
The spy never broke 451.
There we go. Number.
Does she point to the finish line?
The spy never broke 451. In fact, it got really, really, really close and rejected at 451.37. It never broke the 451.46 number that I've got set up here on the screen. And after it tested off of that, it was rejected, not severely. At least I wouldn't say so. It dropped from about 451 and some change down to 448, and then is settling in around 449 right now. It'll be interesting to see. I know we've seen a lot of retail orders being showing up as selling orders going through in the marketplace, and it'll be really interesting to see what ends up happening over the next 2 days with a lot of that selling pressure that we've been seeing in the market.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned SPY because remember when it was 4 something and I was telling you it's going to retest that 450 and then break down? Well, that's pretty close to what it's doing right now.
Yeah. We'll see.
Yeah, I see that thing called pause rates. If they pause the rates again for FOMC, you're going to see SPY retesting that 460.
You think so?
Yes, Mello, what does FOMC stand for, Doug?
Fed minutes.
No. What does FOMC stand for? It's not Fed minutes. Care to try again?
I don't know if it's not Fed minutes.
We covered this in class yesterday. And you were told there would be a pop quiz. FOMC.
Well, I failed that one. I was only a straight A student in high school.
That was way better than I did.
We keep referring to it. I'm just wondering what it means.
Isn't that funny, though? I was kind of backwards in life. Junior high, I did B's and C's and 1D, because I didn't like ag class.
You did D's?
Yeah, I was into the D's, No, I couldn't hold a bead right for welding on a wire welder, and I cattle progged a student instead of a cow by accident.
Okay.
You let him
that was ag class.
Did you let him return the favor and stick you with it once?
No, sir.
That sounds suspiciously like bullying.
No, it wasn't bullying. He just got in the way when I was trying to cattle prod the cattle because he don't like getting the cattle prod because he liked the cattle, and I told him, "You kill him and eat him."
That was his fault. It was his fault. You executed him with a cattle prod.
Yeah, but I enjoy Future Farmers of America. I got my jacket and everything. It just doesn't fit anymore. But I learned a lot in ag class. I just didn't get a good grade.
Casey, will you consider signing up for the yelling contest?
Yelling contest.
I think I know where this one's going.
Sure.
But do you consider yourself a good screamer?
Why not?
Oh no! Big awkward silence. Huge awkward silence.
Only for you, Yucca.
Because you said earlier that you were not yelling.
Yeah. This is true. This is very true.
So if we want to hear you yell or scream,
no, you don't. That would not be a good thing.
I'd like to measure your decibels.
Yeah, something.
Decibels? What?
Decibels. Yes. I definitely would like to measure the decibels to see how strong your yelling or screaming is.
I bet Casey sounds like those goats.
Back said that FOMC stood for Flush Our Money Committee.
And that's really funny because yesterday somebody said "fuck over my cash." Funny stuff. No, the Federal Open Market Committee was the answer for the impromptu trivia.
I hate to break it to you,
Federal
but
Open Market Committee.
it's about that time, so I gotta end it, guys.
boo.
Yeah.
Oh,
Want our money back.
Yeah, I will see you guys later. I probably won't be coming back to the back of the Big Tramp this time, but
I don't blame you.
I will see you guys.
I don't blame you, but if you do, come back here and squeal so we'll know it's you.
Yeah, we'll do.
Stick.
It ain't because of the biscuits anyway, so thank you.
Oh boy, those guys, they're killing me, man. They're killing me today. As usual, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too, and for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie because after all, that's what we're here to do, is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep beep.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. He was a friend of mine, and he could sing a song. His heart in every line. Marvin sang of the joy and pain. He opened up our mind, and I still can hear him say, oh, talk to me so you can see what's going on. Say you will sing your songs forevermore, evermore. Gonna be some sweet sounds coming down the night shift. I bet you're singing proud. Oh, I bet you pull a crowd. Gonna be a long night. It's gonna be alright on the night shift. You found another home. I know you're not alone on the night shift. Oh, you found another home. I know you're not alone on the night shift. Jackie, hey, what you doing now? It seems like yesterday when we were working out. Jackie, oh, you set the world on fire. You came and gifted us. Your love, it lifted us higher and higher. Keep it up, and we'll be
country singing pride.